seem like at some point in your life you would
S.W.Frost
have
is now
known
live
more
streaming
people that have
Path of
already
Exile
gone on
digital
ahead of you,
scammers
but I don't
counter
know
so far.
where
TOmCat
exactly
keep
that
clawing
line
my
would
chair,
be.
what to
I
do
do
XD.
know that there are many other lines like this one throughout the film that have a deeper meaning and truth behind them, but because they're all surrounded by or covered up with just weirdness and comedy, they don't really stick with you until you go back and think about what is really being said here. And maybe the other reason that you don't pick up on all of this right away is because of how the pacing is in the film. It's constantly on to the next thing, just like here, as we see that all of the graves are hand dug by the two of them, or maybe just Nagi, because each time that Francesco is digging, Nagi shows up and he's like, hey, I'll get you an ice cream if you dig this grave for me instead. Just like here, where we see Nagi being the one to dig the grave while Francesco is reading the newspaper, likely looking over all of the obituaries, until she returns and Francesco jumps just out of the grave and finds her, but he doesn't say anything. And it's as she goes to leave that he follows behind and apologizes for what happened just the other day and tells her that he has a degree in biology. He says that this is his job and tries to just be like, hey, I've got a nice house. Please, please just talk to me. Don't leave. But she continues without him until he says, we have a really nice ossuary if you would like to see it. This stops her in her tracks. Because of course, who wouldn't want to go see a really cool old ossuary? I didn't even know what an ossuary was until making this video. Apparently though, she knows that it's just another room to where they take all of the skeletal remains after all of the flesh has decayed off of the bodies buried in the cemetery, and they put them in the building. And this is a real ossuary that they are filming in, and it makes me wonder if they flooded the floor for this scene or if there was just a leak in the roof and they went in to film, because according to some of the crew members that worked here, they removed some of the bones during the filming of this scene. I'm assuming that it's only some, which means that some of the bones in this scene are probably real. But after they did this, they claim to have encountered an angry ghost and quickly replaced all of the bones back into the ossuary as to not be haunted for the rest of this shoot. She finds all of this very exciting. She actually says this out loud as she removes her shoes and just steps off into this gross water within the ossuary. I don't even want to know what would be in here, since it's a real ossuary. Turns out she really likes it here, enough that she even tries to kiss Francesco, but first has to cover his face with a red cloth that she just so happens to find laying on the ground, probably covering a bunch of skulls. No telling where it was from or exactly what was wrapped in it, but them kissing here in this scene does resemble the painting of the lovers. But it's as they hold each other and continue to kiss through their veils that the camera begins spinning around them, to the point that she becomes kind of confused, even pulling away and blaming this place for forcing her into doing this, as she then backs into the skeleton that is hanging on the wall that falls down onto
Welcome to my
causing
channel.
her to pull away as it rips the top of her shroud off. She sprints her way out of the ossuary and heads back into the cemetery, leaving behind Francesco, who eventually finds her veil blown away as she drops flowers down at her bare feet, and they embrace in the moonlight, holding one another and kissing passionately. It really is a beautiful shot here, with them being silhouetted in the moonlight. But after this, we find them lying next to her husband's grave, as Ignis Fatuus flies over and squeaks all around them as they continue to kiss on the ground. Francesco wonders why here of all places, and she claims that they never kept anything from one another, and she would want him to know if she was in a new relationship. And it's here that we see Nagi eating a plate of spaghetti. This won't be the last time. It's just this random shot of Nagi eating spaghetti. And then when we cut back, we see the two of them embracing even more in the moonlight, just out here in the open in the middle of the cemetery, until they are interrupted by her dead and now returned husband. Francesco begins yelling for Nagi to bring the gun as she screams and apologizes to her husband, falling backwards as he attacks her and begins biting on her shoulder, giving Francesco just enough time to run over and pick up a big iron cross and bringing it down, crushing her husband's rotten skull. It was only a moment. He moved as quick as he could, but it still wasn't fast enough as he can't stop the bleeding. Nagi finally arrives as Francesco is just holding her, pleading for her to not fall asleep, to not leave him, and he yells for Nagi to run and get the doctor. And Nagi doesn't fully understand what is happening, turning back to see his friend and try to figure out exactly what he needs to do, but all he needs to do in this moment is listen to Francesco, who is screaming at him to just go and get the doctor. As he lifts her up in his arms, he makes his way back into his house. He lays her on his bed, and it seems that it is far too late. As she lies dying right in front of him, right here in his arms, in his bed, he tells her that nothing can and nothing will ever be able to separate them.
Not even death.
Not even death.
But death still takes her. The next day, Marshal Stranero, the local police detective, arrives to speak with Francesco to figure out exactly what happened last night and get the full understanding of what Dr. Vercese's report really means, to which Francesco begins to explain that it was her husband that killed her. And Stranero actually runs with this line of thinking for a moment, saying it out loud so he can really hear how crazy it sounds, explaining that her dead husband crawled out of his grave in the middle of the night when she just so happened to be there visiting him, sexually assaulted her, and then killed her. And Francesco's just like, no, he just killed her. That was the only part that he had to do with any of it. And it's here that they actually bump into Dr. Vercese, who was just waiting around the corner with a death certificate already drawn up with his findings that it wasn't actually the bite that killed her. Instead, he claims that her heart stopped from fear and that she died while making, well, doing it. That's an exact quote from the movie. Immediately, Stranero turns back to Francesco and proclaims that he is no longer a suspect, to which Francesco says, why not? But Stranero doesn't want to say. He doesn't want to be the one to have to say it out loud. It's Francesco's business. Don't bring him into this. So Francesco's just like, fine, I'll say it. It's because I'm impotent, isn't it? So much is wrong here, from the detective work to the doctor's claims, but it's all delivered in this very comical way that a lot of it can go missed. Even the next line, as they walk a little more and Stranero tries to comfort Francesco about his impotence, and Francesco just presses on, asking if she had any relatives, and Stranero's just like, nope, no relatives, no friends. How would he know? How would he know? Who has he spoken to? That's so many questions. But the rain cuts most of them short as the doctor and detective now head to leave. Francesco asks if he can keep her here. They don't care. They just say, as long as you cover the funeral cost, you can do whatever you want with her. And we then hear Dr. Vercese asking Stranero if they're all wrapped up here now,
And Stranero says yes, other than there being a killer just on the loose somewhere, which I guess makes for a perfect time for them to go and get tea. We pick back up with Francesco and her body in the ossuary again, where he has her laid out and covered with a thin veil, and sitting next to her, he admits that he lied. He actually doesn't have a degree in biology. He never even finished high school. He's only ever read 2 books in his entire life. One he didn't finish, and the other is the phone book, which apparently he did finish, and this will come back up multiple times throughout the movie. But it's here that he's finally being truthful with her after it's too late.
I don't want her to become a returner. I don't want to see her again.
For as much as he wishes, it's just not up to him, as he sits at the very end of the table that she is laying on, and he begins to nod off until she sits up with the blanket covering her like a veil, and she begins to call for him, and he tries to deny her, even covering his eyes as he holds up his gun, and the veil gets caught in the wind, passing from her over to him right as he pulls the trigger and sends her back to death. So much happens so fast in this movie because this whole scene is done really well, but immediately we're on to the next part where he is out there digging her grave. And I love how Nagi walks over and sits down beside him with just this look of concern on his face, but Francesco doesn't give it any thought as he jumps out of the hole and tells Nagi to dig. But it takes him bribing Nagi with ice cream to actually get him moving, and then we're all of a sudden over in town so they can get that ice cream. As they then park the car, and we hear a group of bikers immediately making fun of Francesco because his problem that Stranero even knew about is very well known all over town, and this group of bikers really enjoy making fun of him about it. We see them do it earlier when he goes to see Franco, but you don't really pick up on exactly what they're saying or why until you realize what they're talking about. And it's clear that what they believe about Francesco is not that he is just impotent, but instead that there is nothing even there. And Francesco and Nagi pass through them, ignoring them, even claiming that he was the one that started the rumor. He tells Nagi the more they laugh, the further away they seem, and you can never be too different, and then quickly follows it up by saying that maybe Nagi can, because Nagi's weird. The bikers are not the only group that they encounter on their way to get ice cream, because before they can make it to the restaurant, they're stopped by the mayor, who we can actually see on what I assume is the restaurant, his campaign posters that are covered in graffiti. Problem is, I can't read this poster, so if somebody can read this, please let me know exactly what is said on here, what the graffiti is. I think it would be neat to know what they wrote on here to see how other people in the community view the mayor. We have a bit of an idea with how he goes about his campaign throughout the rest of the film, but we only really get his side of everything, and he sucks on his own. But that doesn't stop him from being respectful and kind to Engineer De La Morte as he invites him over to sit and stay for a moment at their table, meaning that Nagi's gonna have to wait on his ice cream, and that's cool. I guess it's so weird to see them sit down and to notice the other people at the table, because I can't figure out who these people are or why exactly they're all connected, other than the mayor just likes to chat with a whole myriad of local townsfolk. And just as no one here acknowledges the random group of kids that are just running in like hordes down the street, the mayor also doesn't acknowledge Francesco when he sits down. He doesn't talk to him about anything, just continues on in the conversation with whoever is also sitting here at the table. And Nagi is immediately infatuated with the mayor's daughter, Valentina. She does begin to speak, not necessarily to Nagi, as she seems quite confused at what he is. Her first question is, "Daddy, what's this?" And then constantly referring to Nagi as it, even going as far as to ask her father to buy Nagi for her. It's all very weird, and Nagi is no better as he just constantly drools on himself, eventually getting too excited by having Valentina speak to him. So he throws up right on her. Nagi knew it was coming. And Francesco also knew that this was about to happen because he tells Valentina to scoot over. She doesn't listen. She's not listening to anything he's saying. He even looks over at the mayor and says, "Hey, if you wouldn't mind having your daughter scoot over." Sometimes Nagi gets a little too excited, but nobody listens in this moment. No one seems to even care to avoid what should have been very avoidable in this moment. But here we are. Nagi standing up in shock, Valentina falling backwards onto the ground, and Claudio having just arrived on his motorcycle, wondering what in the world Valentina is doing down there.
He threw up on me, Claudio.
Oh, new fan.
I love this line so much. Like, he chose this, and it gets even better because
Welcome
instead
to
of
Bang on Balls
denying
Chronicles.
what he said or
My name's
explaining
Damien, I'm the game
any
director at
further, she just hops up and says, "I knew you'd understand," and gets on the bike, still covered in vomit, and they ride away together. Just as Nagi runs off, embarrassed at what just happened, and Francesco's just like, "Hey man, by the way, sometime me and you need to talk about what's going on at the cemetery," as he then leaves to go after Nagi, and the mayor's just like, "Haha, the youth of today, they're so emotional." This whole scene, it's so weird and hilarious, and I don't know what to think. New fad. Again, there's so much more going on here with just everything. Like, the underlying truth and deeper meaning of the film is just covered in weird scenes like this. And we can see just a little bit of that deeper meaning as Francesco gets in his car and chases down Nagi, trying to comfort him and get him into the ride to go to the cemetery together. And Nagi just isn't having it. No matter what Francesco says in this moment when he's talking about this not being the first time something like this has happened, and her understanding it's just a way that he's showing his excitement and affection, to even talking about which love matters most, whether first or last. And it's as Nagi gets up and runs into the cemetery that we see Mrs. Coramondo again, now leaving, being very sad because there was nobody there today. And Francesco just puffs and rolls his head around, looks at her and says, "Come again, stay a while," and floors it up through there, leaving her behind. As I said, everything's just constantly on to the next thing, but here, as they make it back that evening, it seems like they finally get a moment to slow it all down. As we see Francesco lying on his bedroom floor, looking at the phone books again, and also going through the obituaries in the newspaper, scrapbooking them over as Francesco then marks the name out of the phone book. And down below him, in the room underneath that is, I guess, technically in the basement, he can hear Nagi and see him through the crack in the floor. And he tries telling him stuff like, "You'll get over it." And time passes, it just gets worse. Then Francesco gets all kind of upset because of how difficult it is to comfort Nagi. So he then gets mad at him, being like, "What were you even doing with the mayor's daughter anyway? She's only a child." To which Nagi screams back, and Francesco's like, "No, that's not true. You are not a child. You're older than me." And we're going off of Rupert Everett's actual age here, that would mean that Nagi is 36. I have thoughts, but for now, we just need to know that Nagi mentally is placing himself at the same age as a child, likely even younger than that of Valentina. Regardless, though, Francesco just tells him that one of these days he will settle down with some poor creature like himself. And it's lines like this that Francesco constantly says towards Nagi that really does seem to get to him over time by pulling him down, something that we will see over and over again as the story unfolds. But for now, Francesco just tells Nagi that one thing is for certain when it comes to women.
They all end up here sooner or later. Often sooner than later.
And while Francesco isn't right about everything, he is right about this, as we then see Valentina riding on the back of Claudio's motorcycle with a bunch of their friends. They're all having a good time, just going as fast as they can. She's screaming for them to go faster. Claudio's even joking, like, if only your dad could see us, he would be so angry. Right as they go around a corner and get crushed by a bus full of Boy Scouts. We not only see the chaos of Valentina getting her head mushed into nothingness by the tires, but we also get to see a reaction of a nearby horse. Everyone dies. Everybody on the motorcycle, everybody in the bus, everybody dies. Francesco was right. It was definitely sooner than later. The next thing we see is the funeral. There's tons of people, tons of coffins, even more scouts singing a song about how they never should have gone on the Boy Scout picnic. And of course, there's also Stranero here telling Francesco everything that happened as they have a good laugh about the slaughter of innocents. And after this, Francesco's just like, well, we got a bunch of work to do, and he tells Nagi that they're definitely going to need more bullets. We see just after this just a line of coffins with everybody crying and sad, with one girl in particular throwing herself onto Claudio's grave, screaming about how she has lost her love, until she is pulled away by Claudio's mother, explaining that no, you were not his love. Claudio was promised to the mayor's daughter, not you. But she continues to cry and deny this. Just down the line from Claudio is the mayor, who is leaning over on Valentina's glass coffin and speaking with Francesco and Nagi about his daughter and how all of this is just so tragic. She was alive and well just yesterday. Everything was fine. Even Nagi threw up on her and she took it so well. And of course, all of this has to happen right as the elections are around the corner. It's all so tragic and causes Nagi to step forward and for Francesco to go and fetch another shovel. It's along the way that Claudio's real girlfriend chases him down to question him about what she has heard that goes on here in the cemetery, if the dead really do come back to life or not. And Francesco doesn't really give her any answers. He just basically tries to brush her off because, of course, he's got work to do. And then that evening, we see him in the shower again with Nagi also eating more spaghetti. As then the returners begin to return, Francesco Della Morte has to live up to his name and kill a bunch of Boy Scouts, zombie Boy Scouts, that he has to basically deal with all on his own because Nagi is downstairs watching his TV with headphones on to keep him from hearing everything that is going on. But not just everything that is going on up above him, everything that is going on in his room while he's watching TV. He is so unconcerned with everything that is happening that Francesco is literally shooting at zombies and bashing their brains in just feet away from him. And Nagi not once moves to help, or even pay attention to him. Francesco even losing his gun at one point and having to take them on the old-fashioned way and definitely living up to his name of Della Morte. One of the other scouts is even able to get a hand on Francesco's gun and then actually being able to pull the trigger multiple times, missing every shot and giving Francesco enough time to run over and kill this one, and then another one is standing next to Nagi as Francesco turns and shoots it, and it falls onto Nagi, and Nagi just pushes it off in the floor because he's focused on his TV. But when it does, it lands on the remote to the TV, causing it to no longer be playing the audio through the headphones, and instead through the screen, right as a scream is let out, and Francesco turns to shoot the TV. They then both just take a moment and stand there in shock, looking at the now very broken TV, as Francesco was just like, that sucks. Sorry, man, but since you're up, hey, I need your help outside because we got a lot of work to do, so let's go. Poor Nagi. He just wanted to watch his TV. That was like the one thing he had in his room, and now it's broken. But he doesn't have time to even think about this right now because they really do need to go and deal with all of these returners that are out in the cemetery. And it's as they're walking around that they begin to hear crying off in the distance until they finally find Claudio's girlfriend grabbing onto his grave and just crying about how he needs to come back. Claudio, don't leave me. Come back, Claudio. And it's at this that the ground begins shaking like crazy as Francesco's yelling for her to come over here, to jump out of the way, to get to safety. And she just continues to cry out for Claudio as he comes flying out of the grave on his motorcycle. And it's the coolest thing you've ever seen. I mean, it really is just the coolest thing, watching him like fly out of the ground on his motorcycle, and Claudio himself looks incredible. He's even got like part of the clock flashing in his eye, I assume, from the bus. Everything about Claudio looks awesome. This is so cool. But regardless of this, it doesn't stop Francesco from trying to put an end to Claudio, but he just can't seem to get a shot as all three of them chase after the bike, and Nagi even throwing a shovel before they take a moment to gather themselves, allowing for Claudio's girlfriend to get out ahead of them and falling down as she's calling for him, saying, "Help me, hold me, love me, please, Claudio, you only love me, right?" And apparently he does, as he reaches his hand out and she hops on the bike and they ride off just as Francesco misses a shot, because apparently the gun always shoots to the right when it's cold. They continue walking through the cemetery looking for more returners, as well as following after Claudio and his girlfriend, where eventually they do catch up with Claudio, who is currently eating his girlfriend. And being held at gunpoint, she tells Francesco to stop. He's only eating me. And Francesco demands for her to move aside.
Mind your business! I shall be eaten by whoever I please!
But this is his business. He gets paid to do this. And it's just as Claudio moves to speak or scream that Francesco shoots him in the head. But he also hits the girlfriend because she didn't listen. She didn't move out of the way. And now they will be together forever. And after all, Francesco, they are the same. The living dead and the dying living, all cut from the same cloth. The only difference is the reaction, since getting rid of the dead is a public service, while killing the living gets you in all kinds of trouble. And while he says this, it's clear that on and from his face, he's struggling with having just killed a living person. Either way, they bury them together back in Claudio's grave. And it makes me wonder, like, who put the bike in there in the first place? Like, did they put it back afterwards? Because Lorila, it looked really cool with him just flying out of the ground like that on a motorcycle, but why was it there in the first place? But a bigger question that I have is from the next scene, where the next day, Nagi is at Valentina's grave playing his violin, something that the actual actor Francois Hadji Lazaro could actually do, being that he is a musician, or was. He died here a couple years ago now. But back in this time, he was the leader of multiple different bands, from Pageli to Les Garcons Bouchiers and Los Carios, as well as a solo career. I don't know if I said any of those right, but it's so crazy to see him in like a music video, or to hear him singing, and then to think of him in this role here. It's just so different, as well as awesome. You should go check out some of his music. But my question comes from what happens after he stops playing the violin. It's here that Nagi checks his watch, knowing that it is about time for her to come back. And so he begins digging at Valentina's grave and makes it all the way down to her glass coffin right as she opens her eyes. But her head was crushed by the bus. Like, we saw that. Both tires run right over the top of it. And so according to what we get from the film, she shouldn't be able to come back because her brain was no more. Just like classic zombie rules, but here she is, alive, after someone spent a lot of time putting her back together and stitching her up. Now, I don't think this is a plot hole. There is an entire layer of criticism against different professions and facilities throughout the film, from the police with Stronero and political offices with the mayor, to even doctors with Francesi. But it seems like here, someone is very good at their job, and they are giving more care to the dead than they are the living. Because even earlier, Francesco, with that skull that is on his desk, he struggles so much to put it together, and it will come back up, but that has much larger pieces than what would have been left of Valentina, telling me and you that unlike everyone else in this film, there is someone here that is very good at their job. Anyway, though, we see that Valentina is 14. Yep, Nagi is digging her up so he can spend more time with her, but once he notices that her eyes are open, he shatters the glass and just pulls her head right off. He sets her down beside the grave as she begins speaking to him, asking his name, Nagi, if she has ever seen him before, and he fake throws up, and she of course remembers, and then she says that it was cute. They then kiss, and Nagi leads the way back to his room, where Valentina's head scurries along the ground after him. I don't know. What? Again, Nagi isn't all there. He only ever speaks in the single sound of nya, and believes that he is a child like Valentina. It's weird, yes, but there's also a ton of other weird stuff that's going on here in the film that we haven't even got to yet. My assumption with all of this is that it's meant to be in direct contrast to the relationship that Francesco has with her. We never get her name, so of course I'm always going to have to call Anna Fauci's character she or her throughout this. The relationship that Nagi and Valentina have is far less physical. It's a lot more emotional, just like the mayor said earlier, and maybe even one that you could call intellectual. Now, you probably wouldn't think this right away by seeing how Nagi is, but we see him do something that Francesco has been struggling with this entire time. It's with the skull that is on his desk, as when Francesco is away, Nagi walks over takes all of the pieces and completely assembles the skull without any issues. He then tears it apart the moment that he hears Francesco approaching, to which Francesco tells him,
If I can't do it, imagine you.
Francesco even calls this task one of the most difficult things in the world, and there is no way that Nagi would ever be able to do something that Francesco can't. Nagi then puts together a plate of spaghetti with bread and bananas and a bunch of other random stuff on top, to which Francesco just calls him disgusting, but then agrees with him, saying, well, I guess it does all end up in the stomach together in the end anyway. To which Nagi then laughs and oddly makes his way out of the room with 2 plates. As Francesco listens very closely to hear Nagi giggling with someone below in his room. And obviously we know that it's Valentina, but Francesco doesn't know this quite yet. And before he finds out, he hears something else outside and heads to investigate. A part of the thin veil sheet that she was covered in earlier is found hanging on a branch, and eventually he finds her. Francesco is in shock as she comes flying into his arms, and he says that they can't because he's still alive and that she is dead, and yet they still begin to kiss as she removes his gun without him noticing and drops it nearby into the water, and then rips open his shirt and bites into his neck. He screams and he smiles this bloody smile as he falls backwards right as Nagi brings down the shovel into her skull, officially putting an end to her. Still covered in blood, Francesco realizes what happened as he says that he killed her.
The first time when her husband bit her, she wasn't really dead.
When she woke up and he shot her with his eyes covered, she was still alive. He had killed the only woman that he had ever loved, and this is why we don't see her earlier being shot through the eye or the forehead. Instead, she gets shot just through the right part of her skull, meaning that it must have been cold in the ossuary that night. But again, this also means that Dr. Verchesi is an idiot. He wasn't even able to recognize that she was actually alive when he did such a thorough investigation of her body to find out and declare that she had died while doing it. Those are his words, which should have told you in the beginning, this guy should not be a doctor. Luckily, though, the doctor isn't here to mess anything up even more. Instead, who we have is Nagi, who is doing his best to just comfort his friend, even when Francesco is screaming about how it was his fault, Francesco's fault, that he killed the only woman that he's ever loved. Nagi tries to deny what he's saying, gesturing at himself to let him know that Nagi was the one that killed her here and now, and without any actual words, Nagi has already done so much more to comfort his friend than what Francesco could earlier. After a little bit of time, they get themselves together, and we don't see them rebury her, but I'm thinking that that was Nagi's job, as Francesco heads inside and begins to wonder about this bite that he has, leaving us with the question of, do normal zombie rules apply here? Because we've seen multiple people be bit, but that wasn't the thing that made them into returners. Though Francesco wonders if this will infect him to where he will then become a returner later when he dies. And then he begins to think about Nagi having to be the one to bash his brains in with a shovel, to which he claims Nagi could never do it. Even though, when he turns around, there is Nagi, ready with the shovel to end him now. But since the one bite didn't kill him, Francesco tells him that there's no need, he needs to calm down. Now, according to the director, Michele Soave, the returners get their energy from the Mandragora roots in the cemetery. meaning that no, normal zombie rules don't really apply here as we would think of it like an infection. This is why most of the zombies we get have like this really cool look with roots and stuff growing off of them, because it's the plants that are essentially infecting them, reminding me a lot of like The Last of Us with the cordyceps. It's this super cool idea that I looked a lot more into to see how the mandragora species really works. And of course, there's like a long running tradition with them being used in different medical practices, from aphrodisiacs to hypnotics to even sedatives and pain-killing effects. There's so many different ways that they've been used across history and across many different cultures, including even in folklore with the actual mandrakes. I found it all very interesting to read about and spent probably way too much time going down that rabbit hole. Anyway, it's all very cool stuff, and while I wish the film would have explored this thought more, I understand why it didn't. I also understand why Francesco doesn't know any of this, because he just works here, and he's only ever read the phone book. And it's phone books that Nagi dumps into a burning pile of leaves the next day, which immediately causes Francesco to freak out, since of course this is his favorite reading material. It doesn't matter whether or not they've got the new and updated copies. These are all classics. What is in the world? What does he think he's doing? But this isn't the only thing that really gets under Francesco's skin. It's also constantly being called engineer by Mrs. Curomando. Every time he tries to tell her that he isn't an engineer, but here she is finally explaining why she does this so often. It's just because he's the caretaker of the cemetery. And to my understanding, engineer is just a respectful term used in Italian culture, often being used to refer to somebody that is more educated than yourself. But Francesco knows that he didn't finish school and likely sees himself as not deserving of such a title. But to those around him, they respect him and what he does regardless. Mrs. Curamondo's reason for speaking with Engineer Della Morte today is to get his opinion on which image she should have on her tombstone. One of her now, or one from when she was young. And Engineer Della Morte tells her both. And again, she thanks him and calls him a handsome young man, to which we see him shaking his head no before she leaves and passes Nagi with the wheelbarrow full of phone books. She calls Nagi a cutie again, to which he seems to appreciate, and has this big smile before he actually dumps all of Francesco's favorite reading material into the fire, which of course, as we know, makes Francesco mad, and that makes Nagi sad, and then he walks off with his head down, just upset at what has happened. And while it's too late to save the books, this does lead to one of the coolest scenes in the entire film, as the burnt pages get caught up in the wind and death visits Francesco to deliver him a message.
Stop killing the dead. They're mine.
Death instead suggests that he just begin killing the living. Shoot them in the head so he doesn't even have to worry about them returning. This whole scene looks awesome, sounds awesome, is awesome, and even Francesco looks like he isn't sure of what is real, or if he's just beginning to lose his mind from breathing in too many phone book fumes. Death even has to ask him if he's listening, and according to what happens next, it seems like he was. We find him cutting X's into the top of each one of his revolver's rounds, essentially doing his best to make a somewhat hollow point for the most amount of damage to the skull. This tedious task is interrupted by a phone call from Franco and a zombie at the door. The returners are just a nuisance at this point, easy to deal with, but still have to be dealt with. So Francesco shoots them, Nagi moves them, and Franco talks on the phone. At first asking about the gunshot, but then just ignoring them. It appears like he is also working late, since he says that the call is from City Hall. But in response to Francesco talking about the daily grind, Franco says that he sometimes thinks about shooting himself. Almost as though he didn't even say it, Francesco asks how are things in his life. How are his wife and daughter?
I only ask because sometimes I think I made it all up.
We don't hear his response to any of these questions, just the occasional laugh from Francesco as he continues the conversation and keeps blasting away at all of the zombies that step into the doorway. After there's no more returners, we catch the end of their conversation, and it's here that the movie really begins to shift. Because most zombie films would have our main character searching for a reason to figure out why the zombies are coming back to life, or trying to find a way to end this epidemic, but instead, this is just his job. He doesn't really seem to care to find an answer to any of this, just as long as he's getting paid. The real problem is the one that him and Franco share. It's that they both feel stuck here in Buffalora like flies on flypaper. To Francesco, the only way for Franco to actually get out is alone. As he says, one day he will see his wife will get tired of him and his daughter will grow to hate him, and it's at that point that he will be free to see the rest of the world and what it is like. Which brings forth the question from Franco of what does Francesco think the rest of the world looks like?
Who knows if the rest of the world even exists?
One of the things that I really love about horror is how much it can say through the scares, which is why I think this movie is so interesting, because not only is it using the scares to say something, but it's also doing this with the comedy. Hopefully by now you've started to pick up on the fact that there is a lot more going on under the surface, because it should be clear by now that this is not just some weird zombie horror comedy. Francesco may not see that there's a point to any of this, but he has clearly been wrong about quite a bit up to this point, though it may still be that heartache of losing the only woman he has ever loved that is driving him to madness. Because later that night, that's exactly what he is doing, since we see him drive into town, find that group of guys that have been making fun of him for the entirety of the film as he kills all of them, really taking death at his word and getting ahead of his work. The next morning, Detective Stranero comes knocking at Francesco's door, questioning him about where he was last night. And Francesco's just like, I don't know, man, I was here at my house, why? And the detective explains that there was somebody seen driving his car last night that went out and killed 7 people, to which Francesco tells him that that's impossible. Nobody could drive that car but me. Really doing himself no favors here in this investigation, but Stranero still admits that he doesn't believe that it was Francesco. Instead, he thinks it was his assistant, Nagi, and demands to speak with him now. So as they step outside, Francesco just requests that he get the opportunity to speak with Nagi alone first, and Stranero just tells him to hurry up, and then comments about how bad it smells just outside of Nagi's door. This is because of Valentina. She is really beginning to rot. Up to this point, Francesco hasn't actually known that she was here, but he doesn't really seem to even care that Nagi has the head of the mayor's now zombie daughter inside of his broken TV, where she can sing to him as he plays his violin. Instead, He just tries to tell Nagi that he had a dream last night about killing 7 real people. All of this extreme oddness is interrupted by an important visitor who is there to see Francesco, but even without this, Nagi and Valentina don't seem to really care what he had to say. Instead, they just go back to singing. There comes a time when death is sad, we're all alone, it feels so bad. A very interesting song that I can only assume is something original. More interesting still is the important visitor. It's the mayor, who is here after the tragedy of 7 people having died last night to take advantage of Valentina's death so he can secure those juicy votes with his newest campaign to show that he is just like them.
If you've had a death in the family, vote for someone who suffers like you.
But photos of him next to his daughter's grave isn't enough. No, how could it be? Instead, his plan is to have Francesco dig up the grave and take pictures of Valentina's dead body to then have them plastered all over posters all over town with a tagline about how much he suffers and just how sad he is. This film's over 30 years old now, and it still has so much to say. There is, however, a problem with the mayor's plan, and that's the fact that Valentina's body is headless. This is where we get one of the best ever gifts and one of the funniest lines in the film, since upon seeing the headless daughter, the mayor asks engineer Della Morte, "What's the meaning of this?" And he just shrugs. He just does this. It's this gif. It's just, I have this saved to my phone and use it pretty often. The mayor does get an answer to his question, though, from Valentina herself as she begins to call for him, to which again, he asks another question, and if anyone else heard that, and Stranero just says, "I don't know. It depends." Depends on what? What kind of detective, marshal, policeman person are you? Again, he's just as good at his job as the mayor is. But in the words of Francesco himself, the plot thickens. The mayor follows the voice of his daughter and eventually finds her and her smell with Nagi. The craziness of all of this happens so quick. The mayor walks in and is like, "Valentina, why are you on the TV?" And then he asks why she is there with this horrible thing, referring to Nagi, and she just says that she isn't that great of a catch either, and this is Nagi. She then asks for her father's permission to marry Nagi, to which he says, "Not gonna happen, not as long as he has a breath in his body." So she tells him that that can be arranged, as she then flies out of the TV across the room and bites him on the neck. They go tumbling back across the room as she's tearing at his neck. He's bleeding all over the place. The mayor begins yelling for engineer Della Morte to help him to do something as he pulls his gun and says, "I'm not an engineer," and puts an end to Valentina once and for all, causing both of them to collapse on the ground, Nagi to be in shock, Stranero to enter and question them on exactly what just happened, Francesco to assure him that this will probably just be another unsolved case. As then the cameraman also enters the room to take a picture of all the chaos. Hopefully you're ready for this film to begin to really spiral off into the weirdness, because it only speeds up from here. First though, we get a little more about our main character. That evening when he is sitting with Nagi in the moonlight, doing a little better job at actually comforting him, Francesco Dellamore says that his mother's maiden name was Dellamore, Francesco Dellamorte Dellamore, or Francesco of Death, of Love. And as important as that is to the point of the entire film, it doesn't stop him from doing his job and making sure that everyone is in their graves, but someone is up and running around, not being a good example to the rest of them like he's supposed to be. It's the mayor attempting to climb his way out of the cemetery, but who was caught just before he's able to leave. And Francesco tells him to get back to his grave. And the mayor looks at him and says, "You can't stop me. You owe your job to me." And Francesco simply says, "Go back now or I'll shoot."
You can't. I'm the mayor.
X.
The new mayor, Mayor Chivardi, shows up on what I will assume is the next day to speak with Francesco while him and Nagi are now installing barbed wire all the way around the top of the cemetery wall, you know, to keep people from climbing out. But Chivardi isn't here to introduce himself as the new mayor or anything like that. He is here because an M3 report was filed detailing an issue with the dead coming back to life. Though, since Francesco wasn't the one to actually file this, the new mayor hands him another piece of paper to sign off on as a denial of the M3 report. This way, they can avoid any humiliation that would come from the press, and Francesco would be able to keep his job. He's pretty sure that it was Franco who actually filed this for him. A nice thought, but we then hear Francesco's thoughts as he claims nothing happened. Nothing ever happens. With these words and Francesco's signature, this film is officially no longer a zombie film. From this moment forward, there are no more of the living dead, only the dying living. If that sounds confusing to you, I'm sure Francesco knows exactly how you feel. As the moment he walks the new mayor back to his car, he lays eyes on the new mayor's new secretary.
My personal secretary, Mr. Dillamont.
A pleasure.
Again, just as before, he doesn't get her name. He only stands in the middle of the drive in awe as the mayor and her drive away, leaving him behind to ponder what it could mean that she is back, but she hasn't returned in the way that he has grown accustomed. Though she does come back late in the evening and knocks at his door like a lot of the returners have done up to this point, which is why he answers it with a gun pointed right at her skull, causing her to faint, him to drag her in, and then wait for her to wake. When she finally does, she tells him of all of her experiences that she's had since she made it to Buffalora, and just how strange she's felt this whole time, and the weird sense that she gets standing next to one of the graves there in the cemetery, as well as all of these feelings as though she has known Francesco forever and has loved him forever. He questions if she loves him too, causing her to ask, who else is there? It's here that she brings up the rumor that she heard around town about him. And just before he can fully deny it, she admits that she can only love an impotent man, which is good because he agrees that that's him. It's great for her too, since she admits that she has this sort of fear that she can hardly put into words, but Francesco assures her that he doesn't have one. There's not even anything down there at all. It's to this that she then asks him to marry her. And of course, he says yes. They then spend some time together, and we see Francesco running in to tell Nagi that he's getting married, and Nagi is just sharpening away at one of the shovels, and Francesco is caught off guard at his response to him about getting married. But before he can get a real answer out of Nagi, he hits his head on a board and gets knocked out. And we see him next at the doctor's office. But he's not here to get his head checked out. Instead, he's here in Dr. Vercesi's office having a bit of an argument that comes down to Francesco basically threatening the doctor, but also reminding him that he'll pay for this operation. Still though, Dr. Vercesi's like, yeah, that's cool, I like money, but how can I? Everybody already knows that you don't even have one. How could I remove it? No better answer than Francesco standing up to show him the proof. which he does, and the doctor is kind of caught off guard. Then we immediately move over to surgery time with gloves, mask, lightning in the background, and some very big scissors. But the doctor stops with Francesco looking up between his legs, and he's like, "What are you doing? Hurry up. Let's get this over with." Dr. Francesco's just like, "Please, man, don't make me do this. Not today. I can't do it." As he pulls out a syringe. And Francesco says, "I told you I didn't want an anesthetic. Why not?" Instead, this here is the solution to his problem. Just one shot from this giant needle will have it like he never had one in the first place, and it'll last around a month. And so Francesco's just like, okay, and begins to turn over to get the shot somewhere else. And the doctor's like, no, we got to do this in the front. Francesco's like, what? All of this to cover up a lie that he just told her. I mean, it all could have been avoided if he would have just been honest. But instead, he does this so he can be with her. And though in the meantime, while he recovers, he is with the same person that is always there, Nagi, who is doing his best to take care of Francesco. Because Francesco is not doing well. Some kind of infection set in after his insane visit to the doctor, and for as bad as he feels, he definitely can't have her seeing him in this state. When she attempts to visit, she's sent away by Nagi. We aren't sure just how long it takes for Francesco to finally get back on his feet, but it was long enough that Mrs. Coramando is no longer on hers. Just as Nagi is patting the dirt into place on top of her grave, Francesco walks up declaring that he finally feels better, moving Nagi to hug his friend, but this is cut short the moment that Francesco realizes whose grave they are standing in front of. Their nicest client, who was always there at the cemetery more than anyone else in Buffalora, Mrs. Pia Coramando, who did have both pictures of herself placed on her gravestone, just as Francesco suggested. After a moment of silence, Nagi gathers all of the shovels and sets off, leaving Francesco here, but not alone, as she makes her way over to him. She missed him and was worried about him, and has a lot to tell him. Mayor Travardi sexually assaulted her, and while she said she didn't care for the violence, they did it again after, and she enjoyed it. Meaning that her phobia has been cured, and she can no longer marry Francesco. Instead, she will marry the mayor, but they can still be friends. Nothing has changed. Travardi knows that they're friends, and they can remain friends. He supports it. Nothing has changed. She still loves Francesco. She just loves him in a different way.
Everything's just as it was. Everything.
This makes, for the fourth time, that Francesco has lost the only woman that he has ever loved. He doesn't call after her. He doesn't even chase after her. Surely hearing this took his breath away and removed the strength from his legs. The constant spinning around Francesco is so fitting for this scene, and upped even more by the dreamy melody that plays behind it. How this film is able to balance a scene like this with so much insanity and goofiness is really impressive. But again, this isn't all, as once more, the truth of who the mayor really is behind closed doors is revealed, and over 30 years has passed, and this film still rings true with a lot of underlying statements. That's the true horror here. Though for Francesco, the horror of all of this has him in the same exact spot late into the night. And we hear him speak this poem as he lies on the ground holding himself. You look for death in the clear night. You tell her you still love her. You look for death in the clear night. You tell her you still love her, that you're her slave and she's still your queen. Death, 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 the whore. I haven't been able to figure out if this is a line from something or if this is just straight from Francesco's broken heart. If you know where it's from, or if you think this is just original, please let me know, because it would be neat to get the whole thing. And what I will let you know is that Francesco is not okay. He eventually picks himself up and drives his way into town, even considering for a moment to pick up a prostitute, but instead he settles on a bottle of wine at the local restaurant, where all he wants to be is alone and consider his options, whether it's worth it to live with this ache or to enter into death out of fear, a fear that he knows he will have to feel forever. But he can't be left alone for long, as two college girls approach him asking for a ride back to their home. Magda and her friend, someone that Francesco knows well. But here, finally, he gets her name, Laura, or at least this version of her's name. He can't refuse giving her a ride. And while he can just ignore Magda and her request for him to come inside for a drink, again, he just can't tell her no, as she claims to be able to grant wishes and offers him one, to which he wishes that she would fall in love with him.
But I'm already in love with you.
This version of her is basically the exact opposite of the last one. Laura here definitely doesn't have the same phobia, and Dr. Vercesi's shot definitely did not work. Their time together is eventually paused by Laura, who tells Francesco that he can stay the night, to which he agrees and then heads to the kitchen to get a drink. Magda, though, gets it for him, has him sit down, and then she asks if Laura mentioned that he could pay her, since, after all, school is expensive and none of them have scholarships. Luckily, though, it's only 100,000 euro. Francesco only looks down and says more to himself than to Magda that she told him she loved him, to which Magda corrects herself, because that makes it 150,000. Again, he more so thinks aloud about how she just said that he could stay the night. And again, Magda has to correct the price, because that's 200,000. Francesco writes a check, returns to Laura's room where she is waiting and wanting him to warm her up. Francesco walks over, grabs the heater from the floor and sets it in the bed, covering it with the blanket, and tells her that now she will be warm forever. Even before he is dressed and out of the room, the blankets have already caught on fire and are ablaze by the time he even drives away to leave behind, again, the only woman that he has ever loved.
This time I'm really through with love.
He has tried and tried again, and every time in different ways, but every time still led to failure. From a love that was mental, emotional, and physical, to a love that was devoid of that physical side, to finally a love that was strictly physical. All of them ended in tragedy. And in Francesco's mind, he has done it all. So now it is time to just leave it behind. But when there's a crime like this, he can't just forget about it. After all, he left a signed check there in the home as evidence of where he was between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. And you should know that Detective Stronero has just enough information to visit Francesco about it, but he would never actually suspect him of such a crime. Instead, he just visits him as a favor to deliver this half-burnt check back to him and to let him know that they already caught the culprit that did it. Because after he burnt the place down, he then went home and murdered his wife and daughter, and then turned himself in and is now being held in the psych ward at the hospital. This news severely angers Francesco and causes him to immediately go to the hospital to find out who in the world stole his kills. It was the one person in the world that still calls him to talk. One of his only friends, Franco. This reveal changes nothing for Francesco, as the moment he sits down next to Franco, he calls him a thief and begins to question
my channel.
Why he would claim his kills like that. What kind of friend would do such a thing? Of course, Franco is unable to answer, being in this comatose state, meaning Francesco has to answer his own question, and he supposes that Franco could have believed he was doing Francesco a favor, keeping him out of trouble. Franco had snapped and likely felt like the last person he could reach out to was Francesco, the same guy who planted the idea that the only way he would ever be free is when he no longer had his wife and daughter around. The same friend that didn't offer any real help when Franco admitted to having suicidal thoughts. The same person that is now sitting here accusing him of being a bad friend, who also is no longer hesitant about killing the living. As the moment a nun enters the room demanding that Francesco puts out his cigarette, he tells her to shut up and then shuts her up with a bullet to the head. He then claims that it isn't like it would bother Franco. He's in a coma. Or maybe not, as Franco then spits out the tube that's in his mouth, getting Francesco's attention as he murmurs that everything is terrible. Everything except for sleep. But before he could explain any further, he is interrupted by a doctor entering the room, who of course asked the sister on the floor what she's doing, and Francesco just answers that she's praying. And the doc's just like, makes sense. Anyway, let's look at this medical equipment. Or we could just unplug everything. This guy here is in a coma that he will never wake up from. You're his friend, and he's definitely doesn't have any other relatives, so just sign this paper and we can stop taking care of him for you. Francesco barely lets the doctor get out his last words before he puts a bullet through his skull. He then sits back down, places the tube back in Franco's mouth, cocks his gun, and tells Franco that he won't let him die until he gets his explanation. Why would he steal his murders? Doesn't he think that anything Francesco does counts? But again, they are interrupted by someone entering the room. It's a nurse who screams at all of the gore and asks what happened. Francesco says that the nun and the doctor killed each other, just settling scores, but she doesn't believe him, and she looks genuinely terrified when he turns around to question her on if she believes him. Her answer makes no difference though, as Francesco still puts an end to her with a shot to the brain. This happens so quick, but I think it's important for two reasons. One, that she isn't like the doctor. The doctor didn't question Francesco on anything or even consider where all of the blood around them came from. He was just so focused on trying to get a signature so he would have one less patient. But Nurse Francesca here, which is the actress's actual name, was immediately concerned, and she knew that she was in a bad spot and had no time to get away, showing that not everyone in the medical field is awful. We've seen it before this point that somewhere out there, some people are actually good people and good at their jobs. Franco was one of these people.
Massive.
good at his job,
Welcome to my
Hello,
channel.
Mr. Eric.
swamped
Hello.
with work, to the point that he couldn't handle
Welcome,
it anymore,
welcome.
and sadly was influenced by someone
Oh god, okay.
who was very close to.
Nice! Oh! So how are you awake? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, in case you wonder, I shaved. Oh, you should go to bed. Don't make me tell you this, but you should turn off your phone. Don't make me turn off my stream. I mean, you'll probably just find somebody else to, you know, like you need rest. There you go. Garbage. Chill ground temperature is extra chaos. Sure. Hmm.
Yes. Choose what you need. As expected.
Yes. Man.
To death. Francesco, by killing the nurse, shows that it no longer matters who it is, what they want, how they speak to him, or why. He is fine with killing anyone that is in his way. But that isn't completely true, because he won't kill Franco. First, he needs an answer on why he would do this to his only friend. Without any more interruptions, Franco again spits out the tube from his mouth, does his best to open his eyes to look at the man sitting next to him, to ask,
4,
who are you?
I don't know you. I don't know who you are.
Franco's terror really begins to set in now, and it's written all over his face as he tells Francesco to go away, and then begins screaming it as the camera pans back and we see that outside of this room there is nothing else. This is it for Franco. He has truly lost and destroyed everything in his life, and the only thing that he has left is the cousin of death.
sleep. Francesco is in a bit of a daze as he's leaving the hospital. Everyone else around him is in a panic, but none of them even notice him or the gun in his hand. That is until Sternero spots him and begins telling Francesco to be careful. Some maniac is killing people up on the 4th floor. And then he sees the revolver in Francesco's grip. And he tells him good that now he's got a gun and he can actually defend himself, and then continues on his way to the crime scene with his final words of advice floating down the staircase to Francesco to get out of here fast. He takes a moment after hearing this, gathers himself, and then screams after Sternero, holding the gun up in the air, declaring that it was him. But it is too late. Everyone has already left, and Francesco Della Morte is all alone back where we started, here in the cemetery, late at night, drunk and stumbling around, trying to figure out what he's going to do next. In the meantime, he finishes shooting the other wing off of a statue in the middle of the cemetery, close by her grave. We know when this angel lost its wings, but not exactly how or when it lost its head. Francesco steps forward and we see him from where the head should be. And from this angle, those broken wings are his. Though it's to the cloaked figure next to it that he shatters his bottle and makes his profession.
You and I are both the same. We kill out of indifference.
Sometimes it's out of love, but never in hate. He claims that now he's not even sure who is dead or who is alive. All he knows is that he's sick of killing. It's this reason that he tells Death, his so-called brother, that he's leaving the game. No more killing, no more death, and having already said no more love. As Francesco Della Morte Della More bids farewell to the Reaper, the only friend he has left, Nagi, watches through the window. Both of them unaware of what awaits them. Death is the only one with an idea of what is ahead, but still asking where to. Francesco is on the verge of losing his humanity, but is still clinging on to his mind as he just turns and claims that it's time for him to leave, because even now the statues are beginning to speak. It's the final line from Death that is the key to understanding the entire story of Della Morte Della More.
Where do you think you're going if you haven't yet understood the difference between life and me?
Francesco doesn't have an answer. He's just spent most of his life letting each day pass him by, only doing his job and not giving much thought to any of it. All the while getting closer and closer to death, because he has yet to find something he would consider worth living for, until she walks into a cemetery. Though for each of his attempts, none of them work out. If he would have had a better understanding, of his own cemetery, he would have known that her husband would still return once he was buried there, regardless of how long he had been dead before then. If he would have been more patient, he could have waited for her husband to return. He could have actually gotten to know her, to know her name, to understand that she wasn't dead when she returned in the ossuary. If he would have been honest, he could have saved himself and her a lot of pain by the hand of the doctor and the new mayor. And maybe if he would have done all of these, the last version of her, Laura, wouldn't have done all the same things back to him. All this time, Francesco has been so convinced about how right he is in everything, but over and over he is proven wrong, leading to this point here, where he is still convinced that love isn't for him, that it isn't worth his time, and that death isn't his to have. So it's time for him to leave it all behind and to find somewhere that is outside of love and death. But he doesn't go alone. Nagi is there with him as they get into the car and finally leave Buffalora and the cemetery behind. Francesco is determined to see the rest of the world while Nagi grips at the dash. He's anxious for what is ahead. As they nearly hit someone on a bike, Nagi yells for Francesco, who jokes about missing them and being sure to hit the next one, but Nagi isn't laughing. He yells again as Francesco reminds him that he needs to calm down. He knows every bump in this road. Right as they hit, again cracking a joke that was one of them, but it's clear to both Francesco and Nagi that all of this is new. Neither of them have ever been out this far. Neither of them have ever been outside of the city, out here where the highways are larger than the streets of Buffalora combined. And just through this tunnel ahead is the rest of the world. It's too much for Nagi to take. As the instant they enter into the tunnel, he falls asleep, leaving Francesco alone to ponder what the world looks like and coming to the conclusion that it must be beyond imagination. He can see it, the end of the tunnel, the light, it's so bright, blinding, and something else, something that forces him to slam on the brakes, throwing the box off the top of the car and Nagi's head into the dash. Francesco flings the door open and slowly walks forward to the end of the road.
I should have known. The rest of the world doesn't exist.
Nagi stumbles from the car, bleeding severely from a gash across his face as he falls, and Francesco rushes to his side, telling him over and over again that it's okay. He wasn't hit that hard. Get up. Come on, you gotta get up. We gotta get you to the car, but Nagi can't. He can hardly make a sound as he finally collapses back and stops moving. Francesco continues to pull at Nagi, trying to get him out of this state, but nothing works. He is at the end of the world, and now he is all alone, pleading with Nagi not to leave him. Francesco stands, knowing what he must do as he moves to the car and pulls his revolver from the glove box and begins to load 2 of his cross-etched rounds that he made earlier. Here, he also finishes his poem. Death, death, death comes sweeping down. Filthy death, the leering clown. Death on wings, death by surprise. Veiling evil from worldly eyes. Death that's born as life succumbs, while death and love to kindred drums. Beat the time to judgment day, an actor in a passion play. Without beginning, without end, evermore, amen. This time he doesn't cover his eyes, as he has a bullet ready for each of them, and Nagi at the end of the barrel. He can't, though. He just can't do it. He doesn't want to do it. He said that he was done with death, and as snow begins to fall around them, Francesco kneels down beside Nagi, laying the gun aside, being too late to see what he had all along.
You were my best friend. Didn't even realize it.
For all of their flaws, all of their problems, all of their struggles, they always had each other, but Francesco would never admit to Nagi being anything more than his assistant, even if again his own actions betrayed his words. Now here, he has lost the love that should have mattered most to him. This last love, as he could call it. The one that he told Nagi earlier is the only one that mattered. Not first love, but last love. The last love that lasts through it all. to the end of the world. The story of Della Morte Dell'Amore doesn't end here for us, just for him, as after a moment, Nagi opens his eyes, sits up, grabs the gun, throws it off into the chasm below, and looks at Francesco to ask,
Could you take me home? Please.
We then slowly zoom backward as the snow falls and our scene of Nagi and Francesco switches to the snow globe that we didn't understand in the opening credits, but that was always there on the desk of Francesco Della Morte Dell'Amore. He should have known that the rest of the world didn't exist outside of love and death, because there is nothing outside of them. Francesco did what he could to find what he believed was love, often trying to wrap his hands around it before it slipped away and still having it pass between his fingers like water. When he declared that he was done with love, all that was left was death. But without love, he really began to struggle with knowing the difference between life and death, to the point that he tried to leave both of them, but not yet understanding what it was that he was leaving behind, and even being questioned by death itself.
Where do you think you're going if you haven't yet understood the difference between life and me?
It was always there in his name. The title of the film, Of Death, of Love, Della Morte, Dell'Amore, but it took seeing his best friend dying in front of him for something to finally change, and to know the answer to death's question. Nagi's death was it for Francesco. He had, in that moment, experienced death and realized that he had lost the love of a true friend all at once, fully moving him outside of love and death into a mental state of nya, a place where he is destined to repeat the same journey in his mind time and time and time again, always to end up back here at the edge of nothing, just to be shaken up once more and placed back on the desk. There is no escape for Francesco. How could there be? After all, he is Della Morte Dell'Amore, now and forever. Or at least that's how I take it. I've heard others describe the film as an analogy for the end of an era in Italian filmmaking, and I've also seen other people speculate that all of this is just happening in Franco's mind, within the hospital in his comatose state, as he struggles with his new reality after killing his family and just having this full mental break from too much work and being surrounded by too many terrible people. I think those are very fun ideas, but I can't help but consider the title of the film, Della Morte Dell'Amore, of love, of death, the core theme to everything that is happening here. To leave this out of any interpretation just seems off. The constant struggle of Francesco to figure out who is dead and who is alive while fighting the living dead at night and dealing with the dying living during the day is so integral to what this film is, as well as his want for her and her love, always leading him into more trouble and more heartache. All of it, though, for me, still comes back to that question from death. Where do you think you're going if you haven't yet understood the difference between life and me? So I'll ask you again, what would you say is the difference between life and death? Death that's born as life succumbs, while death and love to kindred drums. Beat the time to judgment day, an actor in a passion play, without beginning, without end, evermore. Amen. What a weird movie. Seriously though, if you made it all the way to this point through all of that, That's amazing. I got a cool fact for you. When the film was originally released, the Spanish title was actually renamed. It was Mi novia es una zombie, meaning my fiance is a zombie. That's awesome. I need that on a poster. My fiance is a zombie. Oh, and if this does actually make it into the video, I gotta let you know that I have been posting a lot of my videos and the older ones over on Spotify. Go over there and check out the Spotify. I will link it down in the description, so that way if you have Spotify and you don't want to, like, you pay for it, you don't want to deal with ads here on YouTube, you can go over there. I really would like to know your thoughts on this film, because there's just not a lot of people out there that have really given a full explanation of what they believe this movie is trying to say. It's always just like, well, that was weird. Does anybody have any answers? So of course, here's me finally throwing my hat into the ring, or cemetery. But I would like to know if anybody else picked up on any of this, if I'm just crazy, if I've just thought about this movie for way too long, which is completely possible, or if what I said made so much sense that you will now have to go and buy one giant poster for your wall that says my fiance is a zombie. So with all of that, I seriously thank you for being here. I hope that you had a interesting time going through this story with me. It's one that I've wanted to do for a few years now. It's actually, I think, the very first review that I put up over on the Discord. Check that out too. I have videos planned out, I believe, all the way through Halloween. So yeah, I've got a lot of work to do. Right now I have to get to editing, so I will see you later. And if not, you can always take my hand, have an extra blessed day, so I can see you in the next one.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul. In this video, we're breaking down Day of the Dead. Released 7 years after Dawn, George A. Romero's Day of the Dead brings us back to the zombie apocalypse. Whereas the previous two movies focused on the zombies taking over, we're at the point now where they outnumber the humans. We don't really know what's left of humanity, but what remains scrambles to survive in an underground bunker. Now, while this is widely considered the worst of Romero's Dead films, I actually still think it's quite good. Just had a tall order following two of the greatest horror movies of all time, and though it was slammed at the time, I think people have grown to appreciate it. There's a lot to like here, and Day of the Dead brings the social commentary of the first two films full circle and leaves us with some really cool and thought-provoking ideas. Throughout this video, we're going to be breaking down all the hidden details and symbolism layered throughout the film and try and bring some justice to this misunderstood classic. If you enjoy it, please hit the thumbs up, and also check out our Night of the Living Dead inspired shirt below. We also have our Misfit inspired Skeletor one, along with our Obsession one as well. There's lots of shirts on there too, and we also have some big sales as well that will help videos like this get made, so thank you if you've picked one up. Now, before we get into the movie itself, we have to talk about some of the behind the scenes drama that led to the final version of the film. This played into the overall ending and pretty much affected the reaction to the film. So pay attention, get off your phone. What do you mean you're watching it on your phone? Either way, when George A. Romero sold Dawn to the United Film Distribution Company, he was unfortunately locked into a 3-picture deal. Now, despite Dawn of the Dead's massive success, Romero was in no rush to make a sequel, even against the pressure. But with both Night and Dawn being heavily laid with Romero's views on society during the time they were made, he liked the idea of revisiting the zombie genre every decade to reflect on how we all live in a society. Instead of doing another zombie film immediately, Romero then made Night Riders in 1981, and this was followed by Creepshow alongside Stephen King in 1982. Now, this was mainly because this is just what he wanted to do, despite everyone wanting a zombie movie. I actually think a lot of Romero's films didn't get the love they deserved until much much later on, and while some of them are admittedly amiss, you've got to respect the dude's love for the game and willingness to take risks. However, yeah, Knight Riders was a flop despite its high budget, and Creepshow was owned by Warner Brothers, so those guys took the majority of the profits. This left Romero and his company with virtually nothing, and the sad thing is they didn't even warn a brother. But yeah, because of this, the studio were like, no more passion projects. So basically he was forced to go back to the Dead series, and at first struggled to really get an idea of what Day would be. Due to the rights, he also wasn't allowed to use any of the same characters from Dawn, so he couldn't just pick up where they left off with Fran and Peter flying away in the helicopter. However, this was the 80s, baby! Meaning there was no shortage of political issues for Romero to pull from. The US was in the height of the Reagan era, the AIDS epidemic was sweeping the nation, the Cold War was getting red hot, and the war on drugs was devastating communities. Romero saw how society's ability to trust each other, specifically the government, had only gotten worse since tackling the theme in Dawn, and thus he focused on a small group of people conflicting with the government. The Now Playing podcast described it as Gone with the Wind with zombies, with it being a gigantic tale that would cost $7 million. It was going to have thousands and thousands of extras, take place across massive locations, and yeah, going to be the biggest zombie movie of all time. $7 million as well, you know, that was completely unheard of for a horror film, but the studio thus wanted to ensure that the movie would receive an R. However, Romero wanted it to be unrated. The podcast then kind of talked about the dilemma he was in and how he could either get more money to make their movie or less money and go and make his own, which ultimately he opted for. But this forced Romero to rewrite the script and eliminate most of the big action sequences and set locations, which is why most of the film is set in a cave. And yeah, I remember seeing the movie for the first time and thinking, this is rather small. The original script though was reportedly around 200 pages long, with the final version coming in at just 88. We'll talk more about how this ultimately screwed Romero in the end, but the director maintained that while he had to scrap a lot of the script, the revised version still captured the essence of what he was going for. And he did actually say that Day is his favourite of the Dead series. Not sure I agree, George, but hey, let's give it another shot and break down the movie. Now we open with a wide shot of a woman sitting with her head down in a bare white room. This is similar to the walls of an insane asylum, and it represents the fear and isolation that we see the survivors experience throughout the film. Romero also used a similar shot to open up Dawn, with Fran sleeping in a newsroom with the carpet resembling blood. We get formally introduced in a moment, but this is our main character Sarah, who's played by Linda Cardile. Linda is actually the daughter of Bill Cardile, aka Chilly Billy, and in case you don't remember, he was a news reporter and host of the Chiller Theatre in Pittsburgh, and he also played a news reporter in Night of the Living Dead. So yeah, a bit of nepotism there, but I know Linda's acting gets slammed quite a lot in the reviews, but I actually think Sarah's a great example of how far Romero's come when writing female characters, especially when you compare her to Barbara from Night. Sarah then looks up at a calendar on the wall, and it shows the date as October 31st. What a way to celebrate Halloween. Now the year isn't specified, but the original script says Day takes place 5 years after Dawn, which was in 1978. We'll circle back to this date more in just a bit because it does become important later on, but the movie was actually released on Tuesday, October 1st, and with most people probably watching it around Halloween, I can imagine at the time they were doing the Leo pointing meme at the screen. November 1st is also celebrated as All Saints Day, and November 2nd is considered All Souls Day. However, the period between the 31st and November 2nd is also known as the Day of the Dead. So, the Day of the Dead is happening on the Day of the Dead. In real life, this is a celebration in which people honor the dead and welcome their return, which is basically what happens with the zombies. As Sarah walks towards the calendar, she then becomes fixated on the picture of people farming pumpkins above the dates. This is her most likely remembering what life was like before the zombies took over, and according to the lore, she was actually a pumpkin farmer. She then touches the picture, and we're hit with a jump scare of zombie hands bursting out the wall. This symbolizes how that sort of life's no longer possible, and that everyone will inevitably become part of the undead. It's a super cool effect as well that basically starts off the movie, and it's since been mimicked in lots of different films. However, shooting it was a complete disaster, and all the zombie actors behind the fake wall broke right through and fell on top of Linda. Her husband was apparently there as well to make sure that nobody copped a feel, and yeah, when you've got arms grabbing through walls, you cheeky bastards in Hollywood, I know what you're like. All these are getting cancelled. Now we then cut to Sarah in a helicopter and see it was all a dream. In the helicopter, we see Sarah is joined by a fellow soldier, Miguel, who's clearly already losing it. He's tightly gripping a religious necklace around his neck, which is the first time we really see some of the religious undertones that are scattered throughout the film. Joining them are also John and McDermott. And I'll say it now, best characters in the movie. Them sitting around drinking and chilling is exactly what I'd be doing. In the intro, they basically say they're just there to do their jobs as pilots and will leave both of them behind without a second thought if there's any sign of trouble. They even argue that touching down isn't in their contract, but yeah, you kind of wonder what contracts are even worth in this world. Also, really like how Romero introduces us to our main group of survivors in a helicopter, which calls back to how Dawn ended with Fran and Peter flying away in one. And while we don't see where either of those characters ended up, it does feel like a nice way to pick up on where we left off and show how things have progressed from Dawn in today. Also, I love the score here. I think it's some of the best music in all the films. I actually sampled this on the Gorillaz' first album, and I know that because that was the first CD I ever bought. It really adds to the atmosphere though, and I love as they hit the streets and we hear that. Just echoes through the empty sidewalks and skyscrapers, and you might notice the locations notably different to Pittsburgh. That's what we've come to associate with Romero's zombie films, but this was actually shot in Florida, which is where everyone goes to retire to, which is pretty much how they end the movie. That also explains why there's alligators, and beyond that we have skeletons rotting in the street and a newspaper that reads, "The dead walk," while money lines the stairs to the bank. This is such a subtle way to show that society has collapsed and that money and everything we once thought had value now mean absolutely nothing. It's parallel to how money and consumerism meant everything to the survivors in Dawn, and this is what ultimately led to the zombies reclaiming them all. Now if you zoom in on the newspaper as well, you can also see various headlines alluding to this complete collapse. There's one that reads, "Whereabouts of President Unknown, Food Supply Dwindles," and "Man Bites Man." We are then introduced to our first zombie, the incredibly handsome Dr. Tongue. He's one of the coolest zombies in the entire film, and just the perfect first one to show us how far the effects have come. These aren't just people wandering around covered in blue paint, they're now grotesque and hideous. Now Dr. Tongue is actually a head mold of effects artist Tom Savini, which he accidentally ripped the jaw off of when trying to drill a hole into the face. This resulted in them going with the tongue gag and then mechanizing the eyes to move around and blink. Dr. Tongue was also a hand puppet, which I don't know why, but that makes it even more unsettling. Now let's also take a moment to talk about horror master Tom Savini, as he really pulled out all the stops here. After Dawn of the Dead, Savini really blew up and he honed his expertise doing Friday the 13th Part 1 and 1984's The Final Chapter. Looking to top his previous work and really shock people, Savini and his crew of fellow artists and friends took up a shop in his garage and just started pumping out prosthetics, head molds and zombie appliances for months on end. Many consider this as Savini's best work to this date as well, and yeah, when we get to the more brutal scenes later on, he does some incredible work. We then see the other zombies coming out of the woodwork, and this includes two dudes who sort of push the alligator down the stairs. Now this was of course a real life alligator, and the two zombies following it were animal wranglers who brought it to the set. As the zombies then make their way to the sound, we can see just how many of them there are. Miguel in comparison is just one guy, and it cements how much they outnumber the living. Now while this wasn't shot in Pittsburgh, Romero still used the same casting agency used for Dawn of the Dead and specifically requested that all the extras be called. There were also just a shitload of people who happily showed up to be a zombie in the new Romero film, and they had no shortage of volunteers. Like Dawn, they all did it for the love of the game, as they were all paid with a hat that said, "I played a zombie in Day of the Dead," a copy of the newspaper signed by Romero, and a crisp $1 bill. The dead silence of the radio was then drowned out by the cries of the undead, and thus they realize there's no one left to rescue. The group then go back to their base, which we learn is an underground bunker operated by the military. Sarah then warns them that if they refuel the chopper, it'll make a hell of a lot of noise, and this will attract more zombies, which foreshadows some stuff for the ending. We then see that everyone is just sort of lounging around, with one dude keeping morale high by tending to his weed farm. When all else is gone, 420 survives. Blaze that, as they say, if my mum's watching. Now no one really knows what to do, and though they found a way to stay alive alongside the zombies, there's no real plan of where to go from here. We'll see how this inevitably leads to them turning on each other throughout the film, and with zombies becoming more human, you do get the feeling that the humans are going extinct. Kinda like the Neanderthal.
It means you're a caveman, asshole! You're a fucking throwback!
As Sarah tries to get Miguel out of the chopper, we can see he's still having some kind of existential crisis, and he snaps at Sarah for trying to help him. Now Miguel is a very interesting character because while he's shown as completely off his rocker from the jump, he's actually kind of the most sane person in there. In this scene he says it's insane that everyone's acting normal and that it's kind of crazy how calm everyone is. And yeah, I mean, He's totally right. What they are doing is insane and will ultimately be pointless. But everyone else still scrambles to maintain some sort of resemblance to what life was like before and the hopes they can have it again. Even the fact as well that Sarah's dreaming about calendars with farmers on, it just shows she hopes that things can get back to normal. Miguel is the only one who seems to fully grasp the situation, accepting that the world will no longer exist and that there's no way back, which is terrifying. We'll see how this theme applies to each character throughout the film, but one last detail here is that Miguel is played by Tim DeLeo. He was actually Romero's best friend in Pittsburgh, and yeah, being friends with George Romero must have been very fucking sweet back in the day, because you were guaranteed a gig. I will be in the next zombie movie. Before going down in the bunker, Sarah then notices a fresh pile of graves on the base, and we learn from one of the soldiers that the leader of the operation died while they were out. That was Major Cooper, and now the change of power is basically what causes further division.
Major Cooper, he died this morning. And then there were 12.
I did wonder as well if this was playing into the religious themes with it being tied to the 12 disciples. We also see all the zombies surrounding the base outside a chain link fence, playing in the symbolism of how this is not a safe haven, but instead just a prison. We also get some foreshadowing for their fate and how they decide to just go and find an island.
Let's get in that old whirlybird there, find us an island someplace, get juiced up, and spend what time we got left soaking up some sunshine.
The group then heads into the bunker, and we get our first look at where they've been spending the apocalypse. Now, this was shot in the Wampum Mine, Pennsylvania, which Romero just sort of knew about and decided to use when he had to confine his script to the bunker. Previously, it had been used as a bomb shelter, an underground storage facility where they held old Hollywood negatives, boats from the harsh winter, and government supplies. The other scenes of the hallways, cafeteria and lab were all part of the management facility within the mine, and the crew would basically utilize the entire thing. The mine was so big it even had a mile-long lake underground where the crew would fuck around and go swimming with headlamps in. They also never found the end of the mine, despite numerous little excursions while filming. Romero even joked that the Morlocks could live in the deeper parts of the cave, and a bunch of people got pretty sick from basically being trapped there for 3 months. And yeah, when they have all the crap down there in the air and even the bats, you can understand how you'd get sick. Like at one point we even see a bat scaring John, and I did wonder if that was a real one because there's a couple of bits where they're just flying around in the background. The conditions were so rough though that they actually had a guy called Dr. Feelgood who would come in and shoot them up with B12. This was because they basically didn't see sunlight the entire time they were shooting, as they'd start at 6 AM and then work until the night. Yeah, pretty rough stuff, but let's get back to how these people are holding up in this never-ending hellhole. As the group return to the safety of the bunker, we're introduced to Steels and Rickles, who I used to call Bebop and Rocksteady. They take Sarah and Miguel to go and wrangle up some of the zombies wandering the cave, and as they make their way to the zombie pen, we can also see a bunch of cars and boats that were stored in the mine that we mentioned before. And I like to think some guy in Pittsburgh watched this movie and saw how his boat was getting smashed up and thought, what the fuck?
It shows the 15th is the last time you took me out. You can't be right.
Oh yeah, we forget to write them up sometimes, you know.
This also highlights that the standards are getting sloppier and that the soldiers are losing their order due to the pointlessness of what they're doing, which will eventually cause their downfall.
It's essential.
They then go to a makeshift pen which they use to capture the zombies and then deliver them to Dr. Logan, aka Frankenstein. Rick also makes an offhand comment about how they're scared of what Dr. Frankenstein will do to them.
Scared. You know what'll happen when Frankenstein gets them.
Sarah says this indicates that they're actually learning, foreshadowing Dr. Frankenstein's greatest creation, who we'll meet later on. And he's the best character in the movie as well. I know I've said that before, but I really mean it this time. But this is a major theme of the movie. However, I want to point out how Romero portrays the zombies here compared to the humans. Romero presents the zombies here as sad and helpless, which juxtaposes the living, who are shown as violent, unprepared, and just overall pieces of shit.
Come on, you fish brains! What the hell's the matter with you?
This reminds me a lot of how Romero similarly introduced the zombies during the tenement scene in Dawn of the Dead. Here, we have a similar situation where the zombies pose no immediate threat, but it's the human stupidity and inability to work together that puts them in danger. This cements how we are the real threat to our own survival. As Steele and Rickles continue being idiots, they capture one of the zombies, but we can clearly see Miguel is definitely not in the right state of mind to be doing this. Guy's just being exhausted and forced to do this mission when, you know, someone smart would have been like, maybe don't take him on the job. He's just gonna fuck it up. And fuck it up he does. Miguel lets go of the noose that's holding the zombie, and it almost gets Rickles. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Sarah's able to grab the pole before it gets to him, and she gets the situation under control. Steele is furious though, and he holds Miguel over the pen, but Sarah brings down the temperature. It again shows that she's the only one in control and easily the most competent in the bunker. Knowing she'll probably do it, Steele then lets him down, and they take their rage out on the zombies by torturing them. And honestly, they look more terrified than anyone. This is showcased with the reaction of the woman zombie, as she doesn't sound scared, but instead is just desperate. You can even see her look at her fellow zombie almost as if she needs comfort. It's a really cool and subtle way Romero starts to make us sympathize with the zombies, and it emphasizes how they work together while we stay divided. We then meet back up with Sarah and Miguel, where she tries to convince him to take a sedative so he can chill the fuck out. How about Miguel is pissed that she made him look like a fool in the zombie pen, and then slaps the shit out of her. Not once, but twice. Fucking piece of shit. Now he's clearly an absolute mess, and he then breaks down in her arms, which allows her to stab him in the back. And goddamn, Sarah can just not catch a break here. I think it shows how caring that Sarah is though, as even after being abused, she still wants to help him. As we later learn, the pair are boyfriend and girlfriend, but you kind of get the feeling that they've kind of lost the love. And if you thought the slap seemed a bit harsh, well, that's because Laurie told the actor to actually slap her so it looked authentic. Now we then meet the rest of the military chuckleheads, along with the scientist Fisher. He's played by John Amplis, who also starred Romero's 1977 film Martin. The pair had a long professional relationship, and he cameoed in most of his films. This is also where we meet Captain Rhodes, who's taken over command of this clown show. This gives us another fun detail in Romero's Zombieverse, as Rhodes is played by Joseph Pilato. If you cast your mind way back in the time, back to Dawn of the Dead, he also played a police officer there. Thus, many believe that Pilato is playing the same character, and that Rhodes survived and made it out of this position. However, this theory is unfortunately a bust, as the credits of Dawn of the Dead list Pilato's character as being Randy Kobitz. But yeah, I'll let people have their fun with theories, I fucking love it. But the real reason that Pilato was recast for Day was that Romero used the same talent agency as Dawn, and George thought he was just a really good actor. Pretty cut and dry, but I still like to pretend it's the same character. One thing I will point out as well that kind of supports the theory is that we can see Rhodes wears the same type of ring that Roger wore in Dawn of the Dead. According to IMDb Trivia, this was Roger's Police Academy ring, and this would fit with Rhodes being the same character from Dawn, since they both were members of the Philadelphia Police Department. However, it's most likely that they just used the same prop for Rhodes because they had it at hand at the time. But I will never forget those theory times I had over the years.
Major Cooper promised
Major Cooper is dead. I'm in command now.
Fisher then tries to advocate for more sanitary equipment for him and Dr. Frankenstein's equipment, but Rhodes doesn't give a shit about any of that nerd stuff. He's not even sure if they need any of the civilians in general, and demands that they get results.
I'm not so sure we need you at all.
Fucking A.
I'm not even sure just what the hell it is you're doing.
Sarah then tries to tell him about how Miguel's completely lost it, but Rhodes again doesn't seem to give a shit and just says they should lock him up. Rhodes then says he might just cut their little love affair short so that the rest of the guys can have their way with it. This is explored more in stuff like 28 Days Later, and you do kind of wonder how a lone woman would fare in these situations. It shows how the military are the real threat though, not the zombies. Not only is Rhodes super creepy, but we see he's also fully willing to put his and other lives at risk by not taking Miguel off active duty, despite just saying that he's sick of losing men due to the scientist's little project. Like, the dude's so focused on being an arsehole that he can't recognize Miguel's incompetence puts them all at risk. One thing I also want to point out is, notice how Rhodes is the only one who's clean shaven. He still dresses in full uniform, just like me, and is trying to hold on to some semblance of order, because that's what keeps him in power. He even barks orders at the others and doesn't like any sign of disrespect.
Yes, sir. Fuck you, sir.
This is such a great line as well, and you can see how it sits with Rhodes.
You better watch yourself. I mean physically watch yourself.
All the guys know Sarah is in danger though, but she remains hopeful that they can knock some sense into the others. This shows she's the only one willing to play ball and find some common ground. Everyone seems to just keep to their cliques, but she's the only one who interacts with all the factions. This is why she'll be one of the only characters to make it out of here alive, as though the pilots don't really give a crap about any of this shit, she's able to connect with them, and thus they start to trust her. This parallels how the disintegration of trust in society has turned people against each other, and this prevents them from working towards their common interest. Here Romero shows how this fundamental lack of trust in society extends to even those in charge who are meant to lead and protect us, but are unable to see the bigger picture and work together. We're then introduced to Dr. Frankenstein, who's working away in his lab and reviewing his data. As Sarah walks into the room, we can see him surrounded by his experiments. It's a gory scene with him covered in blood and bodies dissected on tables. A zombie even has most of its head cut off with just the brain remaining, which we can't show because of YouTube, but it's very, very horrible. I think the way as well that we're introduced to the character, it kind of shows that Frankenstein's the real monster. And that's a bit of Frankenstein subtext for you there, mate. Upon coming in, Sarah is almost grabbed by Bob, and we'll learn a lot more about him later on. However, notice how he doesn't try to go for seconds after initially scaring her. Instead, he just kind of stares curiously at her and almost kind of looks like he's sorry for what he's done. The Now Playing podcast also brought up how he might even be sending up the 80s fascination with characters like Gizmo and E.T. They kind of got dropped amongst humans and did very cute things like playing on music, hitting the thumbs up, and ultimately were just cute, goofy, and fun. Bob is kind of played up in the same sort of way, in a horror sense, with him kind of being a grotesque version of that Frankenstein that goes into a bunch of sciencey mumbo-jumbo about how the zombies function. I'll spare you the fancy scientific explanation of how the brain works, but he basically says that the zombies' decay attacks the parts of the brain that give us cognitive function. This leaves only the primal instinct located deep in the core of our brains. He then kind of talks about that being the central prehistoric jelly that we inherited from reptiles, and while that still doesn't really answer what caused this decay to happen, I think Romero's explanation here of the virus in general is actually quite fascinating. To me, Romero's implying that the violence and brutality that humans are driven by is a result of humanity's primal instinct to hurt each other. As Dr. Frankenstein puts it, that is inherently within us all and has led to our demise. It calls back to that infamous line in Dawn,
"When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk here."
That was to show how we've been so bad and sinful to one another that hell was now filled to the brim. If we keep being evil, then hell shall be filled, and it makes the zombie apocalypse inevitable. Yay! Frankenstein then continues to explain how the zombies don't need blood or internal organs in order to maintain motor functions. Their desire for human flesh is purely instinctual. This is when he reveals the brain guy, and little fun fact here, Savini and the crew call this guy Moose Clit. No, I am not joking. The effect is not only one of my favorites though, but Savini also pulled it off by using a real actor whose head went through a hole in the table, and they then glued the moose clit to his neck. He's not credited, but the actor's name was Barry Grass, who I couldn't really find much information on. But shout out to that dude, because you can see in some of the behind the scenes footage that he was gasping for air, trapped in the moose clit, and unable to move for nearly an entire day. And I've given you a big applause for the dedication to the craft. Back to Dr. Frankenstein, he then shows that despite the zombie no longer having its primal instinct at the core of its brain, the body's still able to move. This proves that the zombies can still function without primal instinct to kill and possibly be taught reason. However, Sarah isn't really impressed, and she starts pointing out how a 15-hour complicated surgery that only a few people in the world can do isn't a practical solution to bringing back humanity. But the mad doctor knows that he is getting close and will potentially create a solution. Sarah then kind of sides with the army though, and sees him as trying to define the problem rather than cure it. Here we can also see how the theme of not letting go applies to Frankenstein, as he's unwilling to accept that humanity's gone and will stop at nothing to bring it back. Even if it's basically an impossible task at this point. You cannot train every zombie to be Bob. He's blinded to the reality though that humanity is the reason they're in this situation, which his own science pretty much proves. This calls back to the question that Romero proposed to us in Dawn with logic versus humanity. Do we do the logical thing and kill the zombies without emotion, or do we maintain our humanity and figure out a way to handle the zombies without more violence? We saw in Dawn of the Dead how losing our humanity inevitably leads to more death, and here we see Dr. Frankenstein has fully turned away from his humanity in favor of logic to bring society back. This creates a paradox in which him losing his humanity is what prevents him from solving the real problem and saving the human race. We can see this represented as Sarah says he's just going nuts, slicing up zombies, and notices one of his experiments just sprawled out on the floor. which he just brushes off as a failure that needed to be destroyed. We then see the full extent of how far Frankenstein's willing to go, as Major Cooper's jacket's lying on the floor as well. And oh my god, Moose Clit is Major Cooper. Sarah's of course terrified though, because if the grunts find out, they're gonna probably kill them. We then get another one of the Doctor's fucked up projects, which tries to get up off the operating table. He then just spills his guts all over the floor, and then the Doctor just drills into his head. And yeah, it's just a horror show where he's not really making any progress.
But you're just proving theories that were advanced months ago.
Now for the shot of the zombie's guts spilling out on the floor, Savini of course used real pig guts because, as he says, nothing is as good or splatters like the real thing. The pig intestines were then shoved into a fake torso and wrapped together with a fake rubber intestine, so that when the actor turned, the real guts would then slide down the rubber one and splatter out onto the ground. Now, if you think that's bad, just wait until you see how bad it gets when they try the same effect with Rhodes later. Bob then recalls in terror seeing the driller as well, and it shows that the creatures feel fear. We then come back to the cafeteria, where everyone is once again sitting around arguing. Also, love how you can see Terry Alexander almost crack up laughing as McDermott tells Steele to fuck off about his drinking. Pay close attention, and you'll notice he puts his hand over his mouth, not to break character, but I seen it.
I'll have to lay off the fucking booze, Steele, because there won't fucking be any of it fucking left.
McDermott then comes to the chilling realization that they are probably the only ones left. In what's also a little nod to Dawn, he also says,
And all the shopping malls are closed.
We also get the quick cameo from Greg Nicotero. In case you don't know, he's a special effects artist who was the protege of Savini and went on to become a horror legend in his own right. Nicotero is the mastermind behind the effects for The Evil Dead 2, From Dusk Till Dawn, and also The Walking Dead. The effects there are of course a massive evolution of this, and we also see him pop up later as a head in Dr. Frankenstein's lab. Sick of all the men's bickering, Sarah then gets up to leave, but Rhodes threatens to have her shot. Sarah then calls his bluff, but Rhodes doesn't back down and orders Steele to shoot her.
Shoot that woman.
Bang! You're dead!
I absolutely love this interaction. As you can see, Steele thinks it's all a joke and plays along while cackling with Rickles. Whew, however, he quickly realizes it isn't, and yeah, it's such a tense moment. Realizing this is no longer just a regular day at the office and that Rhodes will 100% kill her, John then goes to step in front of Sarah to protect her. However, she instead decides to take his advice and sits back down. Really quickly as well, I just want to point out how not only do we see John is willing to step up to protect Sarah, but you can also see McDermott go for his gun when Rhodes pulls out his. This shows that he's also willing to involve himself in this little shootout to protect her. I love this little character touch as well, and despite what they said earlier about not giving a shit about anybody else, both John and McDermott are still willing to put themselves at risk for someone else. Rhodes then makes it very clear that there will be no more fucking about on his watch, and that they need to start remembering they're at war. Fisher then tries to stand up to Rhodes, but he riles up his troops by reminding them of the men they have lost, and that they should be killing the zombies on sight, not keeping them as pets. Now, I think one of my big problems with this script is the fact that we don't really get much about Cooper or even how the character died. I think you'd add so much to the movie if we saw the rule under Cooper, how bad that was, and also had like Rhodes waiting in the wings and just acting like a dickhead the whole time. I think if then you had Cooper die and Rhodes taking over, you'd have a sense of how bad things are gonna be now he's in charge.
Out of the frying pan into the fire. I thought Cooper was an asshole, but he was a sweetheart next to Rhodes.
Hell, you could even have him be the reason for Cooper's death and show that he's willing to kill even his higher-ups just to get a hold of power. Rhodes' power trip is then interrupted by Dr. Frankenstein, who comes in saying that they wouldn't be able to kill all the zombies even if they tried. They now outnumber the humans 400,000 to 1, which, holy shit, they are fucked. Frankenstein then just ignores Rhodes, nearly popping a blood vessel in his forehead, and sits down asking if there's any food, which is really fucked up as well, as he's still covered in blood, and we just saw him playing around with brains and guts, and that clearly did not affect his appetite. This is a direct contrast to Sarah, who nearly vomited just seeing his experiments. Further shows his loss of humanity, and yeah, the guy has almost a ghoulish look to him himself. Rhodes then starts going, but Frankenstein's still unfazed, and he says the situation's hopeless unless they can control the zombies. Frankenstein tells Rhodes that he believes he can control them, but Sarah tries to calm down Rhodes' expectations. If Rhodes dares to look at his his research, then there is a chance you'll see he stole Cooper's body. And based on the speech Rhodes just gave to the group, he would definitely kill them all, which we see later is exactly what he tries to do. So yeah, good call, Sarah. Frankenstein then basically lays it out that they don't have the equipment to reverse the virus and instead just need to teach them how to do tricks and shit. Do a flip, hit the thumbs up, that sort of thing. Even the way he entered kind of shot down the idea that they have the resources to kill them all.
Where does it say we should do any one thing but shoot the mothers in the head?
We don't have enough ammunition, Captain. Shoot them all in the head. Time to have done that would have been at the beginning.
Now, before we move on, I want to take this moment to talk about Rhodes and Joseph Paleto's performance in general. This scene in particular is one that many point to as being super cheesy, and the actor just going way over the top. Siskel and Ebert even used this scene specifically in their scathing review of the film as an example of how shit Day of the Dead was.
And from the actor's point of view, I would think the actors would be smarter than this, and that is, if you start screaming in the first scene of the movie, you have no place to go.
But obviously, you know, this is a subjective thing, and maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't. But it was how Romero intended to portray Rhodes. He said he wanted him to be fanatic, and that he wasn't really sure how far to go with it, and seeing how great Paleto was when he would just completely flip his shit. Paleto even told Romero that he felt it was a bit too much, and to not let him go so over the top, but Romero just said that he loved it. Paleto also had his own words for the harsh critics of the film as well, and even stuck up for Romero.
They were saying I was over the top. I say no. I say, this is the point of view. It's like, this is fucking stupid. Kill them.
When you're dealing with living dead people, you gotta get a little intense.
Which is actually a really good point. Like, imagine, right, the world is complete shit and everything and everyone is most likely gone. You're humanity's last line of defense, stuck in a bunker with a bunch of scientists that you don't even understand what they're doing, and then they come to you with some shit about keeping the zombies as pets and making them do tricks. Like, dude, what the fuck? Does sound fucking stupid, and you combine that with a guy who's been taught the only way to keep orders through violence, it's not too hard to imagine that this is how they would react. Rhodes was right, I say. Rhodes is also incapable of accepting their situation and believes that it can be solved by violence and brute force because that's how the military's always done it. He sees them as being at war and thinks that the only way to win is by crushing the other side. He views everything with a military mind state. We can even see this in just the way he talks, as he doesn't say he's going to kill everyone, but instead will court-martial them.
They get court-martialed.
The government is gone, my dude. Who's gonna court-martial them? They literally just talked how society's basically gone, but Rhodes still falls back on his military orders and doesn't recognize how silly he sounds. The last thing as well before moving on, Sarah also mentions here how there could be survivors in Washington because they have more sophisticated shelters. This foreshadows the protected city-states we see in 2005's Land of the Dead, which is basically just picking up the idea of the original dropped ones per day, even though it came out like 20 years later. And to me, this has always just been a trilogy. I don't know if the other stuff counts. If it does, to you, let me know below. But to me, it's always been a trilogy and always will. If only we could do that with Indiana Jones as well. After their intense meeting, Sarah and the others then talk about how she almost got popped, and John tells her and Fisher that they need to start keeping their heads down. How that Sarah still believes that they should all be working together, but John tells her that's exactly what caused the world to go to shit.
Maybe if we tried working together, we could ease some of the tensions. We're all pulling in different directions.
Well, that's the trouble with the world, Sarah, darling. People got different ideas concerning what they want on the night.
Yes! Thank you, John. He's finally spelling out what we've been talking about throughout this entire trilogy, about how no one being able to work together is the reason they'll never be able to defeat the zombies. John gets it. However, him recognizing this is also what prevents him from wanting to work with the others, and it only adds to their problem. We then cut to Sarah walking away from another nightmare, and she looks over to see Miguel waking up as well. How about when he turns over, we see his torsos being held together with surgical tools, and his guts then just spill out on the floor. Sarah's experience that day is now giving her nightmares, and she's starting to lose her grip. Savini actually pulled the same trick here with using a real pig guts and a hollowed out chest, but it was extra gross for the actor who played Miguel, as he was in fact vegetarian. I think Sarah also realized as well that whether they die by zombie or bullet from Rhodes, they're gonna end up on Frankenstein's table, which is fucking terrifying as well. Not only do you get eaten by a zombie, but then you have to be operated on by a mad scientist. And who knows, maybe when you turn, there is still a bit of you that remains in there and experiences this all without any anesthetic. We then get a little breakup scene between them where she kicks him out and hey, good on you. Wanting to clear her head, she then goes for a walk and sees the army guys clearly drunk and fighting. Again, it's just a subtle way of showing how they're the real danger to her and the others, and then fighting amongst themselves is what's gonna bring them down. Luckily, McDermott happens to be walking by and he shuffles Sarah away. He even gives her a bit of his booze. Good man. We then get to see John and McDermott's sweet digs as he takes her out of the trailer away from the bullshit.
There it is. There it is.
You see that they've made a nice little cozy place for themselves, complete with a God bless our home sign. There's also an image of a beach showing where John wants to retire to. He says that it's a little more dangerous living this far out, but it keeps him away from the troubles. Ultimately, this is the fate they'll choose in the end, and they journey to a dangerous paradise to stay away from the overreach of the government that exists in locations like this. John also urges her to speak her mind. It's literally the first time any of the men here have asked her anything about what she thinks. However, she's kind of starts to cook John and McDermott.
We have the protection of this facility, you eat our food, you drink our water, and you don't lift a finger to him. Neither one of you.
John just laughs it off though and explains that they don't really believe in what the military and scientists are trying to do, and that it's just all a waste of time. He then goes over the government records, movie negatives, and various other things that used to be stored in the cave to show how none of this matters anymore in a world run by zombies. No one gives a shit anymore. He calls the bunker a 14-mile tombstone where their research and attempts to bring society back will all just be forgotten, along with all the other relics of the world buried in the cave.
This is a great big 14-mile tombstone!
Also love how we have the response from the zombie there, which is almost kind of backing up the point that he's making.
You ain't never gonna figure it out.
He says, we've been punished by the creator who put a curse on us to show what hell was like and for destroying what we created and trying to figure it out.
We've been punished by the creator.
Now to me, this feels like an excellent parallel to Peter's line in Dawn of the Dead about there being no room left in hell. This is our punishment, and if we rebuild, we have to make sure we don't repeat history. While this seems like John and McDermott have accepted their zombie overlords, we can see they are also in denial. Despite John's big fuck the world speech, they still play house in their little trailer. Even him saying they could restart humanity highlights he hasn't lost hope and that the world may be able to return. We then find Sarah back in the lab where Fisher's trying and failing to feed a zombie some beef. Sarah realizes this is stupid, but Dr. Frankenstein then comes in and explains that they're attempting to satisfy their urge to consume flesh. He then calls back to Peter's line in Dawn of the Dead, saying the zombies are us and they can be tricked by being good little boys and girls. He says this is the same way we were tricked with the promise of some reward to come, which is why we do pretty much everything. Frankenstein has some serious issues that we'll see more glimpses of in just a bit. We can see how he treats the zombies as children. He talks to them like how you would a small child and even shuts the lights off and leaves them in the room. The zombie even looks around scared, and it highlights it's regaining its humanity. Now you can also hear the gong theme from Dawn of the Dead playing during this scene transition. This sounds familiar, it's because it's the theme playing in the credits of Dawn. Frankenstein then takes Sarah to prove his theory, and we officially meet Bob. We learn that Frankenstein named Bob after his father, with whom he clearly had issues. His dad told him he'd never be rich, and that he was wasting his time with science. Later on, they find a tape in which Frankenstein talks to himself as his mother, where he's punishing a zombie for not doing what it's told, while telling his mother that he only needs 5 more minutes. This reveals that Frankenstein's a full-on psycho, which, yeah, we pretty much already knew, but goddamn, based off what Frankenstein says here as well, we can see that his quest to save humanity stems from some serious family issues. Frankenstein is clearly traumatized by a sort of love or acceptance that he looked for in his parents, as he was conditioned to behave on the promise of being rich. A reward, if you will. This goes back to his emphasis on civility, needing to be rewarded.
They can be tricked into being good little girls. Same way we were tricked into it. The promise of some reward to come.
Now that the world has gone to shit though, in his mind, Frankenstein is trying to prove to his parents and himself that his research has value. To him, if he can reverse the zombie outbreak, he will finally be rewarded with recognition for his achievements. This is why Frankenstein treats Bob and the other zombies like children, as he believes he can beat them into submission like he was. He's not realizing though that he's creating the same cycle of trauma that he received from his father. He's even becoming a surgeon just like his father originally wanted, as his research has become more about dissection than actually studying the creatures.
Can you imagine a surgeon called Bub?
This further shows, though, that while Frankenstein is right about being able to teach the zombies, his inability to let go of his trauma will only contribute to them learning more about cruelty and violence. This also prevents him from being able to recognize the true results of his own research, as he only focuses on how to reverse it instead of the cause. Just as Sarah mentioned earlier, Frankenstein's research proves what Romero's been trying to say throughout the entire Dead trilogy, in that this is all a result of the terrible things we do to each other, and that violence is an inherent part of human nature. Romero is basically saying that restoring the world how it was will only lead to the same result. He then shows Bob how to do some tricks and also says,
well, let's say that I let him continue to exist.
Now him saying I'll let him continue to exist shows how the Mad Doctor has developed a bit of a god complex. God punished us for getting too big for our own britches, and he brought hell to earth to destroy our hubris. Ultimately, this place is destroyed as well, and in trying to play God, it all comes crashing down. Sarah and Fisher then start cracking up laughing, thinking Frankenstein's finally lost it, as he presents Bob with a toothbrush and razor. However, they are soon made fools of when Bob grabs the razor and starts rubbing it against his cheek as if he was shaving. What? We also get a little nod to Stephen King, with one of the items Dr. Frankenstein gives Bob being a copy of Salem's Lot. Again, the pair did Creepshow together and were just super tight. We can see that Bob is also a fan of King as well, as he starts to flip through the book to Sarah's amazement. This proves that he remembers things from his life and can be taught to control his urge for human flesh. While seeing a zombie reading could be quite silly, I think it actually makes the whole thing even more terrifying, because it basically proves that the person is still trapped inside the mind and forced to be piloted by this decay. Something they discuss quite a lot in the Bone Temple, and Bob definitely lays the groundwork for that. However, the little science party is then crashed by Rhodes and Steele, who come in to find Bob reading Salem's Lot. A zombie reading? Heresy! But Bob doesn't even look at the newcomers, and he's just fully engrossed in the book. This shows that not only is Salem's Lot a great book, but that Bob's ability to control himself extends past the people he's built a rapport with. Bob mimics saying hello onto Alicia on the phone, and even gives a salute to Rhodes. Rhodes refuses to do it back though, so Frankenstein salutes him instead, and then decides to give the zombie a gun, because why not? What could possibly go wrong? Bob then inspects the gun for a moment before cocking back the chamber, pointing it at Rhodes, and then pulling the trigger. And yeah, I am with Rhodes. Kill it! Kill it right fucking now! Now this does foreshadow their showdown later on, but it also highlights that Bob is able to judge. We then get a tense standoff and cut at the cafeteria, where Rhodes goes absolutely off it. But as Frankenstein explains, them showing civilized behavior must be rewarded. We can also see that Frankenstein's starting to crack a bit when he says,
Civility must be rewarded. If it isn't rewarded, it's no use for it.
It's almost like he's trying to convince himself just as much as he's trying to convince Rhodes. I do wonder if he's kind of remembering what his parents said and clearly cracking a bit. It also shows how his inability to let go of how things used to be is driving him even more insane than he probably already was. With everyone in a stalemate, things go back to business as usual. They round up more of the undead, but Miguel once again fucks up. The zombie rips out the throat of one of the guys, and he then fires, hitting another. Gee, who could have seen that coming? Sarah then takes control of the situation once more and shoots the zombie in the head, but Miguel fully loses it. He gets bitten on the arm when trying to take his rage out on another zombie and runs off, being chased by Sarah. Steele actually handles the situation calmly though, and kills his pal, who begs for a bullet over becoming a creature. It's a side of the character that you don't see that much in the movie, and it shows how his bravado's all just a bit of an act. We then get an awesome moment where Sarah hacks Miguel's arm off with John's machete. This would also inspire some stuff in The Walking Dead, and it adds the idea that you can catch it before it spreads. We can't really show it because it's YouTube, but they have Miguel's hand moving about as Sarah sinks in the blade. This is a clever editing trick by Savini, where they used a fake arm for the shot of Sarah initially hitting it with the blade, and then used DeLeo's real arm with a fake cut out machete as she's slicing it down. They then replaced it with a fake one when she slices it completely off. It's all cut together, it looks really good, and yeah, just the little detail of the hand moving makes it just sells it. Just that little bit of detail just sells it a bit more. I don't know why I went Irish there. John and McDermott then follow her lead and help make a torch to burn Miguel's arm stump and seal the wound, while Steele, Rhodes and Rickles show up for revenge. Obviously, now they have a reason to kill him as well, as he's potentially got the disease. What we get though is a classic Mexican standoff, but Rhodes ultimately ultimately lets him keep Miguel to prevent a full-on shootout. He also calls John Flyboy, with his also being Steven's nickname in Dawn. And yeah, I know it's just a nickname for a pilot, but it just helps to reinforce those roles. This moment also allows John and McDermott to finally choose a side. They also look after Miguel, and John willingly stays back with someone he thinks might become a zombie. But they're no longer resigned to their apathy, and ultimately, this is what will save them from becoming zombies themselves. Back in Frankenstein's lab, we then pan across more of his brutal experiments as McDermott realizes the true horror of what's been going on behind the scenes. Also, notice the X-ray scan of a skull that's positioned like it's looking directly at Sarah. It's not even a scan of the brain, it's just of the skull, which foreshadows one of Frankenstein's most disturbing projects. It's here that they then find the recording, which gives us some insight into Frankenstein's history. Also, I feel like the scene may have been what inspired the recordings that you find around zombie games like Resident Evil and The Last of Us. Romero did write a script for a Resident Evil film in 1998 that was ultimately rejected, but that's a story for another breakdown. As the tape plays, McDermott then discovers the severed head of the soldier who was just shot in a zombie pen. It literally happened like moments ago, and Frankie has already wired him up. He begged not to be turned into a creature, but you could definitely argue this is a much worse fate. Again, this is also the mechanical head of Greg Nicotero, and it's what landed him the role in front of the camera. Before the film's budget was reduced to nothing, Nicotero and Savini created the head to be used in the original version of the film before the scene was cut. So they cast Nicotero in the film as one of the soldiers and wrote the scene so the robot head didn't go to waste, which I'm glad they did as well because it's a really good effect. Realizing how insane this all is, McDermott then says they just need to take the chopper and get the fuck out. However, they run into Frankenstein in the hallway, who's on his way to give Bob his reward. Also, notice how Frankenstein greets Bob, saying his name with a southern accent.
Hello, Bob!
This is just like how he introduced his father, and it shows how he's projecting his fucked up family issues onto Bob. He also tells Bob that quote-unquote mother is very proud of him, which I'm not sure if he's referring to himself here, as he sees himself as Bob's mother. Or it might be like the mental projection he has of his mother, which is very Norman Bates. In Psycho, Norman Bates, of course, keeps his mother alive, well, he keeps her corpse around, but it just nicely plays in the idea of zombies. Bob's also locked into the tubes, and you can see he considers biting the dock when he tries to take them off, but he decides against it, and thus Frankenstein shows him how to play the recorder. I love Bob's reaction to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony as well, and it just blows whatever is left of Bob's mind, like giving an iPhone to a 16th century Renaissance child. Frankenstein then gives Bubs his reward, and we can see him no longer interested in Beethoven as he starts to chow down on some flesh. I wonder where Frankenstein got that from. Meanwhile, Sarah and McDermott are watching this all go down from the next room, and the party's then crashed by Rhodes and his lackeys. Also, I love McDermott's face during this whole thing, as this is the first time seeing all this weird shit that Frankenstein's been up to. Rhodes then grabs Frankenstein and demands to know what he's giving Bob. They then discover he's been keeping the bodies of the dead soldiers and feeding them to the zombies. This gives Rhodes the excuse he's been waiting for, and he immediately empties his clip into the doctor. Now, if you thought Rhodes was crazy before, this pretty much sends him over the deep end. He shoots Fisher in the head without hesitation, and you could say Fisher is now sleeping with the Fishers, eh?
What the fuck that was?
John then arrives to stand his ground and says he'll not fly them out if Rhodes doesn't let Sarah and McDermott go. Rhodes just tosses them to the zombies while Steele beats the shit out of John. Kind of a piss poor rescue there, John. We then see the zombies making their way to the dinner bell. Sarah and McDermott then decide to take their chance and head for a silo deeper in the cave. We then see Miguel leaving the bunker, and this moment of freedom's mirrored in Bob, who frees himself from his chains. Now, Miguel is who brings down the zombies, but I personally think that you should have given that role to Bob. Hell, we're watching this for the video. I didn't even start to think that you don't even really need Miguel at all. He offers no support to Sarah and the gang and spends half of the movie lying on his back. I personally think Romero should have had Bob escaping, coming across the dead dock, and then have it so he was the one who brought in the zombies. Hell, I don't even know why Miguel's so broken in general. He's like the only guy in here getting a shag. But yeah, back in the cave, all hell breaks loose with McDermott cutting a zombie's head in half with a shovel. Also, love how you can see the top half roll away and its eyes moving back and forth as Sarah and McDermott run past it. This was actually building off another brutal kill from Dawn, where Savini's character Blade killed a zombie with a machete, but he felt it would be cooler with a shovel. John also manages to get the better of Rhodes, but decides to spare him to go go and find Sarah McDermott. Going by the rules of these movies as well, this more or less guarantees his survival as he refuses to continue the killing and instead chooses to help the others. On the flip side of this, we see the opposite side of the coin with Steels and Rickles, who find that Miguel's bust up the controls for the lift. Unlike John and the others who chose to work together, Rickles and Steel instead immediately start attacking each other when they realise neither can fix the elevator. In the pair refusing to work together, they ultimately seal their fate and are consumed because of this. We then quickly cut to John making his way through the cave to find Sarah McDermott. This gives us my favourite scene of McDermott, basically just going crazy with a shovel and barking at one of the zombies.
Gesundheit.
It's just so random, but it makes me laugh every single time. Meanwhile, John continues taking the zombies out left, right and centre, armed to the teeth, a lot like Peter was in Dawn. We then find ourselves above ground when Miguel opens the gates to the zombies. As the undead begin to flood into the compound, Miguel rushes back to the elevator, grabs the controls, and he just lies down to accept his fate. We also see him sign a cross over his chest and put his same pendant in his mouth as the zombies start to go to town. However, notice how he doesn't put his dog tags with the same pendant and it's left on the ground. This symbolizes how in Miguel's final moments he's finally accepted the new world and it's a new zombie overlords. Now I did even wonder if this played into the Jesus allegory and how Christians consume the quote-unquote body of Christ in communion. But all he can do is hope to find some salvation and give the others a chance to be better while getting his revenge on those he feels have wronged him. It's a pretty brutal way to do it, but fair play to Miguel. Would it be nice for him to come to this moment of clarity a couple of hours earlier, but yeah, suppose he came through in the end, I guess. The zombies then start tearing Miguel apart with more flooding in as he screams in agony. However, Miguel holds on. He waits for more zombies to gather around for their free lunch, and this is so he can use them to swarm the compound. And the army guys don't react well to it. Also, I love how this zombie trips when getting off the elevator, and yeah, I imagine there was a lot of pushing each other on this and people kind of a bit scared as they were going down. Health and safety nightmare.
Violation.
Rhodes then immediately hauls us out of there and he hops into a golf cart and basically leaves Steels and Rickles in the dust. Along with this guy. He's just kind of been around in the background, but this is another Romero regular. That is Tesos Stavrakis, who was Tom Savini's assistant on Dawn of the Dead. Now you might remember him as the guy who got his guts ripped out at the end, which was great times, and they basically do an evolved version of that kill with the character getting killed in pretty much the same way. Stavrakis basically became a stuntman on Dawn because they couldn't afford any professionals and needed someone to brutalize for some of the more violent kills in the movie. Rickles gets a similar fate too and almost kind of cackles as he screams in agony. The absolute worst part of this as well is how you can hear his scream become super high pitched as his vocal cords are being stretched until his head pops off. Savini actually didn't realise this small detail himself until years later when someone pointed it out to him. So shout out to the sound guy who mixed this. Savini also was never really with how this effect turned out, as the fake body he made was meant to stretch and tear as an homage to the thing. But the zombie hands cover the body too much, and thus the final shot didn't achieve the same effect, which I can see what he means, but I do think it works okay. Anyway, with it now being every man for himself, we see hundreds of zombies infiltrating the bunker, not only from the elevator but also from the zombie pen, which they forgot to close, you fucking idiots. She said at the start it was important. With Bob, we then see as he finds Dr. Frankenstein and completely breaks down. Also, yeah, maybe I'm just a little bitch, but I think this is very sad and this moment broke me. Bob's like, I'm here, Dad, look what I did. Very stupid, but very emotional too. He then notices Sarah's gun that Rhodes left in the lab, and this sets us up for Bob versus Rhodes. Now another small detail to point out here is notice how Bob doesn't even try and eat the doctor. This shows that Bob's love for Frankenstein has overcome his primitive drive to consume human flesh, and it proves Frankenstein's theory that zombies can be taught to control their instincts. However, we can also see how Frankenstein's greatest success is also his biggest failure, as he still taught Bob violence by projecting his own trauma onto him. Which is why the first thing Bob does when realizing Dr. Frankenstein's dead is pick up a gun. He gave him a gun earlier and thus created the same violent cycle that caused the world to fall upon in the first place. Last thing before moving on as well, and this might be a bit of a theory time, but it also seems to be implied here that whatever caused the dead to rise is now missing from the world. We don't see Frankenstein come back to life despite not being shot in the head, and the original script included John dying early on and having his body slowly decomposing rather than becoming a zombie. We never really learn what caused it in the first place, and its disappearance here is as mysterious as its arrival. Steele's then cornered as well, and among the horde we can see a ballerina who still has her foot pointed as if she's dancing. There's also this clown guy who kind of becomes a running gag for Romero and was included in both Land of the Dead and Diary of the Dead. Steele is then sworn but realizes he's screwed and thus decides to take himself out. Now, originally Steele's death was pretty cut and dry, but Gary Howard Clark, who played him, he asked Romero if they could change it while they were shooting. He does a cross thing, does a crucifix, prays to God, and you may notice that the post that we used to chain above basically resemble a crucifix. This goes up behind him and further plays up the religious symbolism, which I feel represents how, despite Steele's pleas to God, he's already damned. By taking his own life and refusing to become a zombie, Steele is essentially also trying to avoid God's punishment. Back in the cave, we then see John has finally caught up to Sarah McDermott, and the three of them open fire on the zombies with machine guns to clear a path. They then climb out the cave and make it to freedom, showing how if you work together, you can find a way out of this.
Come along, Johnny. Counting on you to fly us to the promised land.
You might also notice that John puts down his gun akin to Peter losing his rifle at the end of Dawn. In shedding this weapon, he's casting away violence and deciding to stop the killing to work on salvation. This is mirrored in Rhodes as well, who we cut to arming up. Confronted by Bob, he's shot while he tries to flee, and he ends up crawling away while Bob catches up to him. I love the symbolism here as well of how Rhodes is all bloody, crawling, and hunched over with a limp, looking like a typical zombie. On the flip side of this, Bob is walking upright and using a gun just like a human. Once again, it plays in the idea that people have become so removed from our humanity that we are the monsters and the zombies are now more human than we are. Which is why those who are able to hold on to their humanity and work together are always the ones who make it out alive. Rhodes then opens the door to a horde of zombies, which is just like Sarah's nightmare in the opening. Bob then shoots him again in the gut, and you can see that he uses his other hand to steady the shot before he takes aim. Before, he was just kind of firing from the hip with one hand, but this shows he's remembering things more and more. This also shows that he now doesn't need Frankenstein to teach him, and he's truly once more able to learn. As the zombies then start to swarm around Rhodes, Bob gives him one final salute before walking away and letting the zombies tear Rhodes in half. Literally, but any other zombie would join in on the meal, but Bob is now controlling his urges. Also, I love how sassy Bob is as he does it. With Rhodes finally getting what he deserves though, he gasps for breath as the zombies tear off his legs and he tells them to choke on them. Now, we could easily move on because the character's dead, but yeah, there's a lot of really gross stuff behind this that is almost even worse than what we just saw. Like all the other gut gags in the film, Savini used real pig intestines strapped to Rhodes' chest that was supposed to spill out and be eaten by the zombie actors. Okay, great, we've done it 100 times before, should work. Classic zombie eating guts effect. However, when shooting the exterior scenes in Florida, someone forgot to plug in the fridge and these guts all rotted. This was throughout the whole production as well, so I'm talking them rotting for weeks. Not realizing this until the day of the shoot, they had no more time to run out and get more pig guts, so they just stuffed the rotting guts in Joseph Pilatos' fake stomach and then shot the scene.
To this day, I can still smell it.
This took 4 hours to do and was so bad the crew and zombie actors had to stuff their noses with putty just to stay in the room. Except for Joseph Pilato. You would of course have been able to have seen that, so he just had to breathe in the rotted guts for hours. Which you might think, wow, Paul, that's crazy, how could it get any worse? Well, remember how I said Rhodes was gasping for air as he was getting ripped in half? Yeah, he was like literally gasping and breathing in all those pig guts to his lungs. Rhodes' line of telling the zombies to choke on them was also supposedly improvised, and given what we know, might have been directed towards Tom Savini and Romero. We then see the bunker is fully overrun with zombies, feasting on the remains of everyone we just saw get killed. We also get a kind of cameo by George A. Romero as a zombie pushing a medical cart, but we only know this by seeing his signature scarf hanging from his waist. We never actually see Romero's face, which I don't know if they cut it or not, but yeah. Something you would only really catch if you're a major Romero fan, or have a photographic memory and remembered that he wore this during his cameo on Dawn of the Dead. So that is the character confirmed dead. We then cut back to the surface where Sarah, John and McDermott are making their great escape. We then see them hauling ass to the helicopter to ride off into the sun, but when Sarah opens the door, bam! Grabbed by a zombie. But wait, just as Sarah is about to get her face eaten off, we jump cut to her waking up from another nap. Rather than waking up in hell though, we see that she and the others have made it to their island paradise. John and McDermott are fishing, feeding the birds, and just having a grand old time. Not a single zombie or mobile phone in sight. Sarah then takes out a calendar showing that it's now November 4th, 5 days after we start this insanity, and we fade out to the credits. Wait, what? Now? Before we get to explaining this ending, we have to take a quick moment to talk about the film's release because it was an absolute mess and a lot of people hated this movie. A major issue that hindered the film's success came from the confusion between Romero's Day of the Dead and Dan O'Bannon's Return of the Living Dead. This was released the same year and was written by John Russo, aka Romero's writing partner on Night. That is sort of an alternate sequel to Night, but it has nothing to do with Romero and isn't part of his zombie universe. But this confused a lot of people at the time and caused many to just not show up because they went to the wrong movie. It was also the serious tonal shift from Dawn of the Dead, which was more rooted in comedy. A lot of people came in expecting that same comic book feel, but when they were met with the more dark and serious tone of Day, many felt disappointed and that Romero had jumped the shark. Laurie, who played Sarah, even recalled people booing at the New York premiere. That all really affected Romero and is pretty much why he didn't make another zombie film for 20 years. But this all comes back to Romero's initial decision to wait so long to make Day. This resulted in the script having to be cut and him having to compromise his vision. We can also see this reflected in the film itself, as one reviewer, Rob Gonzalez, made the parallel of how Day reflects Romero being forced to cut down his vision to appease the ones funding it. The scientist basically represents the artist and the soldiers are the money guys who breathe down their necks demanding results. This makes Day of the Dead almost a personal expression of Romero's anger and depression.
He goes on to say, and I find this absolutely brilliant, I think part of the reason many Romero fans reacted against Day so strongly is that they showed the writing on the wall. Day of the Dead shows Romero at a low personal ebb, forced to cut down his vision to appease the guys with the money. With that in mind, you understand why the soldiers in the film are depicted as hostile thugs. If you read the scientists as film artists and the soldiers as the money guys who breathe down your neck demanding results, the money and the movie become a rather personal expression of Romero's anger and depression.
While Day has been able to get a following years later as people start to get it, let's see if we can bring some justice to Romero. Now, in order to do that, we're going to have to talk about the ending and go into what the hell just happened. So what the hell did just happen? Well, I think when you jump cut your climax and reveal that the shock was a dream, that people are gonna have some questions. Personally, I just take it that they got to the helicopter and kind of wanted one last scare before giving us a happy ending. However, there have been some theories that this entire happy ending is in fact just a dream, so I do kind of want to explore that, as I definitely think it's worth talking about. Firstly, we've seen Sarah waking up from horrific nightmares multiple times throughout the film, so the idea this was all just another nightmare was already set up for us. We also get the call back to the calendar that we saw in the very first scene of the movie, which turned out to be a dream. But this new calendar Sarah makes could be Romero's way of symbolizing that this is also a dream, and Sarah is envisioning them reaching their perfect safe haven. Now beyond that, the biggest detail pointing to the island paradise not being real was given to us in the very beginning. When the group first touches down at the base, the first thing they do is debate refueling the helicopter, but they instead decide to wait.
No, wait till it's dark. There are too many of them out there.
Fast forward to their great escape, and we get a call back to this line as John mentions that he hopes someone ended up doing it.
Let's hope they filled up the gas tank from the other night.
Which is actually the last line in the entire film. Now you could say that one of the soldiers did it during the night as Sarah recommended, but we never saw anyone leave the bunker after they first sealed themselves in. The elevator also sets off a loud alarm when it's in use, and you'd think that someone might have picked up on it.
Jesus Christ, that's the elevator.
To me, there's really no real reason to add in this random bit about them not fueling up the helicopter and for it to never be mentioned again until the exact moment they're about to escape, other than to point us to this perfect island being bullshit. Because of that, there is the read that Sarah and the others got eaten once they reached the helicopter, and her waking up on the island is her mind tripping on whatever crazy chemicals get released in your brain when you're about to die. Which I know is bleak, but I think it fits in with the theme of humanity being punished and the complete zombie takeover that Romero's been presenting us. However, in Romero's book, The Living Dead, he revealed that Sarah McDermott and John did make it to the island, but ultimately did not survive, and they eventually became zombies. Yay! So there you go, theory time debunked in real time. Now maybe I'm an idiot, or maybe Romero wanted to give us a more definitive answer after deciding to make 4 more films 20 years later instead of ending it off here like he originally planned. Who is to say? Whether it's a dream or not though, I think it ultimately doesn't matter either way, as the end result's the same, and it still emphasizes Romero's entire point of the Dead series. The world is damned, there is nowhere left that is safe. This is our punishment, and no one can escape it. Now this brings us back to Bob and the religious symbolism of the film. Bob is more or less playing the role of zombie Jesus, and he'll usher in this new zombie world. As we saw with Bob, not only did the zombies retain some of their sense of living consciousness, but their minds have been brought down to their most primitive state, essentially making them a blank slate without the human social conditioning that we've developed in society. This calls back to how Frankenstein treated them like children, because yeah, they basically are. They're unable to process things like caution or reasoning, and simply driven by desires. However, Bob proves that, like a child, zombies can over time learn social behaviors. In Dawn, Romero showed us how capitalism is what caused people to lose their humanity, and this resulted in us turning on each other and being punished to hell on earth. Now though, Bob and the other zombies have been whipped of the influence of consumerism and capitalism, and thus Romero implies that there is a chance the zombies could in fact make a better world if they can avoid making the same mistakes as us. This in a way parallels the Christian idea of someone being cleansed of their sins in order to be accepted into heaven. We fucked it up, so God restored the whole thing to basically give the world another chance. Bob, being the first zombie to relearn his humanity, has essentially been resurrected and reborn as a new form of humanity that could lead the other zombies towards a better world. This is symbolized by the cross that Bob was chained to for most of the movie, and where he began to regain his consciousness. According to the New Testament as well, Jesus was first born from the dead, ushering in the kingdom of God. He then went about forgiving sins, baptizing repenters, and ascended to heaven. In a twisted way, you could say that the zombies are killing us, and by becoming part of the undead, we're baptized and forgiven of our sins. It's also traditionally believed in Christianity that the bodily resurrection with the restoration to life of a transformed body is powered by the Spirit, which is literally what we saw happen with Bob as he was transformed into a zombie body, powered by his primal instincts, but was resurrected by restoring his consciousness. Bob chooses to help the other zombies and teaches them compassion instead of violence. Humanity can eventually return and be forgiven for what we did to the world. However, Romero still leaves us with a sense of dread, as we saw Bob has already learned cruelty and violence from Frankenstein. When figuring out that Bob was regaining consciousness, one of the first things he did was give him a gun and had him read Salem's Lot. That is a book all about community mistrust and violence, as everyone in the lot becomes vampires and begins killing their family and friends. So there's an equal chance that Bob will just create the same cycle that led to the apocalypse in the first place. Yay! With Romero doubling down on the idea that the end is inevitable and humanity cannot be saved, I think that it fits in more with what he's been doing. This is why Romero ultimately leaves Bob's fate open-ended though, because our time is up. However, I do feel like it's a bit more optimistic and leaves things in the air about whether violence is inherent to our nature, or if we can learn to regain our humanity and trust each other once more. Now, I know this all sounds insane, but it perfectly concludes everything Romero has been setting up since he first introduced audiences to the ghouls. In Night of the Living Dead, Romero brings in zombies as terrifying monsters that come to destroy the family unit, which is represented by our survivors trapped in the farmhouse. In Dawn, Romero then shows the destruction of community. He presents the zombies as funny and pathetic and shows the human characters committing most of the violence. There, he introduces the idea that we are in fact the monsters and have done this to ourselves. In Day, Romero brings this all together by representing the zombies as victims and making us actually root against most of the human characters. We root for Bob when he's hunting down roads, and when the zombies start coming after the other soldiers, we cheer on because we know they deserve it. Now apply this to like 1 billion people. Though we know there's a few good people left, which is why they survive, they're overwhelmingly outnumbered by the bad. Ben, the sole survivor of Night who tried to save everyone, was gunned down by the mob, and in Dawn, Peter and Fran are the only ones able to hold on to their humanity. In Day, everyone in the bunker is already insane, which leaves only 3 out of the group and perhaps the world with some sense of their humanity left. This represents the underlying terror and social commentary that Romero was trying to convey in these films of humanity being doomed and that we in fact deserve it. Romero also saw the Dead films as an allegory for humanity having failed and needing to make a new path. Day of the Dead just brings things full circle from that very first film, and it shows the zombie uprising as being complete. And while Day of the Dead is widely considered the worst of Romero's Dead films, it actually has a lot of deeper layers that I think most people miss that make it a perfect conclusion to this original Dead trilogy. I mean, we got zombies listening to Beethoven and shooting a gun. It's absolutely ridiculous, so don't blame anyone for not liking the movie and maybe the symbolism going over their heads. But hey, if it didn't, I wouldn't have a job. Not everyone is a Romero expert, knows his strong social views, but it was always the central theme of these movies and what he ultimately wanted to convey to audiences with his stories of ghouls and monsters. Now, I know this video has been a lot of tangents, but I think these things are important when discussing these movies, as it was always Romero's intention to use the zombies as a vehicle for social commentary. So, thank you for sticking around, and while this was always my least favourite, I have grown to appreciate it. Going through it's just given me a newfound respect for it, and yeah, I can see why Romero had this as his favourite. And if you've been keeping up with our breakdowns of these films, then hopefully you have too, and have come out with a better understanding of what Romero wanted us to take away from this. Or you can still hate it, that's totally fair too. But as always, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think Day of the Dead's Romero's worst? Will you bow to our new zombie overlords? Let me know in the comments below. Also, huge shout outs to our researcher and writer TJ, who's gone through all these movies with me, being a massive help when discussing all the society stuff. We live in the society, and yeah, if you want to follow him on Twitter, that'll be linked on screen right now. You can go check him out. Did you know as well that members of the channel also get early access to videos like this every single week for just 99 cents a month? And yeah, for that low cost, I think it is anyway, you'll get access to at least 4 breakdowns a week before anyone else. Sorry, not a week, a month. Fucking hell, I'm not writing all this shit all the time. But yeah, huge thank you for joining us, and I'll see you in the next one, and I hope you've enjoyed us going through these 3 movies. By the way though, I've been your host Paul, you've been the best, I'll see you next time. Take care, peace.
Let's see.
No. What is up, my fellow Arc Raiders? We've got some news on the Chinese server front. We've got some details, some videos that have been released from people who have stealthily snuck in or fondled somebody to get access to it.
You gotta know somebody.
Got to know somebody that knows somebody.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you got to pay the Chinese Communist Party.
Right.
So 10 cents. You got to pay 10 cents. So many dollars.
Do a little fondling.
A little fondling to get access to it. But anyway, we've got that. We've got the new Drift Coat 2.0 outfit that they're selling for $20.
Hold on. Let's be real. We got nothing.
There ain't
Because
shit to talk about.
there's nothing to talk about. And we can throw as much sugar on this right now as you absolutely can to say that we have all these topics, but honest to God,
it's not that much to talk about.
it's pretty bland right now. The Art Raiders world, if we weren't all so annoyed and pissed off about the PvE stuff over in China, we probably wouldn't even bother doing a show today.
Wow.
Am I lying? I mean, yeah.
There's really not much. The patch notes was like one line on the patch notes.
Yeah, hey, we put a new thing in the store.
Yeah.
And we fixed some duping stuff. That was literally what the
Dude,
line
they're all
was.
on vacation right now. These Swedish devs are all on vacation.
There's the line. I copied and pasted the line in our notes. The line from the update this week is as this update brings the aeronaut set and the short upswept hairstyle to the store and includes a fix for some instances of duplication exploits.
Oh, good. I'm glad they're still on that.
That's it. That's good. That's all. That's the update. So we got a new little kind of a upswept little boy haircut. You know,
Why are you gonna say it like that?
because that's what it is. It's for all the I think there's going to be more girls that play games using this haircut than dudes. I'm just going to put it that way.
I thought you said girl gamers don't exist.
Well, there's like 4. It's like 4.
There's 4 of them.
Yeah, they all stream.
Yeah.
You know, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
For real gamers, the rest of them just got the boobs out. You know, and probably they outperform everything.
Make your money.
Make your money.
Use the assets available to you.
Use your assets available to you. That is 100% true. Man, we haven't even been drinking today, and we are.
We build, you destroy.
I can leave this map. Don't miss your own life.
Old school salt. Let's go. I'm having fun.
I'm having fun too. All right, let's take a look at this Drift Coat 2.0.
Yeah.
They call it the Aeronaut, which I understand because they got the Top Gun Maverick helmet.
This is
that's
a
cool.
reskin, dude.
But this is the fucking Drift Coat. This is my outfit.
Yeah, that's your outfit. It's a total reskin.
But it's reskinned and it's kind of reconfigured a little bit, but I think the pants are different.
A little bit.
But yeah, jumpsuit, you know, I dig it. I actually don't mind this one. It's not too bad.
No, I think it looks pretty good. There's the I think there's a version of it that has that's a like desert camo or something like that.
Oh, cool.
That looks actually really good that I would probably wear.
Yeah.
But
if this was available in some kind of a quest line that I didn't have to spend money on, I would go for it. 'Cause I do think it looks cool.
It is one of the cheaper sets. It's only 1,000 because most of us already own the tanks that came with it. And there's also some aviator sunglasses available for the Scrapster, which
cool.
I think it's kind of neat looking.
You know, it's a shame is that the only time you actually see his stuff is when you go feed him. Like he's not like a part of the world.
Sometimes I wish you should be able to unlock something to where he goes on topside with you.
We talk about that.
Yeah,
It would be kind of cool. Like you carry your chicken, and then when you're topside, you let him go.
Yeah.
And he just goes and scrounges stuff, and then when you get to extract, he just kind of shows back up.
I
and
mean,
pick 'em up.
characters with pets are nothing new.
No.
In games, and he doesn't even have to do anything. He could just be completely extraneous. Just
have him show.
He just like goes out and
dude,
you makes up something, you know. It kind of annoys you once in a while. brings you a fucking wrench or something.
Fucking dungeon they can be choked. Exactly. There you go. No, dude, I think it would be kind of funny. Like, can you imagine if there's like a full server, and there's just like fucking 28 chickens running around randomly?
Great.
And they're all different.
It's like, can we put all these chickens in the coop over there? It's like that could be like a
trial.
A trial. It's like 10
capture 10 chickens.
10 raiders put their chickens in the fenced out area in the swamp on the dam or something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Take down a rocketeer with Scrappy.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Just throw him at it. Just picks that thing out of the sky. Strap a dead mine.
Oh my god! Away! Fly! Scrappy! Fucking see feathers.
Terrible.
That'd be so fun.
That is evil. How dare you? Scrappy is beloved.
He is.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah, I love Scrappy. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like him too.
I saw a thing. This is kind of related to that. I saw a thing where you can put dead mines on ticks.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty fun.
And they just freaking kind of.
Yeah. Or they
scramble
chase you.
Or they chase you. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a video of that yesterday when I was laid up at home.
One of those projects that I have to do, I still have to collect a bunch of tick pop, like the little, those little things, the tick things that you get from them. I don't know what they're called, but I have one project that I need like 6 of them for.
Oh yeah.
I just haven't gotten around to doing it.
Right on.
Let's talk about.
Let's push the channel here really quick. Hey guys, we're almost at 10K subs.
Oh yeah, we're like 100 away.
We're like 90 away.
Nice.
Actually, and we're really trying to get that big 10K number. I know it's just kind of a vanity thing, but I would really like to have the channel at that
That'd be great.
So if you haven't hit the sub button yet, guys, on YouTube, please do. And when we get there, we're going to do something special. I think we're going to do a live stream or something for a couple hours.
That'd be cool.
And one day for maybe for this show or just a celebration stream or something. Maybe have a couple special guests come on if we can figure it out, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I'll leave that in your capable hands.
And also, you want to join us in other ways, go to saltynerddiscord.com, guys, and come over there and join the community. We have a ton of fun over there. So,
yeah, there's a lot of. It's very active.
Yeah.
A lot of the core group guys are talking every single day, and I like that. I like the fact that people kind of hang out there.
I feel like I've been a little lacking here lately for content and stuff. And it's mostly for reasons that I can't really control, but I'm missing the community a little bit, and I want to get people more involved. So here we go. Let's get this thing rolling and rocking and growing. So
yeah, unfortunately, the only times I can go on Discord and stream is like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
there's nobody awake, so it's just like
yeah.
But it should hopefully be. The busy season might be slowing down a little bit, so we'll see.
But you know what else is slowing down? Arc Raiders.
Yeah. What makes you say? I saw a reel. I was just telling you about it. I saw a reel the other day, and he was like, the worst thing for gaming has been fucking Steam charts. Because everybody goes to Steam charts and then immediately judges the game based on how many people. And it's like we're guilty of that. We do that fucking every week.
Sure.
Like, how many people are playing? How many people are still playing Helldivers 2? Like we do
only
that shit.
45,000. Well, that's it.
That's it.
What's a football stadium worth of people?
That's pretty fucking.
That's pretty good. And that's just a snapshot, you know.
Yeah. Could it be higher?
Sure, it's a lot higher.
Could it be lower?
I mean, you got to think with Steam charts, there's snippets. So if you log on 24 times over a day's period, you gotta add those all together.
I saw a dude, I don't know how accurate it was, but I did see a guy who was talking about the Steam charts, and he's like, if you're looking at a number and it says, 54,000 concurrent players,
probably triple what it could do.
It's like you gotta bump that up because some people log on, log back up. It doesn't That number doesn't necessarily represent.
It doesn't take account the console players.
Yeah,
it's just PCs.
Yeah.
So, but you can kind of gauge where the interest of the game is.
Sure.
But I think as far as the actual people playing the game, unless it's a PC exclusive, it's not real super accurate. But the game is, it's in a definite downturn. It's Embark they need to listen, man. I mean, I'm having a hard time. I'm trying to stay as positive as I
think
can.
they are listening. What makes you think they're not listening?
Well, I think they're listening, but they're not communicating. It's I feel like it's a Swedish thing, because I feel like we did this. We went through this same cycle with Helldivers, and I'm trying to have a little different attitude about it this time. But I also think Embark, unlike Arrowhead, I feel like they want to put out a good game, and I don't. But the problem is I don't feel like they're communicating things until it's too late, until after the fact. Like, it's like, I mean, I get it. We're going to go after dupers. So they put out a statement that, hey, we just did all this stuff about dupers.
Yeah. But that was like only a week after the whole controversy got
exactly.
Right.
And that's where, me personally, I get caught up, because I go through a lot of social media.
Sure. Okay?
So my brain gets caught up in the downward spin cycle of the social media trending. And let's face it, social media thrives on negativity and controversy for the most part. If everything was good and great and hunky-dory, nobody would talk about any game, right? But if people want to bitch and complain and piss and moan,
that's what get the
we're all over it,
because it generates that
I could do an experiment on Twitter, and I could put out some toxic. I hate that word. I don't know why I use that word. But I could put out some crazy inflammatory post about Arc Raiders, and I would get probably a ton of engagement. But if I put on some other one that said, "Hey man, I really think we're in a good spot. Keep cooking Embark," or something like that, it would get 4 views and 1 reply.
I'm not super tied into the social media. I don't have. I feel this feels stupid to say this, but I like lately I have not had time to.
Well, you don't like it anyway.
I hate fucking social media.
Yeah.
I don't even like being on YouTube.
Yeah, I make him do this. I make him do this.
I would have retired a long time ago. I'm like, fuck that game.
He tries to get me to learn how to edit every week. And I said, if I learn how to edit, then you will never show up. So
is that why you don't do it? You son of a bitch. No, I'm like,
method to my madness.
I genuinely don't really care too much about what people say on social media.
Yeah.
As somebody on social media, that sounds stupid to say, but like, I'm not looking for people's opinions on shit. I'm like, if I enjoy the game, I'm going to play the game.
Right.
If I'm not enjoying the game, I'm going to go play something else.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why I'm not playing Arc Raiders regularly is because I feel like there is a little bit of a drought on new things to do.
There's a content drought right now.
Right? And that's okay. It's not a fucking problem. I still have the game installed.
Right.
I'm still going to go, like, as soon as they drop something that's like flashy or new, I'll jump in and play again.
Right.
I am the casual player that they're trying to chase.
I mean, I've been super casual here lately too, and because I haven't been able to play every day like I used to.
But like when these guys are like, oh my god, the duping problem is killing the game, which we talked about. Like, yeah, the duping problem is actually killing the game. It's a big problem. Within 2 weeks, they addressed it and they went through the motions of taking care of it. And as far as I know, they've cut it way down.
What they did when they were taking care of this problem, trying to figure out the fixes, is they went dead. They went radio silent. And which is fine, which is completely their prerogative, and they have to kind of, because they don't want to tell the dupers basically what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, I
hey
totally
guys,
get that.
we're gonna do this, and this to combat the dupers, and the dupers are gonna go, okay, well, we'll just go here.
Right. But while they're doing that, and while they're not responding, and while Embark Olsen is not addressing the situation on Discord and what she does, the rest of us out here are all going, what the fuck?
You guys aren't doing
anything.
See,
I don't. We're such.
Yeah, I don't get caught up in that.
We're so impatient.
I don't get caught up in that.
We're so spoiled. It is, and that's kind of what it boils down to. As modern gamers, I feel are a little spoiled about trying to be bullies and push around these studios.
Sometimes it's deserved.
The game, but no, sometimes. Sometimes it absolutely is, and sometimes we're just, I want this game in this kind of game.
Yeah.
But that's not that kind of game. You know what I'm saying? It's really, there's a weird.
You talked to me about the subject, on the same subject, but it's not ARC related. You talked to me about War Dog.
Yeah.
And how some controversy, I don't know the details, so correct me if I'm wrong, but there was some controversy about one aspect of the game that was in the promotional trailer, and people didn't like it. It was some kind of a kill cam or something like that.
Oh yeah, they did.
And people were like, fuck kill cam, bullshit, you know, just started bitching about it. And the developers were like, look, man, this is in our game. We've developed this game. We did this on purpose. If this is not your thing, don't buy my game.
Right.
Because you're just going to be unhappy. And I don't want you to be unhappy.
We want you to play games that you enjoy.
Yeah. And honestly, I read that, and everybody goes, look at this fucking idiot telling people not to buy his game. And I'm like, I would do that.
Yeah. Because I took that. I initially took that with the social
you were
media
mad about
negativity. That was kind of like pissed off about it. It's like, how dare this guy?
I read that.
Talk to his fans about this, and you were like, well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
If he doesn't, why would we want people to play a game if they're just going to complain about it?
Right.
It's
Dude,
like,
if somebody goes in our comments every single week, which has happened.
Oh yeah.
And then you guys fucking suck. You guys are stupid. I fucking hate you. I'm like, don't watch my shit.
Yeah.
You don't have to. I'm not forcing you to.
Or
man.
you know, but then they just come back.
But they always come back.
We always get that kick.
That's the same thing, though.
So.
Like to me, that's the same. That's the same attitude that the guys from War. And I feel like to a certain extent, you know, Helldivers and Arc Raiders, they all have the right to say that to people. Like, look, man, we're building something. If it's not your cup of tea, you don't have to fucking play.
Just right now in this current section of the space-time line continuum here, okay?
Yeah.
We're in a lull.
Yes, for sure.
We are in a deep lull. We're in a canyon giant
when it comes
trench of a bullshit time in the world of Arc Raiders.
When it comes to Swedish devs, you have to just expect that fucking June and July are going to be shitty.
They're on summer vacation. They're out there making babies. God dang it.
Yeah, dude.
So
it is what it is. I'm looking forward to the October update. I hope it freaking smashes it.
Dude, I think it's going to smash. I really do.
I hope all of it. So let's talk about this new stuff from the Chinese server.
Okay.
Because this has to do with, I think, my personal opinion, I have no way of confirming this, but I think that all of this is going to be in the October update.
Or versions of it.
Yeah. So like the security protocol, that's the PvE stuff.
Yep.
Now this security protocol is basically the Dark Zone system from Division.
Okay.
And if players play the Division, it's a more dangerous zone of the game where you get higher tier loot, and you have the possibility of other players.
You want me to pull up that comment that we're going to do later, just to like stress that, so we don't. Have to
yeah, we have to. You can.
Yeah, I can do that. Just there was a viewer comment we were going to do at the end of the show.
Did you post it in here? Because I can pull it up.
Yeah, it's the middle one from Bingo Doom. It says, it's just to stress what you said. That PvE mode in Chinese Arc Raiders sounds like it's basically the rogue agent mechanic from the Division's Dark Zone.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So the rogue agent mechanic, what they're talking about is if you go into a zone that is PvPvE, and then however, if you attack another Division agent, or in this case an Arc Raider, then you get pinged as a rogue agent / traitor / whatever you want to label it.
This
and
big
then there's
red flashy light.
Physical item in the game that warns people that you are not friendly. And I think it's a really well-rounded system. It allows for PvP, but it also allows the PvE people to exist in a way that, like, I'm not just being blindsided by somebody and catching me off guard. I have an opportunity to either defend myself or get the fuck out. And I think adding that system to Arc Raiders is a phenomenal idea. It works excessively well in the Division. I've never heard one time anybody ever complain about the Division being too Tarkov-like.
Right.
You know, nobody's ratting you out in the Division because they physically can't, because there's a big fucking blinking red light above their head. So I think it's a great idea, and I hope that they push this. Now, this is not like an overall game like changing element that affects all maps at all times.
No, it's just a map condition.
It's a map condition, which I'm cool with.
Yeah.
Personally, I do wish it was a blanket thing that did all conditions. I don't have a problem with that, but that's just me. I understand if people don't want that.
I mean, at the same time, I wouldn't mind seeing Battle Royale mode map condition, where it's just last person out gets to keep his loot. You know, that kind of thing. That would make an interesting scenario as well.
You have to get way better at the game.
Oh yeah. I would probably never play it. I mean, that's not my thing. But you know, if you're going to do one, you probably should do something for the other.
I don't think this.
You
I don't
know?
necessarily think this game needs a battle royale because the situation with the game of like you have to extract before the 30-minute mark,
Mhm.
and then the elevators close down at different times, so you kind of have to map out where you're going. I feel like that already kind of like confines
Sure.
people
Yeah.
as is. So what you're talking about is just a strictly PvP mode, where it's like, yeah, you go in and it's a no holds barred fucking.
Which is
everybody.
basically what it is now.
Which is basically what it is now.
Yeah, I guess so.
It just
Yeah,
depends
yeah.
on how you play.
Yeah, I suppose so. You're right. You're right.
The dual boss spaceport. This is fucking cool. As
Yeah,
hell.
this
and we
is
have
really
a video.
wild.
We have a video that we're gonna play here in a second. But Queen and Matriarch arrive on the Rust Belt simultaneously. The ground threat has reached the highest threat level. What are they so desperately guarding? I do like that little narrative cue there. That's
Yeah.
cool. But let's pull up the video real quick of that
yeah,
right
it's right there.
here. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know. The
But-
quality's shitty for
no,
some
there
reason.
it goes. But you know, both the Queen and the Matriarch are right
Yeah, look at
there,
that, right next to each other,
inside
dude.
the walls.
That's fucking crazy.
Down there off the tower, and it's
Like
wild.
you'd have to pack so much fucking ammo to be able to
yeah,
like.
dude, it'd be crazy. It's like
Yeah.
just your Hulk cracker or whatever.
But so much ammo.
Like 600 rounds. man.
Yeah, dude. I can't imagine. I don't know why the quality's so shit. Sorry about that, guys.
It's just
Frickin'
that video.
Chinese server video bullshit on X. Anyway,
but imagine how intense that would be. You know,
Oh, yeah, no, this
those
is-
matriarch fights at that spot.
they're intense.
They're pretty fun.
Yeah.
Alone, you know.
Because it spawns all these other enemies, so you have to keep. Yeah, dude, that's an insane community like event. I feel like, which is really really cool. I love that idea. So I genuinely hope we get this in October. Advanced probes, basically just higher tier loot in the regular
Yeah,
probes, but they're like
yeah.
it looks like they're slightly different colors, which is cool.
It's basically the same as the thing with the
security. What is it?
Yeah, I have such a hard time.
I know what you're talking about.
With the different map conditions. It's the newer one.
Yeah,
Where the vaporizers are on the map and they just come out and destroy you. But yeah.
Now this one
kinda
is
cool.
super cool.
Right.
All domain alert. Basically, we've pissed off the Ark, and they're sending down the big dogs. They have a different type of
the snitch.
Snitch.
The snitch. Yeah,
that
it calls down medium mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think is super cool.
Which is wild.
It's kind of like that's what the Matriarch does basically.
Yeah.
But I can imagine you're walking around, you get a snitch, and it freaking drops a fucking leaper on
Or a
you.
Rocketeer.
Oh, shit, or a Rocketeer.
I'm
on
not
you.
afraid of leapers. Leapers can kiss my
That
butt.
needs to be an update in October. Is they need to make the leapers.
Dutch afraid of leapers.
They need to
again.
make the leapers scary again.
I'll be running through the game. The guys will tell you I'll be running through the game and I'll hear the leaper noise. I'm like, ooh, let's go.
Let's go kill a spider.
I'm not afraid of that thing. You just gotta find the right spot.
Hashtag make leapers great again.
I was telling the guys on the stream the other day. I remember I think it was our very first Arc Raider stream together when we were on Dan and we fought that leaper down there off the Red Lake, and we were like stuck up in that little tree fort. We were terrified. It's like, I need to kill this thing. Oh my god! And now we're out there just
just walking out to it. Might as well kill it with a hammer next. You know, might as well.
Yeah, and you know the other thing about the Chinese stuff, and just really quick, my understanding is that the 10-cent version and the Embark version are completely different, and people would have you believe that they don't talk to each other. That I find that hard to believe.
What do you mean completely different?
They're different devs, different everything. The Chinese version is completely separate from the Embark version. That's what I'm.
Isn't it Embark's
That's what
game?
I've read. Well, Tencent has a stake, and I don't know how it works, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I can't believe that the devs in Embark aren't watching this Chinese version
or collaborating
in some way to maybe add a few surprises into the Frozen Road update, or maybe something further down the road. I don't know, but it seems very strange because it just seems very very strange. I'm really curious to see what Cloud has to say about this. You know, he's over there pretending to be Chinese. you know.
Don't go down that road, Dutch. I can see you already.
But the other thing is that they're giving these Chinese guys, they're giving them items and things in the game that we don't have access to.
Yeah.
Like two that I can think of. There's a boombox in the game, where like an old school. Like boombox,
I heard about that.
Turn it on, everybody can dance around and be weird. They're LARPing.
That's PvE.
PvE stuff.
That's your world.
Absolutely.
You should love it.
Absolutely, I do. And there's also a stun gun in the game that we don't have where it's basically you just zap somebody, shock the shit out of them, and run. You can run off, but it doesn't kill them. It just like.
Well, I mean, that's if you use.
It's like hitting what's his face in the face with a stun gun in the wedding, or not the wedding. What was the Vegas movie where he shoots him with the stun gun with the face?
The Hangover?
The Hangover, yeah. Like that fat kid.
No, but that's like the jolt grenade, their jolt mines and whatnot. Like you can use those.
But they have a stun gun. Where I could just go and you go zzz, and you fall on the ground for like
interesting
10 seconds or whatever.
Wow.
So
that'd be kind of a cool like defensive.
I don't know what you would use it for.
You would just defend yourself against PvPers.
Yeah.
If you get a shot off on them and then let them freaking stagger and then run off.
Right.
That's not bad.
But you know they're giving them different things in the game. They have different weapon skins. Because they have skins in the game that we don't have access to.
Weird.
Yeah, it's very strange. But
one more thing.
What's up?
Loadout presets.
Oh yes.
That seems like a very easy thing to add.
Why can't we have loadout?
We can definitely have that. Look, I am.
That makes no sense.
I am personally convinced that all of this stuff that's in the Chinese market right now will be presented to us in October.
I hope so.
I really think that's what's going to happen. I don't think there's any reason for it not to be.
There's more and more videos coming out, almost on a daily basis
With the amount
from these channels that people are going through the spoilers. They're going through the code of stuff, and there's already stuff in the game that is going to be coming out for this. There's like there's like that frigate, which is this monstrous. We're going to talk about this later, but it's this giant ship that dwarfs like even the emperors that are walking around on the outside.
Is it a playable level?
Well, it's gonna be something to do. Or we're gonna have to like catch a ride up into orbit and get into these frigates or some shit and like steal stuff or something.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be look this October.
See, now that was
this October.
That's fucking game changing.
It is. It's absolutely game changing. This October update could completely revolutionize this game. It really could. I'll show you this stuff later. I didn't want to talk about it today because
I didn't have any idea. I don't follow spoilers.
It's spoilers stuff. But you're gonna lose your mind.
Whoa.
Yeah, you really are.
Holy shit.
But for now, it's like I said, the game's just we're just scraping for content. Me personally, I'm at the point now, and I've said this on stream. I've told you, I'm gonna finish this expedition cycle, and then I'm probably not gonna do a lot until October with this, and it's only a few months away. And what is it? We're pushing July, August, September. We still got 3 full months.
That'll fly by.
Probably 4 because they're gonna
drop it on October 31st.
We met back in school and have been inseparable ever since. Got married after graduation, raised kids, and had our share of adventures. 50 years is a long time, but it's never too late for a fresh start. We decided to move somewhere peaceful, away from the city noise. We bought a house with a garden on the outskirts, but it's in rough shape. The roof's old and leaky. Better take care of that sooner rather than later. The garden needs care, and we want to plant new flowers. Oh, and one more thing. Our good old pal Barney will need a comfy spot to rest. Hey, while you fix up our nest, we'll be off seeing a bit of the world. Have fun.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I think we're just kind of all in the spot where, even those of us who love the game and still play, we're just kind of sad because there's just not a lot to do, and I am sad about it because I do love playing this game. I could play this game every day, but I'm just not going to because I can only pick up so many wires. Like you know what I mean?
Well, I hit that wall a while ago.
Yeah. I've done every expedition. You didn't even do one, right? Or did you?
No,
do one?
I did one.
Yeah, and you
I
were
did
like,
one.
"This sucks."
I was like, "What the fuck was the point of that?"
So my goal right now is to just go through. I'm gonna get level capped again because I've been going really slow. I'm like level 60 right now.
You've probably tripled my hours in the game.
Oh, I'm at 580 or something.
So
like that.
look, man, if you're playing this game, you're like, dude, I just like it because I like it. Then keep playing it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no don't.
I mean, no one, and I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the itch, and I'm gonna want to log in. And,
you'll still play. I'll find you in here.
But I'm not gonna be doing no more expeditions or anything like that, and I'm not gonna be doing a super grind.
Yeah.
But I want to get the quest done. I want to set my character up to be prepared for October. That's my current goal, and I don't have to be in a rush to do it right now. So that's good.
One last thing we want to bring up here.
Yeah.
Marathon is getting a PvE mode before Arc Raiders. All right.
Yeah. Well, they're a little desperate.
They're
a little desperate.
Yeah, they're just hoping somebody logs on. Play solo, duo, or with a crew. Separate progression systems. Which, all right, fair enough. This is the part that irks me.
What's that?
You can't extract with any items you find, but the vault data can be used for upgrades or other rewards. What the fuck is the point of an extraction shooter if you can't extract with the shit you find?
I don't know.
That's kind of retarded.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't understand
get that either.
But I think this is relevant only because Marathon, whether it is or not, sees itself as a direct competitor with Arc Raiders, and I feel like they're going to be doing everything they can
to try and steal,
try and snag some of Arc Raiders players during the lull, during the slow time.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
So
I'm not mad at them, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not trying to shit on Marathon.
No. I'm not shitting on Marathon. I'm just it's interesting to me what these game companies do to try to compete. You know what I mean?
I think Marathon just needs to lean into its own identity, and see if they can find some kind of a niche audience that.
Well, I think they've found their small little niche audience, so they probably should learn how to cater to them. But that niche audience isn't enough to sustain the game, and that's the problem they have.
Yeah.
And if they don't drag some players over, the game's going to get sunsetted at some point, which. Sucks for them. I don't personally give a shit, but I don't play the game. But I just find it interesting because the player bases definitely have some crossover, and I'm wondering what these two companies can learn from each other. And what they do to compete. It's like a weird version of Pepsi and Coke wars. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But, I just think it's interesting that, Marathon said we're going to think about put a PvE game in, PvE version. And 6 weeks later, there it is. Meanwhile, we're all over here just throwing freaking rocks at Embark's windows. It's like, come on! Come on! What the fuck? They just like, nope. Not going to do it today.
There ain't nobody home, bro.
Yeah.
They're out at the fucking hot springs.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, that's all I really had to say about that. It's just interesting to me. So.
All right, let's do some viewer comments.
Got a couple of viewer comment stuff. We already read one.
We read one already.
Why don't you do this one?
Okay. Thick Acorn. What's up, dude? Embark also got a lack of comments because a lot of PvEers aren't even paying attention currently. We get all of our news from you. Don't fucking do that.
No.
Haven't been in Arc Raiders in months.
Yeah. Never, ever.
Oh, hold on. Let me put the camera on you when you say this. Hold on a second. Okay, go for it.
Never, ever.
Right here.
Never, ever get your news from us. That is a terrible, terrible idea. We react to the news, but we're not going to break the news, and we're not going to tell you what the news is. We just we just read articles, whether they're from 2 years old, whether they're 2 years old or from yesterday.
I am not an ambulance chasing content creator. That is not my vibe. I don't like doing it. It's not enjoyable. Most of the time, it's just clickbait.
Yeah.
And when the news is true, then you're just constantly trying to chase it. And
we're more reactors than we are.
Yeah. Kudos to those guys that do that. Like fucking, I watch Cloud Plays videos every day because I want to keep up. Like, what happened today? Maybe nothing happened today.
Yeah.
But he'll tell me. If you want news, Cloud's great. He stays on top of shit.
Whether he likes it or not.
Whether he likes it or not. Like that dude does the fucking work. So if you're looking for news, Cloud Plays is a great place to go. We're typically
cheeky colored heart in his
there.
comments.
You go for a cheeky discount. You know what, dude? I want to start putting peach emojis in there. Cheeky, like here's your cheeky motherfucker. No, I'm not. I hate that aspect of content creation. It's just constantly trying to like.
Too much work.
It's too much fucking work, bro. I'm too lazy for that shit. There ain't no goddamn way I'm gonna wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to check the fucking Swedish news cycle so that I can make a video at fucking 4 a.m.
It's like the news cycle.
Dude.
It's done and over with by the time we get.
Yeah, by the time we get to it, it's like fucking 4 days old.
It's like we're doing the show on Wednesdays now, just so we can have something to react to
from the Tuesday update.
From the Tuesday update. Yeah. So, yeah.
But I appreciate the comment though. Thank you.
And we got one more from our dude Nerdy Neo.
Nerdy Neo, what's up, bro? We still have not played Subnautica 2, brother. Where you at? Tag me.
Yeah.
I will carve out a weekend and we'll do some stuff. All right. Thank you, Dutch, for putting Salty in his. Oh, I should probably read this. Thank you, Dutch, for putting Salty in his place with the Wraith in Stargate, so I didn't have to. The Reavers are from Firefly. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I did in fact get my my villains from cheap sci-fi TV shows.
I'll give you your
up.
nerd card back next week. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
don't worry about it. I'm a bigger fan of Firefly than I ever was of Stargate. My wife is the Stargate fan.
Lord.
Firefly's my jam, and that's where I had that. I'm like, I know the fucking
covered wagons in space, guys. It's terrible.
Horses in space.
It's dumb,
dude. There was an entire episode.
We're gonna have light speed fucking spaceships, and we're gonna colonize planets with horses, fucking revolvers, and covered wagons. Fuck you. All right, it is the dumbest show.
I love that shit.
That's the dumbest show.
I love it, dude.
I said that exact phrase to Alec Baldwin, guys. I am
not Alec Baldwin.
Or
Alan. Is it? Fuck, what's his name?
Jane. I said it to Jane. We interviewed Jane.
We interviewed Jane. You can find that on the Salty Nerd Podcast YouTube channel. We interviewed.
Yeah. That was fun.
Fuck, I can't. Bro. It's not Alec Baldwin because that's the other Baldwin. But it was the Baldwin guy.
Yeah.
Jane. We interviewed Jane. We talked about Firefly. We talked about Patriot. We talked about everything. We made him play a weird, twisted game of Marry, Fuck, Kill.
Yeah, we did.
That was fun.
Yeah.
It was a good episode.
Yeah.
That guy was chill.
That show makes no sense. 0 sense.
I think it makes total sense. Dude, there's an entire episode dedicated to them moving cattle from one planet to another.
So stupid.
Fucking great.
So stupid.
I love it.
Just butcher the cattle. Put it in front of them, freeze them.
That's it, guys. All right. Yeah, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Appreciate the comments. And we'll see you on Friday for the weekend respawn. I don't want to talk about the Steam machine. I don't think it's a controversy. I think it's just like a sticker shock. But I want to talk about that. And I want to talk about a couple other things. And
we're going to talk about the Division. That's going to be my next project after I finish this expedition up. So I've never played that game. I've got about 30 minutes in it, and I'm going to start over completely fresh with a new character.
I'll start with a new character for
you.
And
you can play whenever you want with me, and I'm going to dive in. I'm going to play it till I get bored with it, I guess, and we're going to have some fun. So
there's a lot to do in that game.
Yeah, that's what I watched this video yesterday. Every time you finish one thing, 4 more things basically open up. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looked pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we're gonna step back in time a few years, and we're gonna check out the Division 2 because they're actively developing Division 3 right now. I believe.
Yeah, a lot of the systems that they're introducing in Division 2 right now and testing out, I believe, are for the development of Division 3. I don't know where that's gonna land though, because Ubisoft is in a real fucked up space.
Yeah.
So I don't know how smoothly the development of Division 3 is going to go.
I think the game kind of lands in my vibe. You know,
it's third-person shooter.
Third person, over the shoulder.
Yeah.
You know, that
it's a
kind
little
of thing.
sci-fi-ish.
I'm not good at first-person shooters, but I feel like I can at least maintain some sense of not suckiness, some sense of not. I don't know what the word is.
It's all right. We'll see you next week.
We'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
Too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James?
There are many details in Silent Hill 2 that remain ambiguous to this very day. Even if you play the game dozens of times, you'll find yourself with more questions than answers every single time. This is not a coincidence. The game was deliberately designed to encourage speculation and inspire countless theories. However, even though fans have spent the last 2 decades debating so many secrets and revelations in the story, there is one piece of lore that almost everyone seems to overlook. Not because they didn't think about it, but because the information surrounding this subject is very scarce. I'm talking about none other than Mary, specifically her disease and her health condition that's central to the narrative, yet feels suspiciously mysterious at the same time. As you probably know, Mary had supposedly been suffering from an illness for some time, and it gradually escalated into a terminal condition, taking a tremendous toll on both her physical and mental well-being. The nature of this illness was never revealed, and the exact timeline of when Mary had it remains open to debate, especially since her life before the events of the game is also shrouded in mystery. With that said, the developers quietly planted several clues in the story, leaving enough room for players to form their own conclusions. And one of the most intriguing clues is the location where Mary first became seriously ill.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there.
We don't know anything for certain, but this scene at the Lakeview Hotel appears to highlight the early stage of Mary's illness, when her health first began to decline. During this time, James and Mary were on vacation in Silent Hill, and Mary was talking about how much she loved the place, before suddenly breaking into a heavy coughing fit.
Please promise you'll take me again, James.
This hint raises the possibility that Mary became sick after this vacation in Silent Hill, and that, over time, the disease spread throughout her body, eventually leaving her bound to the bed. According to various references, the symptoms of her disease include a sickly tan skin tone, hair loss, lumps on her body, and a general disfiguring effect that made her feel like she had the appearance of a monster. In addition to the physical symptoms, there were mental side effects as well, such as severe mood swings and emotional distress. We also know for a fact that doctors told James there was no treatment that could heal her, and that the disease would likely lead to her death.
You must be joking. I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Some fans have speculated that the disease may have been a form of skin cancer, which could explain the changes in Mary's appearance. However, this theory has never been confirmed or supported by any significant evidence. We could spend all day trying to match Mary's symptoms to real-life diseases. But in my opinion, this approach misses the point of the ambiguity that the developers intentionally created. I personally believe that there might be something else at play beyond what our eyes are seeing, and this is why the remake is very crucial in this regard. I already talked about this in a previous video, but I need to mention it again. If you remember, in the original game, during the exploration of Brookhaven Hospital with Maria, she suddenly becomes tired and appears unwell, leading her to rest in one of the rooms. This already felt bizarre, but what made the scene even more suspicious was that she quietly pulled a pill bottle from her pocket and swallowed several pills, seemingly to ease her symptoms. Maria was coughing in this scene, but James didn't even ask about the nature of those pills. Her only statement was that she simply needed some rest and would be fine later.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
For over 2 decades, this scene always felt random and largely insignificant to the lore, but the remake hints that it holds far greater importance than we ever realized. Once again, the same scene plays out with Maria feeling dizzy and needing rest. But this time, a later cut scene shows James returning to the empty room, where he discovers Maria's pill bottle on the table. When you examine the bottle closely, you find the label extremely blurred, but at first glance you can probably spot the word white at the top. By itself, the word seems entirely irrelevant, but in the wider context of Silent Hill's lore, it serves as a subtle reference to one of its most notorious elements. I'm obviously talking about White Claudia, a rare perennial herb native to the Silent Hill region, widely known for its powerful psychoactive effects on the human mind. In the original game, White Claudia was heavily used by the Order cult to manipulate the residents of Silent Hill and influence their minds. However, since the plant itself is illegal, the cult cooperated with several doctors to transform it into a prescription medicine, marketed to ordinary people as a cure for depression, and that it supposedly brings happiness and emotional relief. This medicine is known as PTV, and it can be sold in various forms such as powder and pills. But the catch is that it is highly addictive, with its positive effects serving only as a trap to push users into using it more and more. One of the people who worked very hard to promote it was Dr. Michael Kaufman, a sinister physician and the director of Alchemilla Hospital, located in central Silent Hill. He tried to sell the medicine to Silent Hill's residents for massive profits, but he primarily targeted tourists and visitors, mainly because it was easier to lure them with the product by taking advantage of their deep love for the town. Well, my friend, if you still haven't figured out where I'm going with this, let me make it crystal clear for you.
I don't know why, but I just love it here.
In the remake, you can find several pill bottles in a room in the Otherworld version of Brookhaven Hospital. They are scattered across a table next to the bed, and you can hear the sound of heavy, labored breathing, as if someone is struggling to breathe. This breathing is clearly a manifestation of Mary in the final stages of her illness, and with that in mind, it's reasonable to assume that the pill bottles belong to her. At this point, it's still just a theory, but if you look closely at the label, the confirmation is right in front of your eyes. When the blur is bypassed using external image processing, the name Mary Sunderland becomes clearly visible. In other words, these bottles were prescribed specifically for Mary by a doctor, which leads us to two logical conclusions. They were either ordinary painkillers she used to manage her symptoms, or they are none other than White Claudia, sold to her by shady dealers. Personally, I strongly believe it's the latter, because there's simply too much evidence screaming at us in the face that White Claudia is deeply involved in Mary's story. First of all, I want to give Sheba credit for revealing the blurred text on the label and proving that the bottles belong to Mary, because this single clue allowed me to build a theory I've always found very logical. Now, going back to the evidence in Brookhaven Hospital, we find that the room Maria entered is labeled C5, which is the exact same room in the Otherworld where you hear Mary's breathing and discover the pill bottles with her name on them. This implies that Maria's actions in the scene are a manifestation of Mary herself, from her coughing and need for rest to the way she discreetly retrieves a pill bottle and uses it for relief. Based on everything I've explained so far, I'm 99% positive that the bottle in Maria's hand is meant to be the notorious PTV drug. I believe the developers are implying that Maria may be dependent on it, which is why she turns to it whenever she begins to feel unwell.
Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired.
I can easily see this being the case because that's exactly how White Claudia and PTV work. When you use it casually in small doses, they actually improve your mood, relieve your emotional distress, and make you feel generally better. But as I mentioned earlier, the initial small doses are merely a trap designed to draw users into taking more of the drug, eventually leading to addiction. So, if I had to guess Maria's condition, I would say that she may have become addicted to White Claudia after using it for some time, believing it to be a legitimate treatment recommended by trusted experts in Silent Hill. This is a disturbing implication because if Maria is indeed addicted, the same possibility could apply to Mary, given that Maria is a reflection of various aspects of Mary's past and personality in one form or another. I consider this to be a highly plausible scenario because if you put yourself in the developer's shoes and analyze the patterns throughout the game, it becomes difficult to believe that these clues were included without any deliberate intention. The first clue lies in how the developers chose to portray Mary and James in the story. They specifically established them as tourists visiting Silent Hill on vacation, while placing strong emphasis on Mary's affection for the town and the deep emotional connection she feels toward it. I don't know about you, but as someone who enjoys connecting the dots, I refuse to believe this is a coincidence, especially given that the creators made it crystal clear in the first game that the cult and its doctors heavily targeted tourists.
You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave.
It makes complete sense to anyone familiar with the lore to consider that Mary may have been a victim of a sinister dealer in the town who supplied her with PTV, convincing her that it could help her mental health and make her happier. However, what really made me lean toward this theory are the psychological effects of the drug, which, if you focus enough, you'll see how they precisely intertwine with Mary's mental collapse. When someone consumes White Claudia in heavy doses, they slowly begin to experience mental breakdowns, emotional instability, erratic behavior, memory loss, and they even become aggressive toward others with no logical reasons. These are the early symptoms that can eventually progress into complete madness, hallucinations, and an extreme disconnection from one's true self. This is highly relevant because many people mistakenly assume that Mary's condition was purely physical, when in reality, her deteriorating mental state was a major factor behind James's growing resentment. To put it simply, James did not begin to resent Mary merely because she was ill. Rather, he became increasingly frustrated by the way her behavior toward him changed and by how emotionally abusive she could be in their interactions. This is not speculation on my part. The game explicitly encourages you to understand this point, which is why it includes a disturbing conversation between James and Mary in which she lashes out at him.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster.
Welcome to
what
my
are you
channel.
looking at? Get the hell out of here!
Hello.
Leave me alone already!
This conversation helps us realize that James genuinely tried to comfort Mary and give her hope, but she rejected his efforts and pushed him further and further away. My theory is that this was not solely because she was angry about her illness, but also because she may have been under the influence of PTV. I feel this way because it aligns with how Maria is portrayed throughout Silent Hill. Once again, it is important to keep in mind that, despite the differences in her appearance, Maria is the reflection of Mary, practically in everything.
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
In my opinion, the idea that Maria is simply an idealized version of Mary whom James desires is a major misconception. After analyzing her behavior from the beginning of the game to the end, I came to the conclusion that she represents Mary's gradual transformation, reflecting different stages of her character and condition over time. When James first meets her in the town, she appears gentle, playful, and intriguing. She speaks to him in a calm, almost soothing way that makes him feel comfortable and safe. I definitely agree that Maria is meant to be seductive to James, but beyond her appearance, she also seems to represent the version of Mary that James remembers from the happiest period of their marriage. However, as time goes on, you'll begin to see that Maria's interactions with James start to change, mirroring the way his relationship with Mary gradually turned into a nightmare. At a certain point, Maria becomes more of a judge than a companion to James. She criticizes him over the smallest things and blames him for not taking care of her, even though James is doing everything he can.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me?
She even shames him and targets sensitive aspects of his identity, including his masculinity, which reinforces her provocative and demeaning attitude toward James.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here.
But just when you think she's had enough of being around James, her anger and attitude suddenly subside, and she seems to regret her harsh criticism. This suggests that her emotions are highly unstable and that she struggles to control them.
Just
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me.
If you think the Japanese developers included such specific details in Maria's attitude by accident, you are very mistaken, because this is exactly how Mary's behavior changed after her illness. Even the regret she shows after hurting James's feelings is revealed at the end of the confrontation I highlighted earlier.
Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please don't go. Stay with me.
His wife is a junkie.
I didn't mean what I said.
This unusual shift in Mary's personality is likely the main reason behind James's growing negative feelings toward her over time, eventually reaching the point where he feels her love for him is completely gone, and that she has become an obstacle in his life. In fact, when James says Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago, he was not referring to a literal death, but rather to the idea that the Mary he once knew no longer exists.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
We can know this because, as I explained in the previous video, Mary died recently before the game's events, and not 3 years ago. But since her old personality disappeared, James saw that event as her death. So, James was essentially referring to the point in time when Mary's illness began to intensify. And by now, you should understand that I believe the primary cause of her mental disorder was her addiction to PTV. To me, this theory is incredibly cohesive because the behaviors I just described in both Mary and Maria closely resemble the psychological effects associated with PTV and White Claudia. Another crucial piece of evidence that led me to believe Mary went through serious mental struggles is the presence of Brookhaven Hospital. For some reason, it is the only hospital we visit in the game, even though Mary is generally believed to have been treated at St. Jerome's Hospital in Ashfield, not in Silent Hill. On the surface, the game suggests that Mary was never a patient at Brookhaven Hospital, but behind the scenes, the remake introduces additional clues that encourage the possibility that she may have been treated there. For instance, while exploring the hospital with Maria, you come across a photograph of many nurses hanging on the wall. At first glance, it appears completely ordinary, with nothing particularly suspicious about it. But if you return to the same photograph later that night without Maria, you'll notice that something disturbing has appeared. If you squeeze your eyes and focus on the details, you'll literally see Mary standing among the nurses in the photograph. We have no context for when the picture was taken, but it seems to hint that Mary may have once been a patient at Brookhaven Hospital. The second clue supporting this possibility can be found at the Lakeview Hotel. On the second floor, there is an office belonging to a nurse, and on the desk you can find a medical record bearing the patient initials MSS. These initials are unlikely to be random, because they obviously refer to none other than Mary Shepard Sunderland, James's wife, and the same woman we saw posing with the nurses. So if we take this evidence seriously, it means that Mary was indeed treated in Brookhaven. And this is a huge twist in the story, because Brookhaven Hospital is a mental health institution. When I tried to imagine the most logical scenario possible, I began to consider that Mary might have been treated there for general mental health issues, and was given PTV by a malicious doctor driven by profit. This makes sense because Brookhaven is historically notorious for having greedy doctors who prioritize profit over patients, and there is a lot of evidence within the series that supports this idea. This theory works like a charm with Mary's own statements when she said that the doctors treating her don't really care about her well-being, and they only want to keep her alive because they're making a nice profit off her.
It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive.
And again, let me remind you that the supposedly suspicious pill bottles were found in Brookhaven Hospital specifically, and they had Mary's name on them, making it almost irrefutable that Mary was a victim of shady doctors working with the cult. Now, if you still have your own suspicions about this theory, it's probably time to talk about the precedent we have for White Claudia in the original game, the tragic case of Lisa Garland. Lisa was a staff member at Alchemila Hospital, and her primary job was caring for Alessa Gillespie. But as you may remember, this is the same hospital that was under the management of Michael Kaufman, the man secretly promoting PTV. In order to coerce Lisa into doing what he wanted, Michael began supplying her with PTV, likely after convincing her that it was a medicine that could help her cope with the stress of her job and the frustration she was experiencing. As a result, Lisa became addicted to the drug and grew desperate to do anything she could to obtain it and satisfy her body's cravings. However, as the addiction intensified, Lisa began to experience severe mental disturbances that are identical to the behaviors I've described with Mary and Maria. According to her own diary, the suffering she went through includes intense emotional instability, psychotic breaks, and even hallucinations in which she sees objects and creatures that do not exist. She also mentions physical sickness in her body, which leads her to constantly feel unwell and experience devastating nausea. This is very interesting because in Silent Hill 2's narrative, it is implied that Mary's body was inexplicably deteriorating from the inside out, similar to what we read in Lisa's diary. Eventually, Lisa died after years of abusing PTV, and although it didn't kill her directly, the overdoses and the insanity it caused led her to reach a complete breakdown in which her body can't function anymore. What's crazy about her story is that she's already dead by the time the game begins, and this scene, where she collapses and begins bleeding, represents the town's supernatural power revealing her true decayed state, and forcing her to confront the fact that she's no longer alive. And speaking of the town's supernatural powers, this is the only explanation I can come up with for the mysterious, monstrous changes in Mary's appearance. What I mean is that this appearance might not actually exist in the real world. Rather, it may be exclusive to Mary's and James's perception. According to the lore, if you believe you are a monster, the town can eventually make you look like one. Not necessarily in reality, but in your own eyes and the eyes of those close to you. Before her illness, Mary's identity was deeply tied to her beauty, her vibrancy, and her role as James's loving wife. But as her health began to decline and she lost her energy, she fell into a state of profound psychological despair and came to view herself as a repulsive, decaying burden. In the concept of Silent Hill, this is considered self-loathing, and it's essentially a major sin that makes the town prey on your vulnerabilities and punish you by forcing you to confront the extreme version of your fears. This argument supports the theory of PTV because, logically, the only way the town can influence Mary is if White Claudia is involved, which is historically known as a central element in the town's rituals and was later weaponized by the cult. So my interpretation is that as Mary was dying and losing her beauty, she began to hate herself and refused to accept her new reality, which led the town's influence to make her perceive herself as a literal monster. On the other hand, the same physical decline, coupled with her anger issues and changing attitude toward James, pushed him to develop a deeply repressed and ugly resentment toward her, potentially causing him to see her as a rotting maniac who was ruining his life as part of the town's psychological punishment.
The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
This also explains the gradual shift in Maria's appearance and attitude throughout Silent Hill. It all begins with a beautiful woman who is sweet and kind to James, but it ultimately ends with a monster straight out of his nightmares, mirroring his past life with Mary step by step. To put it in a nutshell, in order to fully refute this theory about PTV and White Claudia, you would have to believe that James and Mary being tourists is a coincidence, that the suspicious pill bottles in Brookhaven are a coincidence, and that the medical record with Mary's name is also a coincidence. On top of that, you would also have to accept that Mary's bizarre behavior is a coincidence, and that Maria's similar attitude is somehow another coincidence. Once you're done with that, you also need to dismiss White Claudia's significant role in the lore, and assume that the developers chose a random disease for Mary that just happened to resemble key effects of PTV addiction. I mean, the Japanese developers are widely known for being intentional with everything they put into their Silent Hill games. And if you think about it, this theory might actually reveal how Silent Hill 2 is connected to the first game. It seems to me that the developers wanted us to experience the story from the perspective of the innocent tourists who fell victim to the cult's diabolical network and its PTV operation. And by the way, it's also worth noting that the clues in the remake were always meant to complement the existing lore from the original, as the creators themselves hinted. One example is the addition of Mary's body in the car, which reinforces details that were already implied in the original story and debated by players for decades. So, to be honest, the PTV scenario in Mary's case feels very canon to me. From the very beginning, the developers wanted you to know that the first place where Mary's symptoms appeared was at the Lakeview Hotel. This means that something horrible happened to her in Silent Hill before she returned to her home in the city of Ashfield. And the fact that the remake adds her medical profile in the same hotel pushes us even further in that direction. And speaking of additions, I almost forgot about the Bliss ending in the remake, which was included as a new ending alongside the others. It's presented as a happy ending, and in it, James watches the tape in the hotel again, but instead of seeing the tragic scene of Mary becoming sick, he sees happy vacation footage of himself and a healthy Mary together in Silent Hill.
Promise you'll take me again, James.
I promise.
There's no coughing, no misery, and no signs of any disease. Just a happy married couple enjoying their time in the town. The catch, however, is that this memory never actually happened. The only reason James sees it is because he consumed White Claudia before watching the tape, which influenced his psyche and caused him to become insanely delusional. In other words, this ending seemingly shows the same deceptive bait that Mary may have fallen for in Silent Hill, but from James's perspective. She may have taken White Claudia in the town and become hooked on its initial positive effects, only to later realize that they were nothing more than a temporary chemical illusion before the drug's destructive consequences took hold. Anyway, this is enough rambling for today. If you enjoyed the video, please like it, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to the second channel as well if you're a fan of real horror stories and mysteries. I'll leave the link in the description, and I hope to see you very soon.
I'll be waiting.
And subscribe to the second channel as well.
James, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else?
There are exactly 9 mainline titles in the Silent Hill series, and 4 of them are numbered from 1 to 4, suggesting they were intended as chapters of a single, complex story. However, that's not really accurate, because although Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4 are interconnected and center around related characters, Silent Hill 2 stands alone in a way that's hard to clearly define. This Silent Hill not only has its own separated characters and storyline, but also provides a bizarre and symbolic narrative that highlights the town's darkness beyond the cult and its rituals. With that said, as someone who has made countless videos exploring the lore, theories, and secrets of Silent Hill 2, I strongly believe the game remains unfinished to this very day. Or more precisely, that its mysteries are too extensive to be left without context. We all know the game we have is a masterpiece of psychological horror, but if we're being honest, it raises more questions than it ever answers. To help you understand what I want to say, I'm going to highlight several reasons why I'm genuinely convinced that Silent Hill 2 deserves a sequel or a complementary installment that goes beyond the remake. Without further ado, let's start. One of the most fascinating elements that sets Silent Hill 2 apart from the rest of the series is that its characters feel almost capable of telling their own stories, even without the protagonist. In other words, Angela, Eddie, and Laura are not merely there to shape James's journey, they also possess their own histories, backgrounds, and motivations that gradually become just as intriguing and enigmatic as his. For instance, we learn through his monologues that Eddie was bullied in the past, but we never truly witness his descent into madness, even though it's a mystery that has haunted players for decades. When he arrived in the town, he was already angry and ruthless, having shot a dog and a supposed bully, but the details of how he reached that point remain deliberately vague and open to speculation. In my opinion, a sequel is very necessary to show how those experiences festered into violent psychosis and how he transitioned from a victim of verbal abuse into someone who finds empowerment through violence.
From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
The victim part is very tricky with Eddie specifically, because in case you don't know, he's the only person in the game who feels victimized, but he has zero regrets regarding his actions. So in a sequel, I imagine Silent Hill can create manifestations of his past tormentors, giving us a more nuanced view of a character often dismissed as simply crazy. I would love to see flashbacks of his memories or visit the place where he lived to understand how he grew up and ultimately became the notorious maniac we know today. However, while Eddie's horrifying personality leaves much open to interpretation, Laura's presence in the town is arguably the most mysterious in the entire game, mainly because she's fundamentally different from everyone else. Most players recognize Laura as the annoying little girl who doesn't see the nightmarish version of Silent Hill, but very few stop to think about who the hell she really is and why she's even there. First of all, Laura's statements highlight what seems like a glitch in the story's timeline, something the game never fully explains. According to her, she knew Mary last year and even celebrated her birthday with her just a week ago. Yet from James's perspective, Mary died 3 years earlier.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. Is she really alive?
So, if Laura is telling the truth, it implies that James's timeline could be a complete fabrication or a delusion created in his mind to serve a specific purpose in his journey. Some also suggest that the 3 years refers to the period when Mary was sick, but even that isn't confirmed. Either way, what we know for sure is that Laura had a close relationship with Mary in the hospital, and she gradually began to see her as a mother figure, which is why she came to Silent Hill to search for her. This seems logical on paper, but also raises another question. How in the world did an 8-year-old orphan like Laura come to Silent Hill in the first place? How did she travel hundreds of miles to reach this location? In case you're wondering why I specifically said hundreds of miles, it's because, according to the clues, Laura supposedly came from the city of Ashfield, a neighboring city to Silent Hill, but still far enough away to require a long trip. We know this from both Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4, and it was clearly hinted that Mary was treated at St. Jerome's Hospital in Ashfield, so Laura was a fellow patient in the same hospital, and probably a resident of an affiliated orphanage nearby. In the game, she explicitly mentions that Rachel was the nurse responsible for her and Mary, and in Silent Hill 4, we learn that Rachel lives in Ashfield, specifically in the apartment building where the events take place.
Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse.
The most logical explanation for Laura's journey is that she either asked someone to take her to the town or secretly hid in a vehicle, and based on the available evidence, there's a strong chance she arrived with Eddie, which would explain why we see them together next to his car. However, this leads to another mystery that puzzles me. If Laura secretly came to Silent Hill after running away from the hospital or the orphanage, her disappearance would have likely triggered a massive police search. I mean, we usually view the events of Silent Hill 2 exclusively through what the game shows us, but realistically, there's an outside world that's equally relevant to these characters, which is exactly why I believe a sequel could explore that side. Long story short, my friend, as someone who has played all the games, I refuse to believe that James, Laura, Angela, and Eddie were simply forgotten after vanishing in Silent Hill. And believe it or not, the developers themselves have shown that their story never truly ended. In order to grasp my perspective here, I need you to keep these points in mind. The first one is that James came to Silent Hill from the city of Ashfield. The second is that he never left. And the third is that he never really came to search for Mary. Bear with me here, because although the last point may seem shocking at first, it's actually a fact from the game's real world. One that exists beyond the delusions and hallucinations in James's mind, which is mostly what you see throughout the game. In James's head, he came to Silent Hill to see Mary after receiving a romantic letter from her. But in the real world, he actually came to the town for one reason only, which is to put an end to his misery in the lake. You heard it right. In reality, James murdered Mary in Ashfield, then carried her and placed her in the back seat of his car before driving straight to Silent Hill to be with her in the last moments of his life. Simply put, Laura was not lying, and the timeline she described is accurate because Mary was still alive shortly before the game's events, and she died recently. Some of you may assume this is just my interpretation, but that's not the case at all. Everything I've stated is rooted in the scenario presented by the developers. In the official physical guide of Silent Hill 2, they explicitly mentioned that James came to Silent Hill because he wanted to end his journey in a special place, which means that drowning in the lake with Mary was always the objective. This makes sense because players had speculated for years that Mary was in the car, and in 2012, designer Masahiro Ito put an end to the speculation by confirming she was in the backseat the entire time, a detail that was later reinforced in the remake. This is why the in-water ending is widely considered the most legitimate and cohesive in the game. It aligns perfectly with the other clues and reflects the real-world events in a logical manner outside James's psyche. So, in reality, Mary's murder, James's arrival in Silent Hill with her body, and his drowning in the lake all occurred within a span of 24 hours. I know this sounds like it contradicts everything we experience in the game, but once you realize the story is divided between a real-world side and a nightmarish purgatory, you'll see that there are no contradictions. We all can agree that in the town of Silent Hill, it's pretty much impossible to distinguish what's real and what's not. And this is why, to this very day, the nature of its manifestations remains open to interpretation. But at the same time, the developers made sure to keep James's psychological turmoil separated from real life, meaning that his disappearance here is still felt by actual people in the outside world. You see, when I say the game needs a sequel, I'm not necessarily talking about another experience where James goes through a new cycle of horror. I'm referring to the idea of exploring his fate in Silent Hill through the eyes of someone on the outside. Thankfully, we don't have to imagine this scenario, because the developers have already confirmed that it literally happened. As I said, what happened to James in Silent Hill is not some glitch in the timeline that erased his history. Even though we see him as someone stuck in an alternate dimension, to the outside world, he is simply a missing person. The most obvious clue can be found in Silent Hill 4 when you examine the Toluca Lake photograph hanging in the protagonist's apartment. During this interaction, the protagonist Henry says he got the photo from the superintendent Frank Sunderland, and that he also heard about Frank's son and daughter-in-law disappearing in Silent Hill a few years earlier. As you already know, Frank is James's father, and Henry here is precisely highlighting that James and Mary are presumed missing in Silent Hill, and this is recognized in the city of Ashfield. This clue also suggests that Frank is aware that his son went specifically to Silent Hill and never came back, hinting that James may have told him he was going on a casual trip to mislead him. This naturally makes us curious about Frank's reaction to James's disappearance, because, as I mentioned with Laura, there's no way they could vanish without triggering a search by their loved ones. Well, this is when Silent Hill 3 steps in to provide some crucial context. In the game, there's a man by the name of Douglas Cartland, a retired police detective turned freelance private investigator. Douglas's role here is directly tied to the events of Silent Hill 3, but while he may seem like a random character on the surface, his history is more interesting than you might think. He speaks with Heather at several points in the game, but the most intriguing line for today's topic is this one.
What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? It used to be a nice, quiet little town. But now...
We've been there.
Once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him.
Douglas says he's only been to Silent Hill once, mainly to investigate a missing persons case. He also makes it clear that the person was a him, pushing us to think about no one other than James. This interpretation is logical, as Douglas's expertise in missing person cases makes it plausible that Frank Sunderland hired him to search for his son, but he never found James, likely because he was already at the bottom of the lake. So, to summarize the sequence of events, here's what likely happened in the real world regarding James's story. He and Mary were living in Ashfield, and Silent Hill was simply a tourist destination for them, something we already know from Mary's tape.
I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
James killed Mary in Ashfield, then secretly put her body in the car, because from the very beginning, his intention was to be with her forever in their special place, even in death. During this time, Frank probably believed that James was on a trip to Silent Hill with Mary, knowing very well how much the town meant to them and how Mary saw it as a source of relief from her illness. However, as the days passed, James was nowhere to be found, and Frank began to seriously worry about his safety, leading him to hire Douglas Cartland to investigate his disappearance. Now, I want you to use your imagination a little bit. Imagine a Silent Hill game where we experience the story through Douglas's eyes, witnessing what he found in the town and the conclusions he reached along the way. The reason I see Douglas as a character who deserves more attention is that his perspective on Silent Hill is uniquely balanced between reality and the supernatural forces behind it. What I mean is that he recognizes Silent Hill has shifted from a peaceful town into a place where nothing makes sense, yet he still chooses to analyze it through logic and objective evidence. So the idea that he explored the town after James's disappearance leaves me incredibly curious to see how he pieced the clues together, especially since he would likely try to connect James's case to other disappearances, such as Eddie's, Laura's, and Angela's. I focus on these three because they are real people who actually existed, but it's unclear whether the versions James encountered were real or simply manipulated by his own psyche. It's also difficult to determine whether James died as soon as he arrived in Silent Hill, or if his hallucinations began first.
Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
If you've watched my previous videos, you might remember that I've always been skeptical about the game's opening scene, and the skepticism grew even bigger after the remake. The Japanese developers don't design these scenes randomly, and according to reports, the remake was used to reinforce certain hints that were intentionally left ambiguous in the original. In my opinion, James in this scene is in a state of confusion and shock about his own existence, seemingly checking his body to confirm whether he's alive or not. And just when I thought my assumption was far-fetched, the remake seems to support it by adding a scene where James stares at his hands in a strange way and touches them as if he's testing their flesh. I'm not saying this is true, but personally it feels like James has already drowned in the lake and somehow finds himself back at the last point in his life before that moment, possibly as a result of Silent Hill's influence. This could also explain why the journey begins where the car is located, which is the same place James ultimately returns to in the in-water ending to surrender completely. Regardless of what exactly happened, it's clear that Team Silent chose to leave James's disappearance in Silent Hill unresolved so it could be discussed in future games and even revisited later on. This is why an investigator protagonist would be the ideal choice for a sequel. Silent Hill 2 is ridiculously filled with clues and scattered pieces of evidence that we still don't fully comprehend, even after multiple playthroughs. The nature of Mary's disease, the mysterious significance of Brookhaven Hospital, and the reactions of people in Ashfield are all mysteries we can reach for, but never quite grasp. And by the way, the remake once again plays with our expectations by introducing a hint that might lead to a potential return to James's narrative rabbit hole. When you explore the motel in West South Vale and go to room 106, you find a hat sitting on a chair that seems so random on paper, but little did you know, this hat belongs to none other than Douglas.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour.
This motel room is the same one Douglas and Heather stay in when they arrive in the town. And even though he's not a major character in the story, his lingering presence in the area means that his exploration of Silent Hill is too crucial in the lore to be left behind. I keep emphasizing this because Douglas is not a typical confused person trying to survive the town or pursue personal goals. In his eyes, the town is a crime scene that needs to be investigated as part of his profession. And speaking of his eyes, Douglas's perception in Silent Hill 3 is not entirely clear, and his statements are not always reliable. He tends to avoid discussing the town's supernatural elements and doesn't necessarily see the nightmares that Heather sees. However, there's a twist. In one section of the game, after Heather defeats the Split Worm boss, she has an intense argument with Douglas and begins to question his intentions. And what's interesting here is that he says this.
And that monster. What the hell was that?
This is the only line in the game where Douglas mentions the word monster, and it's clear he's referring to the same creature Heather was fighting. But for some reason, she changes the subject before any further context is given. Another noteworthy line from Douglas occurs in the motel room, where he's calmly talking with Heather before saying this.
I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. I've never seen nothing like this.
So, based on these two scenes, we can conclude that Douglas has seen at least one supernatural creature, and he's genuinely afraid and disturbed by what he experienced in Silent Hill, which makes me insanely eager to see the town through his eyes. His experience can be more horrifying than you might imagine, because Douglas has painful memories too, including the tragic death of his son. Following his retirement from the police, Douglas went through serious financial issues, and his family was struggling heavily because of it. Subsequently, his son decided to rob a bank in a desperate attempt to support his father and help with the money problems, but sadly, he was shot and killed during the robbery. This loss left Douglas emotionally devastated and shattered, and it slowly led him to drown in guilt and self-loathing, believing that his failures are responsible for his son's fate. Douglas became a bitter, cheerless man, but he still retained a desire to help others, which is why he became a private investigator, focusing mainly on missing persons cases, especially those involving children or families in crisis. But according to evidence from the game's guide, the shadow of his son never left his mind, and he blames himself for his death every day. When we place this backstory in the context of Silent Hill, it becomes highly plausible that Douglas would be haunted by these regrets inside the town.
This is all your fault. If it weren't for you... Then go!
I'm telling you all of this because I want you to realize how rich the Team Silent games are in lore and hidden stories, elements that are criminally underrated and often unexplored. If I'm being honest, even though I actually like Silent Hill F as a game, it still didn't make me feel the same excitement and curiosity I experienced while learning all the secrets I've mentioned in this video. I also don't agree with the idea that the town of Silent Hill has been overused, or that it's repetitive to make it the center of every game. When we truly understand the profound details in the original titles, we see that there are enough untold stories to create dozens of games set in the town, and each one would still be creative and special in its own way. Today, I wanted to put Douglas in the spotlight because his role as an investigator and his connections to other major characters make him a strong candidate to lead his own story in Silent Hill. He's the kind of character the developers could use to show us the reality behind the events we've already experienced, while also confronting a new set of manifestations based on his own trauma. Anyway, if you enjoyed the video, make sure to like it and subscribe to the channel. And you can also subscribe to the second channel, where we talk about real horror stories and mysterious events from the actual world. I'll leave the link in the description, and I hope to see you soon.
It's you.
What just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? What do you mean by one of them?
Remember that time Cartman said this absolute nonsense?
If you eat food and crap out your butt, then maybe if you stuck food in your butt, you would crap out your mouth.
And then to everyone's shock and surprise, this happened. Gross. But listen, South Park's most controversial character has claimed many delusional things over the years, but sometimes he's actually been spot on. So let's look at all the times Cartman said something totally outrageous only to find out it was true. Starting with the time he predicted stem cells could be used to create a pizza joint. Let the lunacy begin. The episode Kenny Dies starts off with the show explaining what stem cells are in its own special way.
And if you sign a release, that tissue can go to study.
Oh, well, I suppose if it can help others.
The hope is that someday it might. Right now, a lot of stem cells come from the tissue of aborted fetuses. I'm sorry, unwanted children.
Aces. What follows is a little sequence showing how the stem cells are stored and then transported to the research lab. But unfortunately, this batch doesn't seem to make it to its destination.
Never see it again. Jesus Christ! Can't wait to get home.
Well, that's unfortunate. Even more so as the first person to rock up at the crash site.
What do we have now?
Yes, the maniacal little hamster living inside Cartman's brain is already spinning like crazy, and it doesn't take long before he reveals his plan to the gang.
With all the research that's going on, stem cells are worth 3 times their weight in gold. What I have in my backyard is an aborted treasure chest. I hate you so much.
He tries selling it to the same people who lost their order on that truck that crashed. Unfortunately for Cartman and also the real world, scientific research can be shut down faster than you can say political mumbo-jumbo.
I'm afraid the government has just put a ban on stem cell research. We really could have helped a lot of people.
Hi! What the hell am I supposed to do with these things, huh?
A bit late for that kind of rational thinking now, my dude. While Cartman laments his self-inflicted dilemma of what to do with 33 fetuses he stole from a crash site, the boys get some terrible news.
Children, Kenny has been diagnosed with a terminal disease.
The doctors are gonna make him better, right? Mom, that's what hospitals are for. They can make him better.
Oh, dear. Mandy.
We know what that means, and it hits the boys hard. Especially Stan. They go and tell Cartman, and the 3 of them visit Kenny in the hospital.
Hey, dude, how's it going? We brought you a present. It's a gobo fighter. Don't tell him what it is, dude. Sorry.
Good golly goober, this is so sad I can't bear it. And neither can Stan. Even Cartman is cracking. So much so that he sets out to see if he can find a cure for Kenny.
Doctor, can you tell me exactly how stem cells work?
Heart cells, skin cells, brain cells, and so on. Look, you have trillions of cells in your body. It's what we call a stem cell. But before a cell is designated as a toenail cell or a pancreas cell, sort of like a blank cell, do you understand?
Cartman does not, but he wants to, so he urges the researcher to explain some more.
Earlier this year, we surgically removed the middle of her spine. Then we injected her with some stem cells and they became the missing part of the spine.
Yeah, pretty incredible, and Cartman is starting to get it.
Could stem cells be used on someone whose muscle tissue is wasting away? If the stem cells were placed next to a Shakey's pizza, they would become another Shakey's pizza.
Naturally, the researcher doesn't think this is a very good practical idea, but says that we'll never know the answer to Cartman's insane question because of the governmental ban on stem cell research. As if things like bans and bureaucracy have ever stopped Cartman before. And so he marches straight to Congress and pleads in front of the HOR to allow stem cell research so he can save his best friend.
I realize that using the tissue from aborted fetuses for research is a touchy subject, but stem cell research could save my best friend's life. Well, I guess I owe it to him to try and change your minds.
Touching. So touching that it makes Cartman lose it again, but he quickly composes himself by singing Heat of the Moment for some inexplicable reason. Soon, the whole of Congress is swept up by the sheer madness.
One thing led to another, we were young.
If that ever happened in real life, the world would implode. Also, the more I think about it, the more that song choice absolutely makes sense, but I'm not going to delve into a philosophical discussion about actions and consequences right now. What's important is that Cartman got the ban lifted by getting Congress to kumbaya to an 80s progressive rock song. And so he goes to Planned Parenthood to go get himself some fetuses.
Great. Listen, if you'd like to sell your abortion for research, I'm offering $75. Help you out a little bit with your medical bill in there. Yeah, just sign right here. Excuse me, ma'am. Can I interest you in selling your aborted fetus?
That fricker just doesn't quit. Unfortunately, it's all too late for Kenny, and he dies. Again. Everyone's super sad during the funeral. That is, everyone except for Cartman.
You guys, come quick! What, Cartman? Why, it's a miracle, you guys! What, Cartman? What's happened? Look, I put the stem cells from all the fetuses I had next to Shaky, and they are replicating a new Shaky. It worked!
Uh-huh. he was right. It can, in fact, be done. He never wanted to help Kenny. He just wanted to build his own pizza joint using stem cells like he said he could.
100 or so more aborted babies, and I can finish up the kitchen. Hey, I wasn't Kenny's worst friend. Cartman was.
Beat him into the hospital, Kyle. The next episode in which Cartman is proven to be right involves one of his many entrepreneurial endeavors over the years. And poop. The episode My Future Self and Me kicks off with the boys discovering a joint in the woods. They're totally freaked out by it and think that even just touching it might cause them to either start shooting up heroin or become full-blown terrorists because anti-marijuana ads can be crazy sometimes. Stan is the only one with a brain, so he throws it away, but that night an unexpected visitor arrives at the marshes.
Who are you?
It's me, Mom, your son, Stan!
Okay, weird man. Stan's parents try to get rid of him, but he convinces them to just hear him out by sharing things only the Marsh family would know.
When I was 5 and you both found that squirrel I'd been keeping in the closet and then it ran away, but I know that's just what you told me. I knew Mom actually let it out.
He is our son from the future.
You don't say, weirdo. Little Stan immediately thinks his future self is so messed up because he touched that joint, and his parents think all this means the bum has to move in with them and hang out with their young son every second of the day. Questionable logic all around, but that's what happens. Soon, Stan learns that Butters also has a future self living with him, which naturally raises him suspicion.
See, here he is, future Butters. Future self, this is my good friend.
Stan! Sure, I remember you. Yep, wearing that puffball hat like always.
Yeah, something's definitely smelling like bull farts, and Stan's not going to hang around and let this nonsense continue indefinitely. So he does himself some investigation.
Here it is. There has to be something. Wait, what's this? This expires in 2002. Why would he have this in his wallet? 3451 Colfax Avenue. Come on, Butters. Are we off on an adventure?
Well, I guess we're all going to 3451 Colfax Avenue, the location of Motivation Corps, where Stan and Butters learned the truth behind two bozos suddenly living in their houses.
We just don't know how to talk to our son about drugs.
Well, now you won't have to. This is Josh Kashner. He'll be playing the role of your future son. Nice to meet you, Mom and Dad.
Yep, these supposed future self-adults are all just actors hired to scare kids into staying away from any and all substances because their parents don't want to parent.
I'm going to tell him that I dropped out of school and went to prison for 8 years where I was sodomized. In the ass. Ooh, that should get Kevin to stay clear of drugs.
Again, the degree of logic here is astounding, but you know, the adults of South Park have a collective IQ of a cabbage, so it's not really all that surprising. Stan, of course, is livid, and so is Butters when he finally gets what's going on. They want their revenge, and conveniently stumble upon something called the Parental Revenge Center.
Hello? We're here about revenge on our parents? Yes, come in, please. Cartman? Oh, Stan, Butters, I didn't know it was you guys. What the hell are you doing here? I'm running a business, Stan. Are you my 11 o'clock?
Of course, he's running a business to get back at parents because Cartman has no time for any authority except his own. He pitches his business to Stan, and he actually makes some pretty good points.
They need to see consequences from their actions, or else they'll never learn. Listen, parents understand one thing, and that's consequences. What my company does is inflicts those consequences upon the parents in a very real and very direct way.
So it's basically Parenting 101, only administered by Cartman and the adults or children. Oh, and the consequences are severe.
What we're gonna do, Butters, is we're gonna wait for your parents to leave the house, and then smear all the walls with poop. I want you to take a look at some of these poop swatches. Poop comes in a lot of varieties, Butters. I want to find the perfect one tailored to your revenge on your parents.
I mean, whatever happened in good old egging, right? Cartman suggests the same revenge plot for Stan's parents, but he doesn't think it'll work all too well.
Dude, that's not extreme enough. My parents aren't gonna learn their lesson from having some crap smeared on their walls. Okay, fine. I just my first idea, that's why we have these consultations. I want them to see what they did was wrong. I want them to have to admit that they lied to me. Oh, well, this is nice. How about this? We'll lure your parents out of the house, and then we'll kill them. We'll cut them up into little pieces and feed them to the dog.
Dude, that's not revenge. That's straight up murder, you little frackin' psychopath. In fairness, though, that is definitely more extreme. Anyway, Stan storms out, accusing Cartman of not knowing what he's doing and thinking that he can just reason with his parents by having a direct and honest conversation with them.
I don't think that guy is from the future.
You don't?
No. You know what I think? I think this is all an elaborate hoax, and I think that whoever is doing it doesn't have very much respect for me. See, the best way to try to motivate somebody is by being direct with them, to be honest with them. I think the whole future self thing is a lie, and lies are never the right way to get your message across.
Well said, little Stan. Only...
I think he is from the future.
Yeah, he must be. It's like I just feel he's our son, you know?
Right, that's Mother's intuition. You can't argue with that.
It's like trying to talk to a tapestry. Stan then takes a more extreme approach and chops off his hand, arguing that his future self will also have a missing hand now. He is, however, greatly underestimating his dad's stubborn commitment.
What, his hand did disappear. He is you from the future. Oh, Jesus Christ!
That's weird because I didn't really cut off my hand. It was fake.
Oh, Look, it was faking the future, too!
Dang it. Also, never go into acting, kids. Meanwhile, over at Butters' house that's now smeared in dunk thanks to Cartman and his crew.
What the hell is this?
Oh my god, our house!
Oh, jeez. I'm gonna get it now.
Butters! Do you have an explanation for this?
Wait a minute, Chris. Don't you see? This might be our fault.
My God, you're right, Linda. This is what we get for deceiving our son.
Seriously, the parents of South Park are all certifiable morons. Butters' parents go on to confess that the whole future self thing was a ruse and that they were, in fact, wrong in their approach, which of course makes Cartman right. Ah, man. Keeping with the scatology episodes, let's now take a look at what goes down in Something Walmart This Way Comes. The episode starts off with Cartman making a statement that the others just don't buy.
Yeah, when you die, your jowls release and crap comes flying out your ass. That is stupid, Cartman. Oh yeah? I bet you $5 that when you die you crap your pants, asshole.
But before the boys can all get in on the bet, there's a big announcement because South Park finally has its own Walmart. Rejoice! Or not, because having a mega retail core in your town is going to have some unwanted effects.
Sorry, boys. I'm going out of business. I can't compete with Walmart's low prices. Everyone is shopping there now, and well, I can't make ends meet. I've got to sell the store and try to find another line of work.
Okay, that's sad. But also, Cartman can flawlessly play the violin. Man, if only he wasn't so frackin' evil. Anyway, the people of South Park are not doing great with the new Walmart, and it's basically a ghost town now. Oh, the joys of capitalism. A system that promotes cutthroat competition and manipulates people to buy things they do not need to buy. But hey, it's on special.
Dad, oh my god! What? Dad, are you dying?
No, I'm just really, really tired. We're shopping at Walmart all night.
But your face.
They had these little stickers filled with glitter.
Okay, you big little princess. Things have obviously gotten out of control, and the people of South Park finally realize that the Walmart needs to go bye-bye. So they go and tell the store manager that the shop needs to close down, and his response is, quite unexpected.
What, do you think I want to be here? I hate this place. Won't let me leave.
Yikes, this guy might need a holiday. He goes into full paranoia mode because he thinks someone's listening in on them and tells everyone to meet him outside, only that never happens.
Ha! You owe me $5, Kyle.
Holy crap, did that guy just get Epsteined? Also, Cartman was proven right in the most bizarre and traumatic fashion. Anyway, the whole town has decided to boycott Walmart, which in the world of South Park means absolutely no one is boycotting Walmart.
Gerald, what are you doing? We said we weren't going to shop at the Walmart anymore.
Where else was I going to get a napkin dispenser at 9:30 at night?
Mr. Garrison, Chef, Jimbo! Now, come on, people! Don't you see what you're all doing? What the hell is wrong with you?
There Randy goes again, trying to take the moral high ground while he himself is guilty as sin. Everyone at least realizes that Walmart clearly has some kind of power over them, and while Kyle suggests that they all just practice some self-control and not shop at the store anymore, the adults decide to rather do this.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord.
You butthole, Cal. You just had to go and ruin everything, didn't you?
I guess that's one way to solve a problem. Do what the French do. But lo and behold, the next day the store is already being rebuilt and everyone's already shopping there again. Oh, and Randy works there now because being a geologist might pay better, but being a Walmart employee means more discount. And not really, actually. The boys decide to go and talk to the bigwigs of the chain store, and they meet Harvey Brown, one of the original co-founders.
The idea was simple. Build a store for one-stop shopping where bulk purchases could keep prices incredibly low. We didn't know what we were doing. In just 4 years, it was out of control.
So how do we stop it?
You don't stop it.
Mr. Dramatic over here eventually says the boys need to find and destroy the heart of Walmart, and he goes full mental, consumed by the guilt of what they have done.
Tell the world I'm sorry.
That's $10 you owe me, dickface.
If anyone ever wants to argue with you over whether Cartman is a psychopath or not, just show them this episode. His responses to these deaths basically reflect the full dark triad. But it's not over because all things good and bad come in threes. The boys manage to find the heart of Walmart, and it's not what they expected.
It's a mirror.
Yes, don't you see? That is the heart of Walmart. You, the consumer. I take many forms. Walmart, Kmart, Target, but I am one single entity.
Yeah, we get it, Weird Old Man. Stan and Kyle break the mirror that is said to be the heart, and Weird Old Man goes berserk while the store starts caving in on itself, and then does this. Yep, just like an actual living entity, that Walmart died and then crapped itself. There's a metaphor here, but I'm not going to waste anyone's time soiling the moment any further. Sorry, not sorry. On we go now to, yet another episode featuring human excrement. Man, Cartman sure is right about a lot of poop things. Red Hot Catholic Love deals with the darker side of Catholicism and sees the parents of South Park concerned about Father Maxie's relationship with the boys, even though they have nothing to worry about.
With everything that's been in the news, I think it's best we keep our kids far away from the priest.
I've heard about other towns bringing in counselors that know how to find things out from kids without really telling them what's going on.
You just know a move like this will only make matters worse in a crazy town like South Park. So the counselor comes in, asks the kids questions like, is Father Maxie mean or nice, and how they would describe him. She then turns the little question session up to 11 by asking this.
And did Father Maxie at any time ever try to put something in your butt?
Hey, she's a straight shooter, I'll give her that. The kids are flabbergasted at this question, and even Cartman's having a hard time processing exactly what this woman is asking them.
In our butt? Like, money? What? You mean like a goldfish?
No. Did he ever try to put anything that belonged to him in your butt?
A clear and emphatic answer, but this line of questioning with no sensitive or nuanced discussion whatsoever leaves the kids completely dumbfounded.
What would the priest possibly want to put in our butts? Hey, dudes. Hey. What are you guys doing? We had to go meet with this counselor lady, and she asked us if the priest ever put anything in our butts. In your butts? Yeah, isn't that the damnedest thing?
That it is, Cartman. Kyle is just as baffled as the rest of them. They sit together and wonder until Cartman comes up with a theory.
Oh, dude, I think I might have it. What? If you eat food, you crap out your butt, right? Yeah. All right, now keep with me here. It gets a little complicated. If you eat food and crap out your butt, then maybe if you stuck food in your butt, you would crap out your mouth.
See, this is what happens when kids don't have proper said. Kyle thinks it's the dumbest thing Cartman said this week, but Bat Boy Genius is now hell-bent on proving his crazy theory right.
Have you ever tried it? I don't need to. It wouldn't work. I'll bet you $20 it'll work. You're on, Bat Boy. Okay, it's got you.
It's a terrible idea, but good luck trying to stop him. This will be interesting, though.
Well, Cartman, hold on. God, let a man crap. What's going on? Cartman shoved food up his ass and now he's trying to crap out his mouth. Oh.
Yeah, just a regular Tuesday, I guess. I mean, I don't know how the hell he thinks this would work. Oh, wait a minute.
Get the f*** out of here.
Good thing I ate before this. While everyone is both mystified and most certainly grossed out at what they just saw, Cartman rejoices because, yes, he was right. Somehow he was right again. I just fracking hate this show sometimes, man. Okay, so Stan tells his parents that this is apparently a thing that can happen, and to no one's surprise, Randy decides to test it out himself. I guess he is a scientist, so...
Honey, come quick!
I don't have to explain this metaphor to any of you, right? Soon the entire country has jumped on the crap out of your mouth bandwagon, and it's like a full-blown epidemic. So much so that it's completely changed the way they all eat.
In the past few days, we've all heard of the benefits of introrectogestion. Now everyone knows that some foods are simple to shove up the ass. Puddings, soups, raisins. It's a nice raisin pudding right here. And so making foods that can easily be inserted into the ass is essential.
Apparently everyone's taste buds have gone down the drain too. Everyone's so gung-ho on this new way of eating that they even want to give Cartman a medal for discovering it. But all Cartman cares about is rubbing Kyle's face in the fact that he lost their bet, and this leads to Kyle's total surrender.
You were totally accurate about being able to crap out your mouth, and I've just been frustrated because I didn't think of it first. I want you to enjoy that money because you really impressed me with your insight, and I'm proud to have you as a friend. You son of a cow! I hate you!
Well played, little Kyle, well played. Let's take a quick break from all the poop episodes by looking at the Imagination Land trilogy. This three-parter kicks off with Cartman on a super serious mission.
Let's try over here. Last time I saw him, he ran right through here. Set up traps there and there as well. You've got everyone believing your stupid story. This is so retarded, Cartman. It isn't a story, it's true. I saw a leprechaun. I've seen him come through here 3 days in a row now.
Yes, Cartman is convinced he has seen himself a mythical and mischievous Irish fairy, and he's dead set on catching it, but Kyle's not having any of this.
Oh, no. We have a deal, Kyle. If I can prove there's a leprechaun, you have to suck my balls, remember? Just admit you're lying, Cartman, so that everyone can go home.
That is one unsavory deal, and one that's actually been drawn up this time.
This is retarded. Don't forget I have a signed contract from you. When that leprechaun shows up, you must suck my balls. Yeah, and if you couldn't prove there was a leprechaun, you had to give me $10. Now just pay up and stop being stupid.
You'd think Kyle would have learned by now that it's maybe a not good idea to make these kinds of bets with Cartman, for lo and behold...
Me, it's a leprechaun. Get it! Get that leprechaun!
Yeah, that is no trick, and Cartman was right. He saw a frackin' leprechaun, and they managed to catch the wee little sprite, only for Cartman to demand that it tell him where the gold is.
Where'd he go? I was sent to warn of a terrorist attack. Now the terrorists will prevail. The end is near.
Well, that doesn't sound too great. But of course, Cartman couldn't give a fairy's butt about what the little green hat man had just said.
Kyle, suck my butt.
Honestly, Kyle, the sympathy is starting to wear off because you're just not learning, man. Anyway, while the three-part storyline plays out with a whole terrorist plot to bomb Imagination Land, the Kyle has to suck Cartman's balls plot sees them end up in court.
A travesty has occurred. Kyle Broflovsky did willingly and knowingly sign a contract, and yet, as to date, he has made no effort, nor does he show any intention of ever sucking my balls. And I want justice. I've given him ample time to fulfill his obligation, and he has thus refused.
Znas IJ-sam. Welcome to my channel. Eli. Mojakt. Pogreso Siga Stavio. Aspirator. Obrnuto.
Boli me briga. Bitno je da radi. Ne interesuje. Dođi pa ga montiraj sam.
Pozdrav.
To nije moj problem. Ja sam radio sad se piše lepo
Kako ćeš prodaš kuću za milione, a vidiš da ih sačeka?
Pa možda i ne prodam, u suštini sam kupio prazan plac. Ne, kupio sam prazan plac, znaš.
Ima i toga.
Ima. Kupiš prazan plac, odrediš koliko će ti budu temelje, mislim ko bi normalno napravio veliku kuću još.
No pomjer, ako možda ono kao veći nivo težine, pa sad kao imaš više
pa
granice.
Pa veći jeste nivo težine, više para, košta te sam plac i temelj košta dosta, sa par zidova. I onda dok napuniš kuću još nameštajem,
Da, jeste, vidim, nemaš ni krov na tome, znači trebaš i krov da uradiš. Neće
ni krov da udarim još uvijek.
Nego šta ćeš, sprat da dižeš još jedan ili?
Pa radiš.
Pa da. Interesantno. A neki prozor da staviš tu možda?
Pa
ne kažem neki prozor, da ne izgleda kao kuhinje u zatvoru. Ili te praviš za zatvor.
Kao robijašnice, meni za sad ovoliko dosta. A možda mogu da stavim...
Kome treba više neka radi.
Ne, čekaj. Garage door. Stairs, walls, windows.
Imaš i kuća.
Ma da.
Koji je veštica.
Evo ti ga zatvor. Ne, to kad je kući nosi, a kad smo na poslu onda mu nosi onaj građevinski šešir.
Aha. Svetlarnik.
Evo ti ga zatvor.
Ovo je sad, dobro.
Znači, koliki je? Bio mali, znaš? Imao sam nekog buldoga nesretnog.
A što je poraslo?
Bulldoga sam prodao, vratio sam ga nazad.
Prodao sam ga.
Zato što je imao lazy. Imao je lazy, imao je kao da, kako beše ono, gluton. Znaš, kao da i voli da jede.
Jesu.
I onda kao jebate lenj, moram da ga radim stalno. Ma daj. Ako uzet ću nemaš kuopčar. I eto. Kaže Garden 790.
Helper energetic needs. Interesantno. Evo te čak i kuće, evo te možeš statistike uvići.
Možda dođeš i ovdje ovako top, tu. Slušaj, vidi koliki. Dođi. Zato što nije teo da se pere uopšte. A pratite svuda u suštini, znaš. Neki prozori da nisu ovako nabuđeni. Nešto ovako za normalnu kuću.
Pa sad je kao moderno ti veliki svetlarnici i kao čisti prozori, znači ono samo da je ono veliki otvor.
Ovo je dobro. Ovo ti je dnevne sobe inače.
Da.
Bilijard 100, televizor, 100 za ručavanje i ovdje mogu da stavim akvarijum.
Volim kako pravi prozore sa čekićim samocolom. Skroz gol.
Vidiš ovo, hop.
Još upalimo.
Mislim da fine izgleda prostorija. To je to, otprilike uradim jedan ugovor, ako je malo veći uradim jedan ugovor i onda malo sređujem kuću, znaš, to je neki plan.
I onda flipneš.
A ovo sam gledao, ovo izgleda mučenje mačke. Taj je... za Helldiver. Isto kao ono kad uzmu, pa ne znam, ono, stave kuće pored mačeta i onda kao, ajde, kao daš igrati si.
Ali što je, jebote, 3D printovo šlem, ne verujem.
Pa možeš.
Znaš šta bi dali? Ali dobro, kažu, te 3D print mašine su postale dosta ono pristupačnije sada.
Imam update za Radeon drivere, ali ništa tu novo nema osim kao podrške za, mislim da je za Doom i za novi Assassin's Creed, a boli me kurac zato. Pa naravno jedno i drugo da uzimam.
Sad kad si to spomenuo, čekaj, zašto... Gdje je meni to? Red...
Radeon. Koji karticu imaš?
90-60.
90-60?
Adrenalin, čekaj. Zašto nema adrenalina ovdje?
Koju? Pa, možda je to jedan od onih optional update-ova, znaš.
Kao nešto failovo. Download drivers, download... Gdje 60 XT... Ali čekaj, ja sam skidao to, imao sam to, mislim, ne znam šta se spojebalo. Interesantno.
El enemigo ha lanzado un ataque cobarde contra uno de nuestros planetas. ¿Acudirás a su defensa?
Čekaj, što kaže ovdje? AMD software. Adrenalina, AMD.
Jesus Christ.
Los iluminados no pueden seguir corrompiendo nuestras tierras.
Coordenadas de misión ingresadas. Cápsulas gel listas.
Što kaže adrenalin? 2662 recommended.
Možda imaš jedno od onih koji nisu recommended.
Órbita sincronizada.
Novi driver i event driver. Ne znam ko je dao neki link za onaj FSR. Imate još malo i sve će da postanu ti virtualni frame-ovi, ono.
Ne, nego, što objašnjenje ukratko. Više ne znam kako da optimizuju nove te grafičke pokretače.
Pa to kažem, znači ono kupit ćeš...
I onda u suštini da bi mogao da ti prodi, razumeš, bolji display koji, razumeš, gura 140 ili 200 frame-ova, ne mogu to da izvedu s optimizacijom, toliki frame, nema šanse. Onda ti kaže, znaš, možeš da igru downscaluješ sa 2K ili 4K na 720 piksela i imat ćeš tih 100 frame-ova i više. Da li hoćeš? I ljudi kao, pa da, hoću bolji frame. To što izgleda blurry as fuck, to već, previše tražiš.
Što po meni ja mislim da je to previše premetno, znači što kažeš ti downscalovati pa na 720 novim većim monitorima, pa ja ne znam, brate, vidit ćeš samo maglu.
Jeste. Više je osjetan ovaj debuff za brzinu kretanja. Možda ovo. Dobro.
Lanzamiento de cápsula gel iniciado.
Igrao sam jutros 3-4 sata, 5 Fexel 2, i onda sam rekao ugasio, pretvorit ću se u Nenada. Znaš? A kad ga pitaš da igra, treba mi 85 ili onda bi kao počeo da igram build. Tamo 85 skill poena da
on igra to optimizovano i te stvari.
Video je nekoga da igra nešto i onda je kao... kao ja bi da igram ovo, ali ne bi da igram, znaš, nego ja bi da igram tek kad dođem do toga levela. Kaže, trebam 85 levela da bi mogao da napravi build koji hoće. Ja gledam, 81. sam level. A rekao, važi, ne. Shot for Tesla coils.
¡Lanzando granada! ¡Yo me encargo!
Got it. Go for the next code.
Nästa me start huge discord.
Señalando mapa.
Set.
Al noreste. ¡Yo me encargo! Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. Necesito armamento avanzado. Balista de suministro lista.
Evo. Dobro.
Están en nuestras manos. ¡Sírvanse una taza de liberté! ¡Tomen esto! ¡Tomen esto!
Thanks. Navodno, dok je igra bila u beta fazi i testiranja, bio bug gdje su te sentri i nišani u Helldivera. Bio je bug.
Da, ali to je onda bilo...
To je bilo nekad u kodu igre. Što me navodi na pomisao da nekad zapravo kad više nema šta da puca, počne da puca u tebe.
Da puca po tebe, čisto da ne stoji za žagbe.
Jeste, da ne, znaš, ono, što ne sećaš kao da si ga bacio, da.
Ono neki lik imao chainsaw.
Aha.
Ili sam puška tako, aha, znači je.
Ovo mi je bullshit. Ni ne znam šta me pogodilo. Mogu me pogoditi neki vojnik ili ko zna.
Tesla?
Da, vidio, on je pukao. You can probably cut down wire with a chainsaw. Right. Optimist.
Ovaj lik je došao ovdje da ubije zombije.
O neki.
Aha.
Nema njega len.
Zato ti kažem, lik je došao da ubije zombije i to je to.
Nema njega len.
Señalando mapa, al sureste. Necesito equipamiento. Gracias.
Thanks.
Avanzada de iluminados erradicada.
Ja sam uzeo mele oružje da mogu da ih bijem bez da trošim municiju.
Da ubijaš zombije koji on.
Da, ali više kao sidear, nisam ga ponao kao, support. Ne, to ti support. Znači on je trampio, razumeš? Da, on je trampio support oružje za to. Mislim, njegova stvar, ali ono. Zato što eto, vjerojatno neko tamo u Aerokedu pomislio da je previše jako da igračima damo.
nešto što mogu da koristim se za to.
Misli se sa mrtvom, majke.
No, polako, polako.
Ma debra, te štući ovaj, koliko ih ima. On je human. Ultimandless Messes, najjača jedinica im je onaj tronožac s onim laserom. Zato ima 350.000. Da, to je najjača jedinica u čitavom rusteru. Ako ne računam onoga debelog.
Čekaj, zar mi...
Jeste, ima i debelog.
Da, ima debelog, ne kažem oni latići prebrod, što
ne, nema ni to.
A nema toga više, šta?
Ne, nego ovo ti je varijacija kao na osnovnu frakciju. Osnovna frakcija ti sad ima onu heavy jedinicu, ima interceptora kao leteću jedinicu. Ima 2-3 vrste tih kao mekova.
Znam ono kad smo igrali da je bio ona velika kao neka riba, jebote što se mora prvo peraje da
a ne znam da li njega više imaš igde.
A, pa to. To je bilo poprilično zajebano, znam da si trebao ono... Kako ti odsik za novo vozilo?
Municija koliko voliš.
A misliš da se bolje ponašaju ili isto?
Pa ima drugačiji pogon. To sigurno. Well, listen. No.
Da, i ovo jebate turete sad auto.
A, nemaš zato spregnuti mitraljes?
Da. A ovo mi se čini da je onaj liberator običan, jel?
Pa, ili onaj, kako se zove, drugi... Da, ili liberator ili onaj, kako se zove, ona komedija do oružja. Onaj, što ima automatska puška, ili stalvar. Još uvijek nije sigurno, mislim da je stalvar.
Mislim da je liberator, stalvar ti malo onako, ima cev, ovo je...
Vidiš? Sad je ostao bez municije.
I sad ga puni polako i onda i tako idem.
Ne, ti ga napuniš iz rezerve nazad, ako hoćeš. Ne moraš.
Aha, ne, vidio sam da pozadi ima to kao oznaku za municiju, nego sam mislio da možete vi to da uzimate.
Možemo, 8 puta imaš resupply. Ali resupply ti nije full, koliko sam vidio, isti je pola municije. Nije baš isti kao onaj regularni resupply.
Da, ali da nije ni to loše.
Pa nije to loše, možeš malo da se topuješ. Da. Možeš iz toga da puniš municiju, onaj ammo bag isto, ako hoćeš. Dobiješ malo...
Možeš 8 puta, znači da ti je, ali puni pola, znači...
Da, ali možeš, dobiješ regularnu municiju da dobiješ iz torbe municiju. Tome se radi. Ovo je kao Austin Powers, Apprentice.
A, vidim. Ali izvuku su ga dobro.
Siguran. Mislim da mogu da prođem među zgrada, međutim ne vidi se baš jasno na ovoj gradskoj mapi ulici. Evo nekako sam izašao odande. Baš. Dvojka. Ima bolji ovaj ti je lightly armor, da li ima bolji povo nego regularni džip. To se ne zašto nema, onaj mitraljez gore na vrhu.
No svi su točkovi su sredili, brate, da ne pucaju na svaku neravninu.
Pa mislim da jesu, otkud motorna testera.
Ako izađeš iz njega, će ga koristiti kao turret gore, machine gun.
Sam puca. Mislim da smo dobri. Damn.
Gracias. Yo me encargo de la terminal.
Nice.
Usred sred ispred.
3 put smo ga podijeli nas. To je
bilo
to.
Señalando mapa, al sur, 300 metros.
Ne skuča me. Sam stavio Latin American, taj voice pack.
Cabron!
Da.
Solicito equipamiento. ¡Lanzando granada!
Ovo je nemoguće. U suštini ti ne treba ovoliko veliki melee damage.
Pa dobro, da vratno radi dobra armor penetration, sad možda jebi ga za neke bude ili robote, pa sad.
Možda da isečeš Možeš fabrikator da isečeš, jel znaš?
O?
Da. Znaš to?
Ne.
Fuck. Da, možeš. Vamos ver. That cannot be retrieved.
Oh. To, vratit kola.
On ima onaj električni, onaj lancer granata, ima. Deeskalator. A on slabo ubija, znaš, on ti više ovako za crowd control, čini mi se.
Ima dobar AO i sve, ali damage bude dosta slabiji.
Ne može ni jednu zgradu da demontira, znaš, ni jednu jedinu. A granatni pištolj bolje njega po tom pitanju. Ne može ni tipa da pogodiš u onaj fabrikator ili u nešto da radi, ma kak, u vrata od broda od vanzemaljaca ili u rupu da zatvore buban, ma ništa.
To je glupo s obzirom da je support oružje u pitanju.
Da, glupo jeste, ali... Tako je. To je ona kao njihova glupa logika, kao... Pa kao to mu nije kao namjera, znaš. Tako volim ovaj Gatling i krenu ovako da pisa nazdravlje retardirano. Kosi sve redom. To ga ne nosi. Razni se onaj sentry. That Gatling is a thing killer. Jedan od načina da recimo bude bolji taj Gatling bio biti da ga lansira na recimo nekom stubu koji je malo visoči, da ne puca u visini tvoje glave, na primjer.
Pa ja sam tako postavljaju machine gunovi i Gatlinge, baš da malo budu izdignuti. Ali problem u tome što uvijek hoće ti iz nekog razloga da ga odbije od terena i onda te uskakući.
To je zbog toga što su oni u kodu igre disablovali da možeš da baciš stratagem gdje ti hoćeš. Imaš zabranjene zone gdje ne možeš da padne.
Zabranio da kad sam bacu ove airstrike-ovi i tako te stvari, bukvalno su mogu da baciš tu kuglicu u građevinu, ono malo ne na građevinu i znaš da će se sigurno pogoditi, sad dođe i odbije se do građevine i ono... Otkutrlja se neki i sad da li pogodi, da li ne pogodi.
Where the fucking overseers, guys?
Pa htio kažem, bilo bi fora da možeš da staviš gatling gun na vozilo, na tank na primjer, da ga baciš i ovako samo...
Ne, razbije vozilo.
Znaš, izgubiš možda malo healtha, ali znaš, kao ostane tu.
Možeš i na tank da ga baciš, ali ne ostane.
Pa da.
Nego samo ostane zakucan za zemlju.
Prođe, ja. Da, mislim bi to bilo dobro fora da bi se ljudi se bavili s tim žestoko.
Da navučeš 30 overseerova, a nemaš ih toliko, više ima zombije i govana drugih nego što imaš overseerova. Vidio sam ih ukupno na mapi 10 komada možda. Ja lično. To je to. Jep. To nešto je nosio motornu testeru.
Preskočili ste mi objektiv.
Ne, bilo je da ubiš 30 i nešto overseerova, znaš.
A, to je to. I htio da kažem čudo, nekako je još ono sa 2 vozila, rekao kako moguće da ono kroz 2 put nisi ono primetio taj objektiv negdje.
Ne. E sad, da li je ovo defense? Ako je defense, možeš još da igraš gatsku mapu. Ako nije defense, onda...
El destructor aliado ha abandonado el escuadrón.
La libertad de la galaxia continúa en juego. Unámonos a la batalla.
Ovo je liberated u redu.
Esta operación alimentará el futuro de la libertad.
Yes.
Coordenadas de misión ingresadas. Cápsulas gel listas.
Ovo su interesantne stvari.
Activando propulsores orbitales. Órbita sincronizada.
Opa.
Da, imate opciju. Možda ovo nije loš. Nisam siguran, možda.
Lanzamiento de cápsula gel iniciado.
Telegrafo da skon sebi.
Idi, ja sam uradio već.
Ne, popio sam jedno, ali to je bilo litro su 7, ja mislim.
To ti kažeš da zaslužiš jedan, ali sad ću jedan.
El reinado del terror de los iluminados termina hoy. Desplegando baliza de SOS. Enviando campo minado. Enviando centinelas. Expidiendo paquete de equipamiento. ¡Tomen esto! ¡Bombas fuera! ¡Por la prosperidad!
Da ovo sranje uopšte ima cooldown između dva ova laser burst.
To možda se računalo kao jedan.
Nisam siguran da su im dodali ove animacije, znaš.
Koje?
A ovo kad pesnicom ti udari auto. Povačati. Gdje? Wow.
O, ima dropova za Dark Tide.
Pa naravno da imaš plaćeni DLC. U suštini imaš update za igru, ali update nije update pošto je plaćen DLC.
Dejando marcador al oeste, lejos. Necesito fortificaciones. Enviando campo minado. Solicito un vigía. Necesito un vigía. ¡Tomen esto! ¡Tomen esto! Señalando mapa, al oeste.
No je zdravim. Kao da nam je otišlo prednje osovine ili tako nešto.
Pa nisam se dobili ovaj Far West. Može.
al norte. Síganme.
Nice. What? Pukla je... Ne znam, bure. Zbog... What the fuck happened?
Reaction. Welcome to my channel. Would rather we run some games together sometimes, mate. Add me on Discord Reach.
What about your crew? Do you have a crew? And will you notify me when you got home from work? Or your headphones are off? And I have to type you back? Nope.
Reaction. Thanks for following.
Look at that piece of shit.
Delizia Dream. Welcome to my channel.
¡Bomba fuera! Dejando marcador, al sur, 200 metros. Afirmativo.
Grinch WZ. Welcome to my channel.
Ali, maybe a digital artist, man, if you are, it would be nice for you to show me some digital art. Maybe I can buy something from you. I'm not used to people actually playing games with me. I'm used to like having to deal with like digital artists. Having an actual gamer here would be a change. But if you're a digital artist, please tell me. I would like to hear about your offer. Wholeheartedly.
Zamisli, brate, kupuješ digital art pored AI-a danas.
A neće sad što i oni to radi.
Pa to ti kažem, zato znaš ono jednostavno...
Kupuješ samo glupost.
Sami sebe su izbacili, da kažeš ono iz posla.
Ono što možeš da uradiš trenutno je da staviš automobile na ulazu u bazu i da im reloaduješ ovaj, kako se zove, ovaj resupply i da ih stoje kao neki stacionarni ovaj, centri, znaš.
Pa da.
Bez
S
da ih
obzirom da ne
voziš.
mora više čovjek da ih obslužuje, ali jedino je to što ono, možda je manje ono damage i taj...
Nema veze, imaš 4 automobila, za vreme trajanja major ordera svaki igrač ima po jedan auto. A cooldown je relativno mali.
Señalando mapa. ¡Sírvanse una taza de liberté! Ha servido bien a la democracia. La extracción te espera. Dejando marcador, al este, lejos. ¡Recargando!
Evet. 9.
Super samples? Yes.
Señalando. Cancela eso. Afirmativo. Muestra rara obtenida. Al este, 300 metros. ¡Encontré algo! Marcando ubicación. ¡Calamares! Avanzada de calamares destruida. ¡Tengo una muestra! Dejando marcador, al sureste, 200 metros. Vehículo. Extracción disponible. Necesito un ataque orbital.
Aha, mogli kolega 2.
Solicitud aprobada. Enviando refuerzos. Solicito fortificaciones. Solicito una extracción. Solicitud de extracción confirmada. Transbordador en camino. Necesito mi guía. Suministro.
Dałem zjebać.
Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto 30 segundos.
I purposely dropped them so we don't lose them before the exit. But okay, sure.
Muestra rara obtenida. Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto.
you brought a fun stuff. Thank you. Vidim se kako trče, strefuju ulevo i udesno uz brdo, pokušavajući da me flankuju. To sam čitao za AI kod ovih, kako se zove, buba. Vrlo očigledno. Kako ti gledaš u njih, kako oni strefuju uvijek na kontra stranu koju ti gledaš. Ako gledaš u njih, oni uvijek beže 15-20 stepeni levo od tvoga FOV-a da bi te flankovali na ugao koji ih ne vidiš. Ako imaš kao ja običaj da ih trekuješ, čak i ako ne putaš u njih, znači nećete napasti dok te ne okruže bukvalno. Malo je glupo, ali...
Ali radi, a?
A, radi.
Marcando punto de extracción. Mexicano 1 alistando despegue. Lanzamiento de transbordador en 20 segundos. Refuerzos agotados. ¿Me escucha el sabor de la libertad? Extracción completa. Pelícano 1 iniciando ascenso.
Znači biti neki fantomski objektiv na mapu.
Han protegido nuestro modo de vida.
Sa Darkom sam pre neki dan igrao Ark Raidere i zamalo sam zažalio, znaš.
Da.
Zato što sam ja išao, što se kaže, van puta, da kažem tako, out of my way. Išao sam da ne pucam ni u što. Jer sam već maksimalni level i nisam teo da me igra rankira, Ark Raider da me rankira na onaj njihov leaderboard, znaš. Čim te rankira za 50 pojena, rankira, onda te baci na leaderboard i onda se takmičiš s drugim ljudima aktivno, znaš. A što duže odlažeš, jer sad postoji limit koliko možeš dugo da odlažeš veriga, što duže odlažeš da se rankiraš, što ti je lakše da posle ne moraš toliko da se cigaš za taj high score, znaš. Doduše ima ljudi koji upravo to radi što sam ja rekao, kao što. Naprimjer, za zadnju nedelju rekao mi lik da je bukvalno čekao do zadnjeg dana da bi radio većinu tih challenge-a, čak ne moraš ni sve da uradiš, samo određen broj. Jer se rankiraš sa ljudima koji su upravo kao ti, radili u posljednjem trenutku.
Da.
Jeste, kaže Darko, juriš high score, rekao, ne jurim high score, o tome se radi, nego gledam da što...
Jurim easy score.
Da, easy, što manje da uradim, znaš, jer ako uradiš što brže, onda te rankuju s ljudima koji, znaš, hoće ono kompetitivno da rade što više i više i više. To mi nije cilj. Znači što manje u suštini želiš da uradiš. Što manje da dobiš što bolji, da kažemo, rating. Na početku ima smisla kad si mali rank, a ja već, mene sad već gurao u hot shot. A hot shot je jedan rank ispod Kantine Legenda, razumiješ?
Da.
Ja ni ne želim da budem onaj Kantine Legend, jer je to cimanje previše, ali... Ali želim da bar zadržim rank, razumeš, a ne da se derankujem. Čini mi se sam jedare da nisam stigao da odradim te challenge i renkolo me bilo, ja mislim, 1 ili 2 renka dole sam pao, tako nešto. I onda sam radio, samo jednoj nedelje sam radio kao te challenge i 3 ranka da pogubao. Glupost. Jebana glupost.
Za 3 ranka da te baš moraš da se potrudiš ako hoćeš baš 3. Nije baš da nisi pokušao.
To ti je iz Daredevila 2, zato što imaš kad više ne možeš da dobiješ 3 ranka, znaš, triple rank, ne možeš da dobiješ, ja mislim, na Daredevilu 2 već. Ne, na Daredevilu 2 ili Daredevil 3, koji je već rank? Mislim da je Daredevil 3. Tu već ne možeš da dobiješ triple rank, možeš da dobiješ samo solo, ja mislim, rank 1. Ili 1 ili 2. 3 ne možeš. To me je fazan. Brala ne nosi opasne stvari. Strah me od ovih ljudi. Ako ja nosim gasne bombe, a ti možeš da uzmeš uvijek Steam. Znaš, kad uletiš u gasnu minu, neće tu biti baš instant, osim ako nemaš 50 HP-a, onaj klošar armor.
Ja mislim da ne nosi toliko to da ne biš.
Light?
Svi su na medijumu, da.
Začudio bi se. Juče je jedan igrao defense baze, nosi onu belu oficersku, ta ima nema 50 nego 75. Umiro je 10 puta. Znači, bukvalno rikošet gubija, razumeš. To je okej ako znaš šta radiš i ako si mobilan, a ako stojiš u mestu, znači, pojedu. Vidio sam dobru foru za automatone. Čovjek nosi one orbital gas strike, na primjer, znaš. I baci orbital gas strike. I orbital gas strike uništi, na primjer, Saurona, detektora, na primjer, uništi, znaš.
Aha.
Mislim da to može.
Gas se zamisli.
Zato što radi splash, zato što ispali gas iz onoga orbitalnog topa, znaš, koji uradi 1000 uradi 50 impact damage, razumeš, nije pitanju što uradi, razumeš, sam projektil, ja mislim da radi 1000 damage, taj s kojim padne kanister gas iz orbitala. Već demo force je dovoljno jak da može da uništi Saurona. O, bunker. Don't go forward. God damn it. I got a bunker kit, guys. Yeah, just this. Come. God damn.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos enviados. Solicito un vigía. Necesito un vigía. Equipamiento en la vista.
Nice.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos enviados.
Oh my god, you gotta trade him, man.
Solicito fortificaciones. Señalando bomba. Al este. 100 metros.
Hey, what the fuck is generator?
A daj! Jebeni glupi boss, ne mogu da verujem.
Koji boss? Sa hijenom imam jako veliki problem, znaš. I onda moram taktika da pravim. Moram da uđem u boss arenu tako da moji minioni pobiju one što stoje na brdu i one sa strane malo. I onda uđem pored hijena i stanem gore na vrh brda da me ne vide ovi s kopnima, znaš, slučajno. I onda stojim i cupkam napred nazad, znaš, oko te bene hijene. Ahora.
Dobro, drugi put zakinu koristim bossa, Aurelijana.
Ja sam poginuo pod jednim bossa 5-6 puta. Evo
A
tek
nije
sad
nego
samo
one shot mehanike, on sve radi.
Znam, Yeti, kad uđeš kod Yetija u arenu, su ulazi kod Yeti u arenu. One što nosi ledenicu, liči na Silver Fista, samo što ne nosi balvan.
Nisam u ovoj sezoni ga nisam dobio.
Ima ga u kampanji isto. Nije, može ga ti dobiti, ima da je garantovano kao boss, međutim ako nisi išao u tu oblast, ako nisi radio hunt mehaniku. Za Hildu. Koliko si uzeo pojena kod Hilde?
Nemam pojma, ne znam sad.
Hilda ti daje, ja sam uradio sve, čini mi se, osim zadnjega, onoga kao beast. Mislim da je rekao da je, postavljam da je Silver Fist poslednji.
Skoro iskustvo. Što sam pravio mehaniku šta radi, mislim, prvi put sam znao da treba dođem u onaj krug kod njega. Ali sam uspeo, kad sam uradio shield charge, onako, samo sam se zaleteo i potrčao sam krug i izbučali sager.
Isto određeni debuffovi koje određene zone imaju nisu dobri uopšte. Zemlja koja gori i tako to. Nabacuje ti vulnerability i dot. Recimo chill ground mislim da ne radi damage over time, samo po sebi.
Ne, ali to usporava, mislim.
Da, ali, okej, to je usporavanje, ali nećete ubiti dok zapaljena zemlja hoće. Znaš, tome se radi. Zapaljena zemlja, osim što ti skida fire resist, razumeš, ono, dotujete. Pored svega što ti juri na mapi da te ubije, razumeš, zemlja ti još gori.
Profamizi.
Hello, Eddie.
Welcome to my channel.
I might join you after this one. Well, after Blitz, that's fine. Wait, what time is it? Morning? Let me check. Oh. I got you.
Got you.
Nice. Watch out, watch out, watch out. He's gonna choke.
Señalando mapa. Al sureste, 300 metros.
Funny shit, I see myself in the preview. Because you recommended me, you. Stavio me na preporučene kao streamove, znaš, i sad kad sam otvorio njegov Twitch stranicu, stoji mi mali pozdrav s mojim streamom.
Bilo bi interesantno da možda napišeš ispod i neki tekst za sve to, baš ovo, me zanima šta bi ljudi pisali. Kakvu opis bi dali.
Jackpot. Is there like a money here? Oh wait, it's here. Sorry. Ne stigne da opali ni jedan preko jednog projektila, znaš, to je dvojica. Look at this, money guys, money! Money! Znaš da imam skoro 4500, super kredit.
Na koju foru?
Samo sam igrao.
Si kupovao ili?
Samo sam igrao.
Pa znam, brate, obično možda potrošiš, mislim, to znači da...
Na šta? Na light armor i na one ružne helmete?
Ne, ma ne.
Mogu da kupujem
Slavku trebaš da
15 varijacija onih ružnih, razumeš, light armora koji su ono razlikuju samo u drugačije oboje. I šlemovi koji, razumeš, ono, znači, to ono kao u Dark Souls igrama, razumeš, imam ovu kacigu, ali nikad neću nositi ta varijanta.
To Slavka uvijek dolar.
Ne, on kaže ide redom, ja rekao, to ona moram i da imam. Razumio bi da je uzeo recimo Sweeper ti je onaj pump action shotgun iz Stora, razumeš, koji košta 340 super kredita, stvarno je dobar. Mislim, razumem zašto za 1000 super kredita je mnogo...
Ali ne, ali to je zaista nešto što možeš da iskoristiš ili da se zabaviš, znači to je već sadržaj, znaš, nije nešto što ti blade, to je nešto što možda koristiš i da se zanimaš s tim.
A, vrlo je. Fuck me, I guess. Do you have a sample to drop, by the way? This is an exfil. If you wanna drop samples, now is the time to do it. Oh well. God damn it. Pada čovjek na opačke. Go. Hot shot for gas. Pardoname, spušćame.
En nombre de la libertad. Balista de suministros lista. Necesito equipamiento. Vehículo.
Nice. I'm stun locked. Fuck! Thanks.
¡Hoy no!
Gas.
¡Reportando!
Yeah, I know. Same. I got the same bug. As you kid, man. Bugged.
Señalando mapa, al este, 300 metros. Dejando marcador, al norte, 200 metros.
Now watch this, is gonna be right in front of us, see? Watch out. Jesus Christ.
¡Lanzando granada!
That is.
Señalando mapa, al norte, 100 metros. ¡Bombas fuera! ¡Lanzando granada! ¡Carga! Señalando mapa, al sureste, 200 metros. Dejando marcador, al sureste, 200 metros.
Fucking nuke.
¡Bombas fuera! Señalando mapa, al este, 100 metros. Dejando marcador, al sureste, 100 metros. Marcando ubicación, al sureste. Objetivo localizado. Solicito un
No, don't touch. Collect the...
Don't touch,
collect
prekida.
fucking grenades, please. Grenades.
paquete obtenido.
That's two. No, 3. One more. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. I see it. Press the button. Go.
Gracias. Soltando paquete. Paquete obtenido.
Now do the console, we can move.
Dejando marcador al noreste, 100 metros. Señalando ubicación. Señalando ubicación al noreste.
See you later, suckers.
Muestra clara obtenida. Afirmativo. Quedan 20 minutos para la misión. Yo me encargo. Objetivo localizado. Solicito un vigía.
Muchas gracias.
Necesito un vigía.
I španski ćeš progovoriti pro toga.
Pa... Ako ponavljaju... Ako ponavljaju jedno stalno te isto, razumeš, u suštini u onu žaru borbe, lako je zapamtiti, znaš.
O dobro, ono, to ti je, kako kažu, gateway, ulaz.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
¿Les gusta el sabor de la libertad? Recargando.
Smanjili su isto resistance onih laserskih sentrija, znaš. Ko imaš light gun ili bilo šta. Bilo čega. Mecima da ga uništiš. Pre si mora da imaš striktno bombe, znaš. Ako nemaš bombe, najbolj si, ne možeš ga ubiti nikako. Sad je to onako dosta jednostavno.
I one turete, ja mislim to ne turete, nego bre Tesla. Tesla treba da povati, one su isto da se... Tesla, ono da se izboriš s njim.
Pa da, i Tesla možda uništiš pucanjem.
Opa!
Ja bacam eksploziv iz neke navike, ali svi možeš da ih digneš vodu.
Ma, mogu si onda znaš ono, brate, isto ti treba par puta, brate, s nekom eksplozivom. Sad ono, verujem da sa ovim C4 da kao možda to malo bolje.
Sa C4 možeš da uništiš skoro sve igre. Možeš Fox Engine uništiš sa 4-5 komada. I nema cooldown kao recimo Orbital, već se restokuje iz torbe ili iz vozila.
Señalando mapa al oeste, 200 metros. Señalando mapa al suroeste, lejos.
You're stuck. Where are you? Let me see that. Roger's dead. On my way. Man is stuck. Ow. Oh. Sí.
¡Ay, no!
Jebo te zgađuje sve ove...
Mine. Da.
O,
That would be $5.50.
Soltando objeto, muestra. Solicito equipamiento. Nuestra grada encendida. Necesito fortificaciones.
Može da nas spamaš toliko ovih džipova na izlazu, to je nevjerovatno. Svaki ima, pa da opali 30 metaka pa imaš 4 džipa, svaki razumeš ima mitraljez. To ti kao 5 centi, razumeš, pored svega piše to što nosiš. I bude po 4-5 džipova pakirano svuda. A ovo ti je free za vreme trajanja ovoga Mage Ordera. Svi kaže da uradimo većinu Mage Ordera kao successfully i dobit ćemo kao nagradu taj strategiju. Trident je jako zahvalan za ove, vidiš ovo. No, sorry guys, sorry. I don't know, I am from Europe. If you're in Asia or Africa or something like that, or from West Coast USA, sorry.
No, nisi upunio ovaj turst. Što možda nije loš stvar, možda mi to nije bio.
Al noroeste, cerca. Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto. ¡Lanzando granada!
Jesus Christ.
¡Granada!
Boom.
Afirmativo. Tiempo estimado, 30 segundos. Soltando objeto. Tiempo estimado, 20 segundos. Solicito sentinela. Solicito tiempo estimado, 10 segundos.
Abomination tako mu lagano otkinuti nogu sa nečim tako što ima velik damage kao što ovaj Trident na vratu.
Ozbiljno?
A. Pa dovoljno je nogu jednu da mu otkineš, nema animaciju da puzi. Kao što rekao, samim tim što ne igram samo ove igre, igram i Souls igre. Ne uspešno toliko, možda kao svi ostali, ali ih igram. Nemaju oni uređene animacije, razumeš, da on sad poulja po zemlji, razumeš, s jednom nogom ili rukama da čupa, ne. Ili hoda na dve noge ili ne hoda.
Da, znači mnogo mu neki dođe kao već spot onda.
Porod! Ja već čekam kako da ćete.
¡Libertad para siempre! ¡Recargando! Marcando punto de extracción. ¿Les gusta el sabor de la libertad?
Iz tog razloga ja uvek uđem prvi u taj ekstrakt da se dešavaju ovakve stvari. Da se ljudi zajebavaju da može taj kill count i to je to. Imaš nešto se zove etika, u suštini kako napravi sesiju bit treba uvijek prvi duzi. Po meni. Ako će drugi da rade glupe stvari, to već njihov problem. To je se za glavi. Ma, mislim da je AFK, evo te u vozilu, vidiš da samo sedi tamo i... Ne, pomeri se. Ali ima like... Od toga je pomerio sad Abomination, evo te da kako ga je gurao. Ok, well... Hoćeš li da pređeš s nama da pričaš u drugu sobu? Hoću i neću, nema pojma, možda mogu na kratko, zato što ću sad nastavim da stavim, dok još nije opalilo sunce. Okay, here I am. You're glad to see me. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, good. I'm glad that my game crashed because I can Alt F4. It just hanged because somebody was lagging. Some of them. Isn't it? Oh, it crashed at the brief screen. Isn't it like early for you? Like not super early. Like 7? I mean, it's 7:30. Yeah, it's like 7:30. Yeah. I kind of like realized. But I slept last night. You did? Not as much as I wanted to, but yeah, I did. Did I made you go to bed last night? No, not last night. Like in the morning, like 6 hours ago or something like that. When I started streaming, you like you checked what I was doing, I guess, and it was like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. for you, right? I think it was. That would have probably been about the time I went to bed, and I remember seeing you get on. Yep. But I wasn't checking. Like, I mean, you just maybe I saw you on Twitch, and maybe I clicked on your name and then clicked right back off, and maybe it registered. It registered. Okay, it must have registered because I literally I was on. Yeah, it's fine.
Twitch, I remember being on Twitch, but I must have stopped by and then left immediately because
I keep saying
maybe
like
I was contemplating seeing
maybe.
if you wanted to do Helldive.
No, I wouldn't. I would say like I'm gonna stop streaming until you go to bed.
Well, I was really headed that way anyway. So.
I didn't want to be the reason for you to like, oh, you know, Snake asked me to play Helldive, and I was like, nope, we're not doing that. So, how do you like being maxed out on medals?
It sucks.
It does. Yes, it does.
But I still absolutely refuse.
So you're gonna like let like a 300 medals go to waste?
It's gonna go right down the fucking drain because I'm not gonna spend money.
Until you see something.
If I felt like I wasn't being manipulated, but I feel like I'm being manipulated.
Well, you aren't.
So,
like you're just refusing to like, you know, to buy anything. Like.
Yeah, but the way they've set up the currency, they've done it in such a way as to make sure I will fill up on medals.
So.
Or I will super credits, encouraging me to buy super credits. Nobody wants to feel like they've wasted something.
Yeah. But what did you feel if the cap was like 600, 800 medals? That's like a average, you know, warband.
No. I mean, they
would
need to do one of. They'd need to reduce medal amount.
Like
right
game.
In order to make it equitable. I don't expect them to increase super credit amount because that are to increase the cap. Like, I mean, in order to make this more equitable, you'd have to have like an equal chance of really getting both and
cheaper,
being able to keep roughly the same amount.
Cheaper medals. So
maybe, yeah.
Stuff from Warband doesn't cost like average Warband is like 600. The most expensive is like 800 or 900 medals to buy everything. So do you think like they should like reduce amount of medals to unlock whole thing? That's a question.
I honestly haven't thought about this. Yeah, I know, but I honestly don't know that
you have time.
I know
it's fine.
Yeah, I'd really have to think about it to give a firm answer. But I mean,
so again, it doesn't feel predatory, like you said. But if you reduce but they don't assume everybody is gonna play on the highest difficulty. That's the thing. Like, because I'm like, 1,000 hours in game, and I can casually like shift between difficulty 5 to difficulty 7. Difficulty 7 is like my average, most of the time. It's a bit hard, but it's not, insane hard. It says insane, but not for me. And that will give you like a reasonable amount of medals gain. Also on difficulty 7 you have much more POIs, and even if you don't get super crates you get medals. So I'm like racking medals every match, and I'm already 250 medals for like a month or so. I don't have anything to buy for a month. I'm more stuck than you.
You are more stuck than me.
Because I even if I wanted to, I cannot buy any warband. There is one funny post on Reddit, Helldivers 2. The guy says, "Oh, I unlocked every warband and every stratagem, and what now?" And they tell him, the people, like, "Oh, now you can start playing."
You have our permission to retire.
No, people told him like you can grind, what I'm doing. You can grind the camels for the guns, and you need experience to get all the parts for the weapons that can be unlocked. So that's what I'm doing basically.
What did that put you in an interesting situation? I don't know.
I mean, you're not wasting anything. You're just kind of like holding on to like your the premium currency to check the new warband. Hey, but the new warband is delayed. You know that?
Yeah.
And not because they're predatory. Like, I don't know how much predatory. It's just because they were unable to deliver warband in the time frame they actually told us they will do it.
No, I don't think it's predatory. I think it's I think it's good when a company is self-aware enough of what it can and can't do.
Oh, sorry for the gas.
You're fine.
You might feel it more than me.
My character doesn't actually turn. That's hilarious.
Oh, you mean when he's aiming?
Yeah, when he's saying he's just sitting there staring forward from the vehicle.
Yep.
He's stuck.
Yep. So there is a hard drive somewhere around here.
No. Look, I don't hate the system, like I've said before, and like I will spend money. Like I've already decided that I will buy the upgrade pack. I'm really waiting to see if it goes on sale, because then I will definitely buy it. But it might not. A lot of upgrade packs don't go on sale because they're upgrade packs. But anyway, the point is like I will spend money on this game eventually. It's just I refuse to at this exact moment, because the only reason I would is because they would have successfully set up a situation where I feel compelled to, right? Where I feel that like kick in the back of my head that says, man, I'm losing something. I got to do that right now. That's the only reason I refuse it. I don't hate the system that's put it there. I just, personally, I would not design a system this way. If I'm honest with you, I don't think I would design any kind of lock service game, like, because I don't think there's a way to do it without being at least somewhat manipulative. Because it's all based on behavioral psychology. God, one of the worst academic fields that ever existed was behavioral psychology because of the way it's been used. Oh, hello.
Well, there was one of those like famous. Oh my God! Like you didn't need to bring that hard drive. It was perfectly well by the car.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was perfectly well. I left it next to the car.
I'll put it back.
Oh, I'm gonna explode. So if I turn on this health bomb, it's gonna become active, and the gas cloud will activate it. No! Yep. So, are you that much fan of a what's it called, the Hell Driver Warband? Is that it? Because they are not gonna put the Warhammer Warband next.
They are not, you said?
No.
Oh, why do you think that?
You wanna bet?
I don't want to bet, no, because you probably know something I don't. I'm
No,
just asking
because they just announced it.
Okay.
So usually when they announce something that's a bit far, it's just to, you know, check the pulse of community, because they're probably paying the good money, the what's it called, to the
Warhammer is not that cheap of a property.
it's a license, and they will not buy, like, you know, like a Space Marine or Orc or a Custodes or anything fancy. They're gonna probably buy the what's it called, the Guardsman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you know,
the
cheap.
Guardsmen just make the most sense, right? They didn't buy Halo Master Chief. They bought the ODST, right?
Yeah, which is probably cheaper.
Probably cheaper, also more realistic, if I'm honest. Well, I say that, but we're advanced super soldiers, so I guess not, but...
Three. We need one more.
I got
Two.
one right here.
Go, 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 go. Wait, you need to load it, by the way. Don't touch it, please.
Okay.
No, don't touch it. Don't.
I'm not touching anything.
Thanks. Thank you, Green. Thank you, K4. Load.
Oh, yeah, that's not me. I'm K1.
Yeah, now it's gonna be bug. Yep. Load. Go. Unless you do it, we're gonna desync and it's not gonna be doable.
Is it going through? Yes.
It is.
Paquete obtenido.
Let's go.
Díganle hola a la democracia.
This is fine. I made a full roundabout, you know, trip, because he refused to jump into the car.
Did you get the thing? The black box? You
I
did.
think it's
Okay, I see
moving.
it.
I think it's moving on the radar.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you
I
get?
couldn't see it
Can you
because
get
of
this?
all the shit on it.
Abraham
Get what?
Grassfield.
This. Next to us.
Welcome to my channel.
Oh,
Yo
yes.
bro, just wanted to show some real love for your stream cause you've genuinely got crazy potential and I'd love to
I have a
connect
crazy
you with a top
potential.
Twitch streamer who draws thousands of live viewers and
Ooh.
has over M follower. He actually helps smaller creators grow the right way with real viewers, active chat and loyal supporters
I'm,
who sub-gift and donate. If you're interested, add him on Discord for
Yes.
cents and tell him Zico sent you. This could be the push your
That's a
stream needs.
mouthful. But can you make a bread? If you can prove me that you can make a good bread, I'll buy your offer. Okay, can you help me with this?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you. Come.
No, about the bread.
No, some AI bot is trying to sell me like a bunch of nothing. Try again. Nice.
You're gonna shit yourself when they Google how to make bread. Put those chat.
If the Google like gives you advice how to make a bread, yeah, you're gonna be sick probably. They made these guys a lot dumber. I don't mind. They used to be very aggressive. They used to like rotate really fast, track you, run through the walls, and now they just stumble around, you know? He left? The guy left. What the fuck? Do you hear this sound?
Yeah.
Like couple of seconds after they die, you still hear them stumbling around. Left. That's fine, I'll do it.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, that's it, I think.
Okay.
Quedan 30 minutos para la misión. Destructor aliado uniéndose a escuadrón. Enviando Helldiver a zona de combate. Expidiendo centinela. Necesito un vigía.
Señalando ubicación. Iluminados al norte. Solicito un vigía.
I would say... look at that.
Dejando marcador. Al noreste. 200 metros.
Ha cumplido la voluntad de la libertad. Realiza una extracción cuando tú dispongas.
That guy still hasn't died?
You still hear him?
But,
You still hear him?
I mean, he's still moving. Oh no, not the guy that disconnected.
B3?
There was a body, and one of the big lumbering hulks.
Yeah.
Encontré algo.
Oh.
Solicito un vigía.
Pueden proceder a la extracción cuando quieran.
drop thermite on it.
Yeah, drop. That's one. Oh, that's the last one actually. Nice. See? Oh, you're already gone. Oh, I hope you like requisition.
It's the best.
That's what I like. He's dying. So what do you think is in the next box?
War bond?
Yeah.
Box.
I mean this. Check the loot box.
Oh. Not super credits.
Not super. Oh my god.
Wow. The game heard me.
10-10.
Wow, that's that's what's required for the game to give me super credits. Okay, the next one's not super credits.
Yes, 100%.
100% not super credits. Man, I hope it doesn't prove me wrong. No, I don't need that many more. I only need 105 more.
125?
Yeah, 105.
Oh, we'll get that.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'll get it eventually. It ain't like I'm in a rush.
No, you're not, because they're not gonna release anything new.
Bunker.
Slavko is not here. Drop your comedy. Drop your cringe. It's literally word that I cannot find a replacement in Serbian.
Cringe?
Yeah. You can try, Google it. I can't. I don't know. Thank you. I don't know what would be the replacement. You can try Googling it while we drive. Find me suitable word for cringe in Serbian language. I don't think the Gemini would have like a...
Okay, so this says transfer blama.
transfer blama.
The everyday
yeah,
slang favorite.
Yeah, no. That's not a good replacement.
Fair enough.
Like,
it also says blamaranja or blamaranji.
Blamaja. Blamaja. Yeah, you said it correctly actually. So that would mean something really, something that you should be ashamed of. That would be B-L-A-M, blam.
Yeah.
It's like a sound effect for like a cartoon, you know, like when they say blam, blam, blam. But, you know, it's an actual word in Serbian, and it means something that feels inappropriate for the speaker. But why I think it's not really good replacement is because usually when you say cringe, that person is not ashamed of it, from what I think.
Okay, that's fair. I would also think that it's not just embarrassment, right? So this seems to be interpreting, and it's not entirely wrong, right? Like, I think that there's a connotation that you and I are aware of that maybe it's hard, that makes it hard to take. I think the connotation for cringe is, it's not just that you're embarrassed or ashamed, it's icky, right? Like there's something that makes you feel weird about it, right? Like, so like I might lie to someone and people might go, wow, that's, you know, embarrassing, right? But like, that's not cringe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. God damn it.
I could call within a new car.
Yeah, please do.
Damn,
I mean,
if I could stop. We'll call it back here.
They're surrounded literally, nice. And to be able to like be a good translator, I think you need to understand the culture, both the culture, your own and the culture you're trying to translate stuff from. And I don't.
What makes Nietzsche so difficult to translate? He used a lot of idioms and poetry, poetic language from German, that there's no equivalent in English.
Cultural, it's impossible to find like a synonymous word.
Yeah, I mean, you can get maybe approximate, right? So like that's what Kaufman, who's considered to be like the best translation of Nietzsche, that's what he tried to do, right? Is find approximations. But he notes in his like translation, he had a lot of appendices, and he would note, hey, there's not really a way to translate this in the same kind of way. So it also says susramji, co-shame or shared shame is what it's supposed to literally mean. It says this is a relatively newer coined word designed to be the exact linguistic counterpart to cringe or the German Frinscham. Well, it is beautifully accurate translation. It sounds a bit literary and is more online or in humorous context rather than everyday casual speech.
Yeah, it's a new speak word, so it's kind of hard. So the best course of action would be just to accept the word that's most popular in all languages, which would be actually English, cringe. Don't try to make up a new word like a blam or like transfer blama. No. It's literally cringe. It's easy to say, and I think if you say that something is cringe, like everybody would understand. You don't need to find like a different word for that.
Yeah. Well, do you want to hear its last attempt?
Yeah, let's see.
Cringe, which is literally meaning cringe.
Yeah, that's a new word in Serbian. That's what it is. Because they don't have a word for it. It's just phonetically like close to Serbian as it can be.
Transliterated.
Yeah.
Transliterated is when they try to find the words or letters in the English language or in the language that match.
Pronunciation.
The same sounds. Yeah. So it's kind of like they just gave up. They were like,
yeah.
You know what, this word is ours now, right? Like.
Yeah, it's like a. I had like a argument, not an argument, like like a back and forth with my colleagues at work. Like Serbian language, because it's like an old language, and our society is kind of based upon like old values and whatnot. Well, we didn't thought up like a new words for stuff. We basically adopted a lot of them. Like the best example would be word taxi or cab, right? So we don't have a word for that. Like they try to like talk to me, like debate me about that, and I was like, okay, you can get like a word for that. It's called serviceable vehicle for transport of passengers and goods, or you can say a fucking cab or taxi. In Serbian, you can say taxi. It's easy to understand, or you can say service vehicle for transfer of goods and passengers, which is mouthful, and I would never say.
It is.
Yeah, the thing that I saw, you can just translate it to Serbian, and it sounds awful lot words for like something simple concept as like a like a rent a vehicle, that's it. But nope, folks from my country, they are dying to like have their own thing, Why? I don't know. The same was going for like the time when I had like how do you call it, like IT classes in a school, like where you would study about the computers and about IT education. Well, we had the same words in English, in Serbian, but transcripted basically, because they didn't have like any new words, which was super funny to me.
Because of the technical jargon?
Yeah.
Like,
we don't have like technical words for like our own language, so they would basically steal another like language word and just, you know, like change the form and say, oh, this is it. And I'm like, no shit. So also, like a lot of folks, young men, they would say charger, which means what usually a weapon magazine or a clip, you know, clip with ammo. They would say chargeur, which is actually a French word for reloading something, you know, reloading a gun, reloading a weapon. It's charger. I think I'm right, like reloading again, that's French word. And I'm trying to like say, and I am always the one, you know, arguing with people about like stupid things. Sorry. It's not even an argument, it's like me going back and forth with somebody until they either they give up or just I say, yes, you're right.
Give me 2 seconds. I need to transfer my laundry to the dryer. Be right
Sure.
back.
Sure. Damn. God damn. 0 deaths. Zero fucking deaths. Killing time. I'm about to die. Let's start riot. Riot, let's start riot. Riot, let's start riot. If you feel so empty, so used up, so let down, you're not the only one. Just check that real fast. Auto runs. Sys internals. Let's check this. Yes.
Okay, I'm back.
Did you meant to say, guess who's back?
Back
again. Maze is back to the fray. Yeah. Really? Tell a friend.
Yes, he's back. Yes,
It
he's
doesn't say to the fray.
No, he says tell a friend.
Ah, tell a friend.
Yeah.
That's something
Because he
different.
wants you to go tell a friend.
Oh. Okay, so I can give you like a good advice. You wanna check what you're really starting
No.
up every time you turn on your PC?
No.
Okay, you don't want to do that.
It's better I don't know.
Fine.
What do you want? What are you telling me?
Because like Windows tells you like, oh, there is like 10 apps that are like running in the background every time you start your PC, but nope. There is actually like
there's a lot more, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just the what's it called, the Windows Task Manager doesn't show you. But there is a like an app that's called like Autoruns sys internal, which basically tells you what exactly is going on in the background every time you know boot up your PC from zero. I guess.
What's that app called?
I linked it. Autoruns sys internals. It's easy to like. It's not malware if you're like wondering. Did I link something like sassy?
No, I don't think you linked something sassy. I can see it on your screen.
So there is like Mozilla fucking update in the background. Thanks. None of this needs to run every time I turn on my PC. None.
Let me.
Oh, there is actually the Nuvo. The Nuvo wants to run every time. Interesting. And the Epic also, and the Easy Anti-Cheat. Wow. You son of a bitches.
Go on. What? It's coming up? The anti-cheat?
No. It's the stuff that loads up every time that...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is it?
Yeah, you can disable it here, like from booting up with your PC. If you really want. I could, I guess. I'm getting tempted to disable the Nuvo Easy Anti-Cheat, and this is the Helldivers software. Why does it load with PC boot? That's what I'm wondering. Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a guns.
You make love. That's not the right words, but anyway.
I wanted to say maybe you should have tried. Yeah, that one gives you more grenades and less recoil. But maybe you should have run the acclimated, because of those like Zep towers that will kill you as soon as you know, walk around the wrong corner. You know, like there's those little like Tesla towers. I don't know, do you feel like it's a bit punishing to like one-shot you if you don't have like a appropriate armor?
Sorry. I was reading that obnoxious bot in your channel.
Really?
Is it just me, or their tactics changed?
They want to be our friends now? Is that it?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of missed the days when the bots were just like, hey, streamboo.com.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not interested, you know, you go your own way. Now they're making some elaborate schemes like, oh, me and my crew are like cruising and we want to like all come to you later. Can you add us as like a Discord friend so we can, you know, get the notification and we can talk? And I'm like, no way. And I would always go with like a spiel about me being a humble baker, which I don't want anything to do with them.
Humble baker.
But I am.
I am but a humble baker.
I am. I earn more than those like son of a bitches, you know?
I fight for democracy from time to time.
in between making tortilla chips.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry, I'm fucking with you.
Sorry.
Alright, who's mine?
I did it.
Wow. Wow, this guy.
Wow. Mm. Austin Powers, is that you?
Nope, nope, you got it.
Got it.
Well, egg on my face.
Being one.
A good thing we have
Welcome to my
spare,
channel.
you know, stims, right? Welcome back.
Who's back?
Back again. Shade is back.
Hello, friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, good. More medals. More medals.
Back when I was really into Eminem, I'm not as. I mean, he's okay, but you know. Ooh.
Welcome. I heard some weird story when he was in like a hotel in Japan. Was it the Tokyo or something? He one night snuck out of his hotel room, went to his like you know, colleague rapper room. He fired like a silence, like a Uzi or something, scared the shit out of them, and tomorrow he pretended like nothing ever happened.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was funny for him at that time, I guess. By the way, guys, this is Blitz. So maybe
Get out and do something.
Maybe do something.
Don't tell me how to live my life, but in all fairness, I did forget that. And then I realized you were out doing stuff.
I
and I'm
also
like, I should
forgot.
probably go. It's very easy to do with Blitz.
It is, it is.
Necesito fortificaciones. Dejando marcador al noreste, 300 metros.
Don't cry for me.
Argentina. No, that's not what you wanted, right?
It's not quite it, no. But that's okay. I'm gonna try to get to one of the other places with the car.
Yeah, try.
I'm gonna take a different car though than the one you came in with.
Sure.
I'm gonna take the one that I called out here.
These guys want to go with me. This is Blitz. If you want to like do something, try calling the another car and like move to the other place, but it's fine. They really want to go with me.
There's a sense of safety in numbers, you know.
I don't know. I don't feel safe sometimes with people. Sometimes, like when
I
they
actually feel less safe.
when they ask me to play trios in Hunt Showdown, I don't feel really safe. Not at all.
You don't feel safer here.
Here?
This is not a safe place.
Hell divers are not like a bunch that. Oh, he throw orbital to destroy just one ship. Did you? It took me like 5 seconds with the explosive, but sure. You can use your overpriced space laser. You literally throw the laser to kill like one spaceship. One. We did it. Yay! We did it.
¡Lanzando granada! Muestra recogida. Faltan 5 minutos. Que la libertad te dé alas, Helldiver.
Watch this.
¡Bombas fuera! Afirmativo. Generando mapa. Al suroeste. Lejos. ¡Encontré algo!
Look at this, guys. Oh my god. How much money did you say you need?
Only about 100.
No, less. No, it's less. We collected 30 super credits in like less than a minute, I think. So I guess the optimal way would be to like do as fast as you can like couple of these like blitz missions. Because you don't get any more medals, I would suggest like just running the blitz. If you want to do that. You don't need to even go crazy with like difficulty 7, you can just run these 5s. And just, you know, rush the, what's it called, rush the beacons. Last couple of beacons were money. And this is even the more ridiculous. There is literally 2 capsules next to each other. You can call for the extra, we'll get there.
Alright, I'm trying to kill this thing.
Wait, potentially more money, guys. Potentially more.
Solicitud de extracción confirmada. Transbordador en camino.
No, my god.
Afirmativo. Solicito un arma de apoyo. Afirmativo. Tiempo estimado 1 minuto 30 segundos.
Fuck you. Son of a bitch. Ah, ha ha ha. No.
This is fun.
It is? They're getting you raped? Okay, we're coming, we're coming, we're coming. No.
This is fine, I'm not worried about it. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Are you scared? Don't be scared.
Scared for you.
Oh, shit. Dun, 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 dun.
What the fuck is that? What did you get yourself into?
It's quite a few.
Oh, I don't see them. You killed all of them?
Murdered them all.
Solicito fortificaciones. Solicito equipamiento. Necesito un vehículo.
Oh, that's a cool visual. Look in that direction. The volcano.
East,
right
southeast.
behind it.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Look at these two pelicans. Oh, wow.
Marcando punto de extracción.
Nice. Let's go, guys.
Extracción completa. Pelicano 1 iniciando ascenso.
So, because you're stuck basically on those medals, do you want to check and tell me how much super credits you need? Because I think you need less now.
I will, yeah.
This was very productive, by the way.
I never think of the blitz missions as having.
Yeah, because you don't have time. That's why
Yeah.
the area is smaller, where you actually have an ammo. You know, the operation, and a lot of the stuff is like in 50 meters range. I just saw 2 capsules, you know, the escape pods, like next to each other. They weren't even trying, you know. Look at this. This is like a Hans Shodan average nickname. Kerosene Rat.
He must play on Showdown.
Yeah.
Arc Raider. I wonder if he plays.
Yeah, maybe he's. Let me ask him. Are you maybe Hans Shodan player, Mr. Kerosene? I don't think he plays Arc Raiders. Not actively. I can check. Can I?
Can you actually check the Steam profile?
I can go. Well, you can if you didn't lock the freaking.
Yeah, it froze, didn't it?
Add friends. So some of them basically has like a shitty connection.
Okay.
And well. Oh.
I opened it forward.
You did?
I did, because yeah, I don't know what the hell's happening. But
And as soon as you did it,
it went through.
Yep. So it's usually like if anybody has having like a issue problem with like a connection, as soon as like one person disconnects randomly, it fixes itself. Sadly. Good luck, Arc Raiders. May the force be with you. Yes. So yeah, did you load back in?
Yep.
Okay. So how much super crates you have?
Hold on, it's coming up.
There was a guy in lobby. He was called Arc Raider 117.
Yeah, that's the one that I thought was Arc Raiders.
He
I was
might
like, huh.
he might even be, you know.
I need 75 more. That is a significant reduction.
Nah, yeah. It's only after one and what's it called, the blitz. So I have a suggestion. Let's run like 2 or 3 blitz missions. You'll see.
Okay.
There.
Back with
Yes.
Free colony. Well, I would do as you say, but there isn't any more blitz missions on this fucking planet.
Really?
No, hold on.
There is.
No.
Maybe if you go to like difficulties
Those are
6, 7. 6, 7, yes, 6, 7, whatever.
Just evacuate high value asset.
Nah.
Free colony, evacuate colonists, launch ICBM.
That's a blitz.
Okay, there we go.
That's a
Yep.
blitz. So it's only difficulty, I guess. Yeah, the only difficulty difference is gonna be you're gonna see those tripods with lasers. If you
You're
can,
gonna see more of them.
yeah, if you can avoid them being, beam you with laser, you're good. Like, they don't get any more units. It's kind of interesting, the way they did the balance for this faction.
It's me, Mario.
Do I want to run this? So, actually running like armor that gives you more grenades and thermites with a warp pack will probably enable you to like blink, around the map without them actually, cornering you, because you know how the zombies work. They usually would run around you and try to sandwich you, but by using warp pack you would probably be, able to outrun them.
Too easy. No, so the other day when I ran with a bunch of people,
yes,
randomly, that is what I did. I ran the warp pack like almost constantly.
Did it work out?
It was great. Problem is, it didn't really make me a very good team player, if I'm honest, because I just didn't think about other people.
So you were just zipping around the place and they were like
Pretty
lagging non-stop behind you. But
yeah, pretty much.
if you can do... No, listen. If you can do objectives, if you're just running around and, for searching for money and, and the medals, that's a different thing. But if you're zipping around by destroying the objectives, yeah, you're doing a good job. Even if they might die, on the greater scheme of things, you're doing a good job. Pretty good.
You fucking fuck.
So I'm gonna miss all this like free ammo and the steam packs. Trust me.
I know, right?
Well, if you manage to blow up a car like 5 seconds after it lands, well, you're not actually using it correctly. But if you can get the value out of it, this feels like a waste of time, but sure. Sure, I'll go with this.
I really wish I'd have taken the warp pack now.
Told you.
Well, it doesn't matter, I'm dead anyway. There's just too many.
Reinforce.
Like I end up coming into an area to try to get to
Stuck.
it, and like there's just 50 million
Stuck.
million fucking.
Yeah, you can go forward, you
I'm
can
just
go
like,
back. Yeah. So all that like additional firepower, you know, like what's it called, the robot? It's useless. There's too many of them.
yeah, but my warp pack is also useless if I end up getting into the car with you, right? So like it's kind of a 22, right? So
Well,
like,
you do know that I'm kind of bad driver.
that's me. I hit the button.
Thanks. Now do it yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Bye bye.
Now do it yourself.
Do it yourself.
Okay, it's fine. I will do it myself. I don't need you. Fuck you.
I don't need you. You are only liking one shell, so you're good.
Yeah, well, yeah, we don't. Of course, it's the one that's going to be the most hit.
Yep. Most likely. So how are you with the cooldown for the thing?
The car?
Mm-hmm.
I got it one.
Yeah. No, not for me. For you!
No, I know for me.
Yeah, for you. Nice, GG. So watch out when driving, not to stumble upon I wanted to say nukes. There are random nukes around the forest. Let's go.
Yeah, I had to use one of them earlier to clear a wave. Only for there to still be a wave after that.
Hmm.
So.
Yep.
That's pretty much it.
So does it feels like you up the difficulty?
Not really.
Ah,
I really don't think the difficulty becomes super noticeable until
they do invasion.
7. Well, invasion, yeah, but I was thinking more like 7, like level 7.
Yeah. Then the spawns are getting, you know, out of control.
I have no idea what the fuck happened. And then I died because the vehicle wouldn't fucking move. Oh, that was because I was in the chat. I don't know what happened. I guess he killed me? I don't know.
Maybe he threw a grenade.
He killed himself.
Grenade or something. No.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Anyway. Well, that city is an unbreachable fortress. That's a joke, but also kind of not.
Thanks. Thank you. Oh, that's a good laser. Pretty good. Who the fuck dropped the mines?
Not me. Don't you just love it?
I love it. I love it. Run. Run!
Yeah.
There you go. I don't wanna say sorry because they blew up the mine. Look at this. Watch out!
Alright. Oh, yeah.
See what he did?
Oh.
See what he did? Oh my
wow,
god.
These are the violent mines, too. These are fire mines.
Thanks!
I thought I could get in before.
No, you can't. He literally dropped a minefield on a car. Thanks. Look at that piece of shit. Gotta stay. You cannot get up. Oh, he's still hitting us. Motherfucker.
Oh my god.
He's keeping you in an eternal state of stumble. Ah, man. I would be pretty satisfied if this mine kills anything other than us, but they don't. Not a single fucking zombie got into the mine.
His name is Booger.
Booger. Booger.
Señalando mapa, al noroeste, 300 metros.
Second.
He's still alive. So you're doing like a mistake. So
there's no E button. Just go. Fuck it.
So you are yeah, come. So you are assuming his weak spot is eye. It's not. It's not. It's like ankle, if it makes sense to you.
Oh really?
Yeah. Don't.
Yes, I was assuming it was eye.
It is. It's kind of like obvious, right? Yeah, well, stuff usually isn't obvious.
I got you.
Can you get this?
Okay, well,
we came for this.
yes.
We came for this! Let it be 100. Thank you. No. Fucking requisition.
Requisition.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
No. God damn it. That door is busted as shit. I'm done with this car. I'm done with it.
Why is there so many drop, you know, stuff? Really?
Yeah, you guys go ahead and get out. I don't care. I'm gonna...
Yeah, same.
Destroy this, thing.
Same.
Where is the
Sorry.
last? There it is.
Right there. GG.
Alright,
can you drop a car immediately? I'll do it.
I cannot.
Take mine.
Because I don't have one.
Take mine. Take a car and get out of here. Fast.
Right.
Superdestructor abandonando órbita. Transbordador de extracción de emergencia enviado. Presupuesto de refuerzos agotado. ¡Encontré algo!
So they wasted a bunch of time just by, you know, riding around with me instead of like grabbing literally the free car we all have and just going to the other place. Go. Yeah, there is that one. Move it.
Fucking exit. Fine.
Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto.
Walker has ammo if you want it, B3.
Well, you weren't that far behind me, and you walked.
I used the walker. Yeah, just plow through them, you know. Easy peasy. So there weren't many those like beacons, see? Surprisingly. We got maybe 2 or 3 of them. It's kinda random, I guess.
I got one on the way out.
So the city zone is kinda small on this map. See, there is like only one city on the north. And on the south there is nothing, literally. Nothing. That's why it was like so weak. Exactly. So did we get any out of this? Not sure.
But I think we got 10.
Really?
I think.
These guys were fairly useless. No,
what are you talking about? They did amazing.
What did they do? They draw the enemy fire.
They prevented our vehicle from getting
killed,
taken by the zombies.
Yes, by dying themselves, I guess.
That's right.
Because if there is nobody else around, they're gonna hit the car. But if they are around and the zombies are chasing them, they're
Haven't you heard of
decoy? Yes.
Scorched earth tactics?
It's
if we can't get the car, nobody can get the car.
It's like it's a bit complicated than that. It's like I would say the same as you, but in a fashion that if there is a resource I cannot take and I don't have a need for it, I'm gonna destroy it for you also, which is the same. But if you're referring to, you know, the Russian tactic in World War II, which is kind of ridiculous, like they couldn't get, for example, the food or the extra fuel, so they fucking destroy everything for everybody. Which
talking about it's great.
It's great.
It's the best. Also, no, we got nothing that round. You're right.
Yeah. Try again. Let's go again. Do we have a difficulty 5 maybe?
I'm gonna check and see if there's another blitz. There's another blitz here.
Yeah, go. Blitz, all blitz. So we need 80, right?
Yeah, but you know you don't. We ain't. I mean, this ain't a big deal, man. Like I ain't.
It is.
I ain't hurting. I mean,
You are not. You're not, but it's kind of fun to work towards something.
I'll probably spend like $1 or something. Like, isn't there like $1 package to get like 100?
You can't.
Yeah, so it's like it's not that big of a deal. It'd be every little thing.
Gonna be alright, sing it over him. So okay, so you can get a thermite, for example, and that armor that you have, so you can zip around just by throwing the explosives.
Don't worry about a thing.
So
that helmet that guy's got is definitely extra as fuck.
That's a helmet that you get when you upgrade the game, by the way.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So like, look at me. Dad didn't love me, but look at me now, Dad. I'm the only one that's not bloody as fuck on my screen.
Hey.
Oh, that's because I changed my helmet. So I changed
Yeah, that's it. So if you died and you exfilled without like losing any ounce of blood, your armor is like brand new. But if you're like getting ragdolled all around and you survived, remember when I went with like a white armor and then extracted like a charcoal?
That's because you got burned a lot, right?
Yes, and then I actually managed to keep, you know, keep myself from not dying, I guess.
Well, if I'm using the warp pack, I'm not going to call my vehicle in immediately. I will put it in reserve.
That would be smart way to do it. But lucky for you, I don't do smart.
Oh.
Immediately?
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
expect.
alright. He's dead. Alright, I'm gonna run through and grab these, thingamabobs.
So, watch out so you don't get teleported into cacti. You know, there's like a plant that explodes.
Okay.
That's the best advice I can give you. So you set up that one, okay, sure. We got you, friend.
I am heading toward the city.
Okay. They just died.
Yeah, I don't think they're familiar with our tactics. I mean, I'm not. They were where I was, and I'm like, I'm not sticking around.
Yeah, but they. You remember the two guys that we played with yesterday? We like run around the map, did all the objectives while they were like moving, like around the center of the map. And essentially, they gave up on doing any objectives, and they just went for the exfil. But as you said, even though they weren't like that great, I guess, they were at least listening to, you know, what we were trying to like communicate to them, which is enough sometimes.
Nope. Man, I love this mode.
The Blitz?
No, I'm being sarcastic. I'm yet again being overwhelmed by...
Oh, by the Voteless Horde. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a sub-faction, like you would prefer like a full rooster of all the units mixed up?
No, I'm just temporarily annoyed because I was almost done with what I was doing and then they showed up and they're preventing me from finishing the job.
I guess that's how they like it.
I got it though.
So listen. I'm doing the map, so we'll be able to like see where the stuff actually is.
You mean the LiDAR station?
Slavko would say, leader. And I would say sometimes maybe.
Alright. Wow. Fuck you. Alright, I'm good. That SOB hit the floor. Good on him. Somebody needs to give that our guy a raise. Now where is he starting to kill?
Somebody give that guy a cigar. Wait, you're still having trouble with like destroying a couple of factories?
No.
Not you specifically. You know, the gang. Yeah. GG. Thank you.
Oh, I just destroyed that building.
So they did nothing.
Them.
So they did nothing.
I don't know what they're doing. They're doing their best.
Listen, they're getting overwhelmed by zombies, so they think they need to like rack up the kills. Which is good. Not really. Can you get that beacon, man? On 128 degrees? Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Objetivo localizado. Vehículo. Yo me encargo de la terminal.
I'm gonna guess
most
of the people don't really like driving in this game. That's like a wild guess, and I'm like.
I should have called my car down just then. But
not you, them.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it down now though, because I was trying to make it back to my warp pack, but that's not gonna happen.
Well, are you good with a cooldown? Is it gonna go up the cooldown eventually?
The warp pack? It's got a minute on it. I'm just gonna call the vehicle
Yeah.
down.
You're gonna get him before the end of the match, so don't worry. Oh! No. Piece of shit.
Faltan 5 minutos. Que la libertad te dé alas, Helldiver. Avanzada de calamares.
God damn it.
What?
Sorry. It ultimately worked out okay. The guy dropped an orbital right as I got to where I was going.
Mr.
Almost killed me.
Mr. Burger lagged out. And good thing we brought the warp pack so we can now do it like this. Well, I got the fucking medals. Is it good? Not really.
Super credits.
Did you get it?
I just got super credits, yeah.
Nice.
Coming to you.
And you can if you want. I'm like driving around trying to, you know, collect as much as I can with the time that we have.
Fair enough, then I'll do that too.
Because we opened the whole map, we just need to check all the, you know, POI, potentially. Oh. So say you need super samples because I found them. So apparently the Steam had to like set up like a pretty high price for like their new console, and they're gonna ship
the RAM shortage, right?
Yeah, and they also have like a issue, like they say, oh well, some of the console will be shipped out, well, you know, the Steam decks, I guess, will be shipped out with like 2 times 16 gigabytes of RAM. Or was it like 2 times 8 gigabytes of RAM? Some will have like one single module of like 16. So depending like how lucky they are like with like that batch of you know, supplies, I guess. So they cannot like guarantee like which model did you get. And like apparently they checked it and performance are gonna be the same. Oh, more money. More money. Yes. Yeah, because of the RAM shortage. Everything went to shit.
It's a good time.
So, who threw down the orbitals then? The teammates?
Yeah, S4.
Don't get killed by that, by the way.
I shouldn't be close enough. I just got another super credit, by the way.
Hmm.
I'm at 955.
Oh. I don't know if you're in lack of like a super samples, but we found even that.
Dejando marcador al norte. 50 metros. Tengo una muestra. ¡Alemanes! ¡Reforzando! Necesito un vigía. Solicitud aprobada. Enviando refuerzos. Solicito un vigía. Superdestructor abandonando órbita.
No, that's it. I couldn't call anything anymore.
Yeah.
I call one spare car.
I am fully overwhelmed on my position.
I will try to get to you.
I would try and get in
So,
thermite on these walkers.
come, let me show you. Let me show you a good tactic. Come with me. So what you don't know, maybe you don't need to be there. You know. You know that. So usually when you do the exfil in like a normal, you know, conditions, you would need to be right next to the place, but
because it's the end.
yeah, this is the auto exfil, so you can only focus on staying alive, and because you have a car and like 60 liters of gas, you're not gonna run out of 60 liters of gas anytime soon. So theoretically you could just, you know, drive around and not kill anything. It's not super smart, but hey, it's a tactic. Is he behind us? Oh, he decided to follow us. Nice.
Yeah, I do think he is trying to get in. Just keep moving it slightly ahead of him.
Oh, please don't shoot us. Thank you. I would say stay inside. This guy is, I think, running, what's it called, the Raptor. He might clean your head off.
Clean all of our heads off.
If the, what's it called, the fragment of the Raptor hits a car, they're gonna blow up. There we go. Enjoy your ride. Oh, fuck.
How did I die?
He zapped you while you were entering.
I was in the vehicle though.
Nice, GG. He also killed me. You're usually invulnerable, but because he was so close, he managed to like auto-target you and me with like laser.
Wait, Saint Seraphine did?
He only extracted?
No. I'm asking who killed me, because I don't know who killed me.
Nobody.
I definitely died.
Yeah, me too. So who, the what's it called? The big the tribal, the walker. Yep. because he has short range arc attack. You probably saw it, right? Like he will zap you with like a laser.
Okay, I see what you're saying. He killed us, but it didn't count because we were already in the second phase.
Well, as soon as the game puts you inside the, you know, the mithril capsule, I guess, you're invulnerable. So it didn't count. It didn't count. My nose is itchy. Jesus Christ. See, who's the strongest? Did we die? Let me see. Nope. We didn't die. Not that time. Because it clearly saw me, you know, being zapped in the end. Okay, how good are you with the, you know, the premium?
45.
You are 945. How did you manage to get that odd number?
No, 955 is the amount. 45 is what I have left.
45. Yeah, but what I'm saying, like, usually stuff is like rounded. It's not like, you know, 0.5. You bought something from a store, is that it?
I must have bought something from the store.
Yeah, because they are usually.
Yeah, because there's some of them that. Yeah, there's some of them that are odd. Yeah.
Let me check. There's literally very little stuff that I didn't bought, other than some ugly, you know, hats. 150, 125. Yeah, there is a medic helmet for 125. Yeah, I guess you bought something like that. But for example, I would never throw my money for like Eradicator, which gives you like recoil reduction and 50% reduction to explosive. Here is a kick. It has a 50 armor, which is basically 50 health. So even if you take reduced explosive damage, they shoot you with a bullet and you die. The explosive is not like your problem, it's everything else. No?
Yeah, I don't see any more.
Try 7. Let's see. No. It's a defense. Defense. Try 5. Try 5. No. Yeah, that's it. That's what we want. Blitz, robust.
Alright. Since I cannot decide on what actual weapon I want to take, I'm just gonna stick with the commando. No, the heavy weapon for these guys, I just keep going back and forth on what I want.
You're not sure how to kill them efficiently, is that it?
Yes. Yeah, like with every other faction, I can settle on something, right? Like, that I kind of like this. And like, the Quasar, the issue with that is, I have to take the shields down first, and then I have to wait for the Quasar to power up, right? Like,
so, do you have EAT? This.
I don't know what that stands for.
It's this. Expendable Anti-Tank 17. You get 2 rockets under a minute. Try that.
Okay.
Try it. Like, just for, you know, fun.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Yeah.
So, you would grab one for, you know, like, shoot and throw. And see if you're gonna drop him from, like, 1 rocket. And it's, the kick is you can grab any gun from ground and use it normally. And drop this every time you wanna deal with the, you know, armor. That's like the main advantage of the EAT.
It's exchangeable, yeah.
Yeah.
Solicito un vigía. Solicito arma de apoyo. Solicito mochila táctica. Solicito un vehículo.
They think I asked you this. I know I asked chat the other day. Is anybody looking forward to anything on the Steam sale? Or are you?
No, most
really?
of the stuff,
You
99.
said Civ, that's right. Yeah,
Maybe.
you said it's Civ.
That's the
Yeah, maybe.
only thing. Like they would have to give like a good, you know, sale bonus. Like, oh, we're gonna give you this. Like a good, how can you say, like a good offer for a price, I guess. Man, listen. You got a car.
Holy shit.
You could literally use a car to like move around. I don't care.
Boy, it took the game all of 5 seconds to put me in between two massive hordes. This game hates me. But that's okay. The warp pack is working this time.
Good. Nice.
Said right before he...
Why we hope he teleported.
Avanzando de calamares. Avanzada de calamares destruida.
Nice. Fuck me, I guess. Nice. GG.
So I'll admit, the Skitarii are the first time I've been interested in
Buying anything, right?
For Darktide.
But
Oh, I mean, I probably won't. I mean,
no. Let me explain kind of better.
Iluminados al noreste, cerca.
You okay?
So no. Well, I'm watching this guy shooting the gun. You know, he's hilarious. He's using the shrapnel gun, like literally.
Storm?
No, the Raptor, like. But people are using it wrong. Like it's a good gun, but he's not using it correctly. So that's 20. So I would say you need 30 more.
I need 15.
15?
Yeah, because I picked some up.
Oh, nice.
Got a LiDAR station. Start doing it.
Avanzando de
Could be
calamares.
good.
Recurso táctico cerca.
I mean, I doubt we'll get more super credits than we've got, but...
Are you sure?
Encontré algo.
No, I'm not. You're right. Good. Just hope I don't get overwhelmed here.
Marcando ubicación al este.
It's a fucking earth crawler, whatever.
Avanzada de calamares destruida.
Will literally destroy all of their bases, like super fast.
300 metros. Afirmativo. Mapa de misión actualizado.
Okay, there we go.
Nice.
That is...
Extracción disponible.
bunker. A bunker. Ah boy, here we go. 2 times metal, 1 times the requisition. Jesus Christ. GG.
I know it is a cognitive bias, but I was thinking last night as I was going through and playing a few easy games, I was finding no super credits.
Yep.
Like for match after match after match.
They
and I was like
nerfed that because people keep exploiting you, like Slavko and the rest of the bunch.
I mean,
I
fair
picked it
enough,
up.
but
I picked it up. Yeah, go ahead.
But it just felt like it was worse after
Update.
I'd maxed out on medals.
Yeah, it was.
But I mean,
because you're literally getting nothing.
Yeah, I'm literally getting nothing.
Your requisition, you're not spending requisition fast enough, so you're like, well, I guess nothing.
I know it's just a cognitive bias.
No. That's what it is. Uh-huh. Son of a bitch. Die.
I checked all out there. All that's done.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, except for the massive. I don't know how I missed that. I must have not been paying that much attention. The massive secondary objective.
It's fine. You're focused on like the stuff that we actually came to do. This is just me trying to max out everything. It's fine.
I'm going to
call. You can
go ahead and call it in. Yeah, and I'll defend the location while you guys.
If you can defend it, try it.
Well, I got a warp pack. If push comes to shove, I'll bug off.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. It's like that one meme where the guy says, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna give you $5 to fuck off." Have you seen that one?
No, but it's funny.
It is. So call as much as you can those expendable anti-tanks. The cooldown is really low. You can check for yourself. Yeah, it's less than a minute actually.
Yeah.
So if you're like forced to stay at the exfil, you can stack up like, I don't know, like 10 of them easily. They're like throwaways, but you can still use them. They're as strong as recoilless, by the way. The price is only that, it's non-reloadable.
Damn though, this guy has taken 2 of them like a champ.
You shot him with the rockets?
Yeah.
In the eye?
Took 2 of them. Yeah, I am.
Have you tried knee?
I am officially overrun. There's no way to. Sorry, boys. I might be able to warp around.
Yeah, come back and fight.
I'm gonna warp around.
This fucking shit.
Democracy needs me.
This fucking shit is chasing me around. The stupid laser.
Nope.
Did I teleport it into you?
No, it was the. I couldn't get Because you know how this game, it doesn't have, it's got a janky, you know,
Yeah.
system. So I ran past the supply pack 2 times, 3 times, and each time I didn't pick it up because the E button wouldn't show up.
Yep.
So I was out of stims, and then the flamer hit me, and it's like, I guess I'll just die now. Bye.
So you got input delayed, basically.
Pretty much.
They
And
knock.
I mean, that's just how this game works.
It's
like,
janky.
Yeah. It's not the end of the world, though. You know, I mean, we were right there at the end.
It's fine.
My biggest thing is I just wanted to stay in to keep the dropship coming. I thought I was going to have to abandon it.
No, we came in time. The SAM site is actually the fastest one to do. You just need to press the button for it to like open, and then you quickly hit the switches, and he's you know up and running. Not like the other ones. So yeah, let's if you don't mind, let's do another one. I think we can get 30 out of it. So yeah, that's paid DLC armor. That's what he's wearing. The upgrade, I guess. Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Really?
Da, 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 da.
Sí.
Tienes ojo para la
No.
estrategia.
That.
We gotta switch again. There
That,
we go.
yeah. So it's like going back and forth from 5 to 6. Kinda goofy.
I'm sure this guy's like, what the fuck is going on? But I don't know. He seems content to just ride alongside us.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. See, he's a cool guy. He might be here also for money.
Spindables was pretty good that game, so I'm gonna try that again.
Yeah, but try knee instead of a eye. It seems to be they like boosted the durability on the eye to like max.
Try what?
Don't aim for the
Oh,
eye.
Okay. Aim for the leg. Don't aim for the eye. Aim
leg.
for the legs.
Literally any
Yeah.
any leg.
Okay. Here. No.
Lanzamiento iniciado.
I'd rather have the speed.
So you wanted to grab the.
The room is so bright now.
It is. Is it? Well, my mom actually.
She did a good job, by the way. Now that she knows who I am, I appreciate the compliment. A random person would. She did.
Well. You know, I helped a bit. I moved the.
Sorry, you did a good job too.
I moved the furniture back and forth. That's all the contribution. It was all
exactly
hard
what
work.
it's like when I help my mother with something, she's always like, just stay there, let me do it.
She would like ask for you to like move some stuff, and that's it.
That's it. That's right.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I like to help, and she's like, oh no, don't like how can you do it? Like not like. Little.
No.
Listen, when I was like a smaller, like a teenager, like 14 years old, she did it once. She gave me like a bucket of paint and a paintbrush and said like, okay, paint your own, and I did it. Well, in my defense, she might not have been like satisfied with like exactly how I did it, so that could explain why she is not letting me do it again, even after all these years, I guess.
That's exactly how. So like when I was younger, so So my mother likes cutting the lawn. It's just a chore she enjoys. So that's probably part of it too. But when I was younger, I wrecked the lawnmower. And as an adult, she still won't let me fucking do it. I'm like, Mom, it's hot out. Let me do it for a while. Nope.
Because you're being distracted?
No, because when I was younger, she just doesn't trust me. Because when I was younger, I wrecked it.
I mean, you're older now. Like, what could happen?
I know, right? I can do it, but it's like...
No.
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 Yep. Consuela. No.
Oh. I don't know if you were looking for this many super samples, but I think you got like more than enough to buy like a next upgrade.
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. Paquete obtenido.
Shells. Just find shells.
Check out the middle of the map.
We're kind of wasting time here a bit, but you know, what can you do?
Oh, hold on. Kind of secondary here.
Yeah, same. So one more, I guess. Try one more. Go. Stay on the console, stay on the console. Thanks, super art. Do it.
Señalando mapa, al este, lejos. Necesito un vigía.
But this is pretty easy, you know. There are like those missions on the bug sector where you have these like spores in the air. And you don't...
They kill your vision?
Yeah, then you don't really know where the stuff is. What is here? I see. Yeah, they kill your vision. And when you check the tactical bar, it doesn't show anything.
You don't see shit.
Yeah, you don't know where to go. And you have the spore clouds, and then you hear like, oh, like we have a stalker nest nearby, and you know, shits keep piling up. So this is pretty easy. Very easy. Yeah, but you can do this.
Okay.
Watch.
I one-shot that guy. That was nice.
Can do that.
The tripod.
You hit him in the knee.
I hit him in the leg or the joint.
Yeah.
It wasn't the lower joint, it was like the one that attaches to the head.
Ah, so it's upper body.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as easy to kill as when you like, you know, the automaton walkers, the chicken walkers. Those are a lot easier to kill.
What
seems like the seems like the joint on the tripod is a little more nuanced, I guess. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Kind stuff.
Kaboom, kaboom.
Dejando marcador, al noreste, 300 metros.
Do you find this game more fun with people? Like
Always.
a team you know?
Always. Like anything you do, like it's not like super. Like there are games like Civilization.
I got it. Fucking. I hate this game.
What is that?
Medals.
Nice. How much you need?
8.
10.
I still need 15 more super credits.
15.
Yeah, only 15. We hadn't gotten any this game. That was funny.
Wait.
Yeah, it was all medals in there.
Yep. Look, I see beacon.
Beacon.
I will ride to the beacon. Without fail.
But I don't hate driving as much as I used to. See, the thing is I understand it now. So, like, if you shift into 1,
yeah,
the throttle governs. It hits at 31 and stops miles per hour. In 2, I think you go faster, but I think it's more like a 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
And then there's normal, which is kind of, you're everywhere.
Yeah. I would say that the normal is your like how do you call it, like auto gear shifting, automatic gear. So you don't actually have to change anything. It automatically shifts from like a lower RPM to higher. But that's not always optimal. Sometimes you'll go faster than you want, so you like die more.
Yeah.
Orbital, huh? Nice. Thanks.
Why?
It did nothing. It did nothing. Jesus Christ. Useless piece of shit. See that? Useless! God damn it, super up. We paid for that laser. It's useless.
Do you know how much that laser costs per kilowatt? Kilowatt?
It killed 2 zombies. God damn it. Useless. Man has 3 uses of that. Nice. GG. GG laser. Did nothing. I know, it just pisses me off. Like, as I said, it has a very limited use. It has a cooldown between uses even. And it does nothing.
There was no reason for it.
I mean, I understand.
To be
like,
honest,
yeah.
I mean, I know why why someone would take it, right?
It's
Because,
for
like,
speed
you
clearing.
just drop it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Drop it and go.
Yeah, but sometimes, more than often, right? It will do nothing.
Yeah, it is not inoperable, to be honest. And I think you said that they mentioned or something that they might try and redo orbitals or something, but like orbitals are really hard in this game to justify. And that's not me complaining, because like I think they've done them as well as they really can, right? Like they're not bad.
Yeah.
It's just there's a risk every time you drop it that it's just going to do something you don't want it to do. At the same rate, the payoff is huge, right? You know, you drop a 500 kilograms, it takes out a whole base. Or a small base.
Usually. When it feels like it, I guess.
When it feels like it.
So, we actually have a spare time and we did everything. See this?
We're getting good. That's what it is. Damn it. Start calling shit.
Solicito mochila, Chaco. vehículo. Pesado, al sureste, cerca.
Boom. Dead. Nice. So if you don't have any like if you have like a space slot and you don't know what to bring, always bring this. That's like a pro advice.
Always bring what?
The expendable anti-tank.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't hate the commando. I just commando. You end up having to use more missiles. So like, it is a very inconsistent damage rate against that walker. Because like again, the way that walker's hit weak spots work, they're janky. They're not bad. They're hard to hit, and they're not always.
And he's shifting
so, like,
left-right while he's walking.
Exactly, and I've shot like almost an entire, like 3 out of 4 shots on a commando and
To
not
stop
killed
him.
him.
You didn't even kill him.
I don't think so. I mean, last time I shot three expendables on one of them and didn't kill him. But again, I'm pretty sure I was hitting the sides of it. But this is more consistent, right? Like this clearly does more damage than the commando, which is fine. Which is what I want, because you know, I like my weapons like my women, dependable.
Yes. So they literally gave up on attacking us, see?
Conteo iniciado. Prepárense para despegar. Extracción completa. Pelícano 1 iniciando ascenso.
So apparently this is how the Chinese player managed to defend the Super Earth. They only did the
blitz missions.
Yep.
That's really smart, actually.
They did like bunch of them in the least amount of time possible.
Yeah, because you only have 15 minutes, so there's not like you're walking around for 40 minutes.
No.
And the maps are smaller. Slightly, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are.
I'm not imagining that, right? Like, okay, yeah.
The radius of like the operation is like, it's not like 250 meters. It's 100 something. 150 maybe.
150 meters.
I don't know how to translate it into miles. I guess it's like 0.5, 0.6 modifier on miles. So 50 miles, 60 miles is 100 kilometers, I think. Something. Hello. Hello and welcome.
Uh-oh. Hello, welcome. Who we got?
Kumara. He's my
hi, Kumara.
He's my godfather.
Hello, godfather.
I baptized his
Osmo legally Dartstow.
Sisu. Sisu too. Sisu.
Hi man.
Hello.
Sisu.
I heard it's good. I definitely didn't watch it. I just heard from Amazing. He told me that the
best movie ever.
Yeah, he told me that the movie is over the top. That's how I like it. I can come to you after lunch, if that's fine.
Come to me, Snake, for democracy.
Okay.
Olisftat.
You not like my music?
No. No, I like it. I'm just reading the chat. Yes, I'll come after lunch. I already told you that. Not like that. Not like that. So this and this and this and this.
Okay.
After lunch.
Lanzamiento iniciado.
Sto TJE to Sasabon. Vidim the JE Sinula.
I moved into new...
GC to Crisio.
Everybody was asking me... Yes, indeed. Everybody was asking me, did I move to another room?
Because yeah, it looks so different.
Yeah, it's like a different room. Yeah.
Oh, one of the phrases. Now we're cooking with gas. So I've been trying to think of like, because you always ask about little phrases in English that are like unique or whatever. Do you have anything like, now we're cooking with gas?
It's like an idiom.
Yeah, it's like an idiom. It's like, so like what it means is like, now we're actually doing something, right? Like we're not wasting time anymore. We're getting shit done. Now we're cooking with gas, right?
It's like a speedy cooking.
Some people even get hilariously specific with it and say things like, now we're cooking with propane.
Oh. But that's pleonasm. It's like too much. You don't need it.
No, you can do it that way. It's just there's no reason to. Cooking with gas is fine.
Oh.
This guy really doesn't need to waste his bullet storms. I don't think he realizes the thermite can just go right through it.
He just likes shooting, man. Hey.
That's probably.
So
hello, lots of zombies.
So I guess I'm his like designated driver for today.
Man, he just likes you, okay?
He
feels safe with you.
He thinks I'm a good driver or something. Oh, how wrong is he? He didn't saw one of my famous, flips.
Okay, yeah, that one shot that once his shield was down.
So that's your winning strat, I'm gonna bet.
Yeah. Oh my god, that exploded so much faster than I thought it would.
The nuke?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I shot it, but like I thought I could get away in time. It's on me.
What's your 6?
Oh. So you were right next to me anyway, so it works out.
So there is a nuke right next to us, by the way.
Another one? Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna go for this thing all the way over here. And I'll look for beacons and bunkers.
Bunkers. At this point you're just like harassing Slav.
Yeah, poor Slav. There's also a LiDAR station over here. Every dog has its day. That's one that you probably got, right?
Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god. We have like noobs. Fucking zombies! Is it 100? It's a 10. Oh, you need 10 more, right? And that's
10.
it.
I need 5 more, yeah.
Nice.
5.
Yeah. Because you can't find 5.
You can't find 5, yeah.
Solicito suministros. Solicito un vigía. Necesito un vigía. Pesado, al noreste, 50 metros. Solicito un vigía.
Yeah, but now we're cooking with gases. Gas is a faster way to cook than like baking or whatever, right? I think is the idea.
Oh, wow. What was that?
There was a bomb that I passed. That's probably what did it.
Nice. So you think the nuke got me?
He might have hit it with his laser. Oh, okay.
Pesado, al suroeste, cerca.
You will never gonna catch me alive, you son of a bitch. Okay,
Oh, wow.
here is a question. Did you just throw the termite on like a nuke?
No, I did not.
That's what I did. Sorry. Sorry. That was a termite. My bad. Like they're non-stop following us. This is ridiculous. I've seen this like couple of these eyes just following us back and forth. Yup, if you can manage to hit like where the leg attaches to the body, that's dead. It works every time. Tried it. Da? 15 do 4. Evo sad. It's 3:45. Why is it now a lunchtime? I don't know.
You can go ahead and go.
I wanna see this through. That's what I wanna do. It don't matter. It does to me.
I don't know where the shell is anyway. The last shell is. It's I don't know. What is it? The fuck? 24. You got it. Nice. Go. Okay.
Load it. You. Grab one of those rockets and try to take any of them out.
Woo! Good on you, buddy.
Is this thing gonna kill them? Please. Feels like. Okay. Jesus Christ! This laser is gonna be death of me.
Yep, okay, you're starting that.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Yep, alright. Time to do this the hard way.
Always the hard way. Never is.
God dang it. Okay. Hard way didn't work.
Hard way achieved.
So funny. I said that like I thought I was a badass and I'm gonna do this the hard way. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do it that way either. Turns out, not doing it anyway.
We got him.
Somebody give that tripod a medal. Alright, hold on, let me get my pack.
Did you get the spare rocket? You have one rocket here.
I did. Yep, I got one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's on my back. It has more of a lob too. Do you notice that when you use it?
Like it drops a bit?
Yeah, like it's got more of a lob, which is fine. I think that's all part of the balancing for it.
Yeah.
The Commando doesn't have hardly any drop at all.
Yeah, but it isn't that good, right?
I mean, I think the Commando has its place. It's just, it's not working for me in these missions. Go ahead, go. I'm good.
Are you sure?
S4 shot me, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was a bullet storm that killed me. Which she's about to die too, so... No, you know what? This is going great. Alright, I'm gonna get in the vehicle like you said. Nope, don't want to be in there either.
See, that is.
We only have 1 minute left.
We did it. Look. We did it. Give me a card.
Why am I still blowing up? I'm so far away from everything.
Why are you blowing up?
I don't know, I just ran started blowing up. Fuck it, I'm getting out of here. I'm going.
Run! How do you say it? A menace to society, right? So there is one good thing. If we run out of time, we still have you know, super what's it called, like artillery support, kinda.
How does that work? What do you mean?
It's a link to us, not to Super Destroyer, so we can still use it.
Oh, right, the artillery. Yes, okay, the ground artillery. I got my vehicle in just in time.
One more. Run. Nice, we got it, ladies and gentlemen, we got it. That's it, we did what we came for, by the way. Not today, democracy, not today. Oh, I see more. What can I say but you're welcome. And it's requisition. Oh, of course it is.
Vehículo al noroeste. ¡Calamares!
Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto. Avanzada de iluminados erradicada.
Dejando marcador al noreste, 300 metros. Helldivers nunca muere.
Not today, democracy, not today.
Tiempo estimado, 30 segundos.
Wait a minute, what's this? Betrayal.
Who betrayed who?
Dropped samples, betrayal. We found your samples. Our samples, comrade.
Tiempo estimado, 10 segundos.
Did you thought we're not gonna make it?
No, I figured you would.
Why were you so sure? I wasn't.
Oh, you picked up one of the vehicles.
I confiscated that.
Conteo iniciado. Prepárense para despegar.
And that's perfect timing because I got 1,005.
Yeah, now you have 5 extra.
I have 5 extra. I'm gonna go splurge it on something.
Yeah, go buy like a rent a helmet. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat and then I go watch again the movie, which I didn't watch.
You're gonna watch Sisu too?
Shh,
Well,
I
let me
didn't-
know what you think of it. Wink,
again,
wink.
again. Maybe I changed my mind. No, I didn't. Listen, it's fine. If it's a good movie, I'm gonna watch it again, even if I watched it before. And I'm not saying I did. I'm not saying I did.
You're
I'm
not
just
saying you did.
I'm implying I might have.
Might have, maybe, I don't know. Or maybe if there was another movie and you'd watched it before, you'd watch it again. I get it, I know.
Yes, if it's a good movie. For example, there is one movie that I watched like a couple of times. Scott Pilgrim vs. World. I watched it like 5 times in
I've
like
watched
3
that.
days.
Yeah, that one's fucking amazing. In fact, I want to watch that now.
Yeah, it's good.
Fucking amazing.
It's like watching like a playthrough of like a game, and it's like actually a movie, a funny movie. I'm off. Thanks for games and enjoy Warband. Enjoy spending medals again. There, you can play now.
Yep, now I gotta figure out which one to buy.
Yeah, tell me later what you picked. I'm off.
Calebus. Welcome to my channel.